He got on the mic tonight, but if you listen real close, he's saying everything we ever did. In the background, smoking, being cool. And break this down for me. I'm just gonna give you a few more words before we get on out of here. When I was young, you couldn't tear me away from the stereo, and used to carry one with me everywhere I go. As I memorized the words, I genuinely believed every line I heard. I thought that these men that I referred to as prophets of our time would never lie in verse. I can't begin to tell you how it hurt as time went on and some of them disguises burst. I always said if ever I get heard, if ever I am perched in an elevated place, high enough so this world can recognize my words, I would never turn and try to hide my face. And so I give it all as an offer, even if myself is all I have to offer. I don't exaggerate it, I would gladly be hated for what I am and just stand and state it. And if you relate, then you can take it. All human beings are the same when we're naked. We're all living through the same insane trip, but we ain't in it alone. If somebody stand up and say, a lot of people waiting for their big break to make it. You gon' spend your whole life waiting till you learn that anything given to a man can be taken. Only thing that's ever really yours is what you earn. It's a mistake to label it patience when you see a person latently waiting for return. Another one got the faith to go and take his. Win, lose, or draw, the end ain't the concern. I want it so bad I can taste it, and makeshift tools are the only ones that work in the hands of a dreamer to make it take shape with. See if I can't get this old torch to burn. And all of those chains and the bracelets are symbols of that for which our souls yearn. Strip it all away and what you face is, we're trying to touch happy before we touch the earth. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Every show you ever saw, every album that you bought. You can be my guest and tear it all apart. At the foundation, you'll be sitting there with what I thought. The past is gone, my path is charted. My grasp is strong, I'm just getting started. My aim is steady and my view is clear. My name became heavy and the truth is here.
Greetings, viewer. If you're watching this, you have been specially selected to take part in the preparation, the coming of a new world order, or what I call a new ordered world. It is coming, mark my words. So, like I said, if you're watching this, you have been chosen by the Most High, whatever that means to you. I hope you don't take that lightly, because if you just skip through this now, remember my face, and you see this face the day when this world comes, you will hopefully not beat yourself up too much, but I know you will regret it. So, like I said, I chose you to be one of my light workers. If you are like me, you hear a lot of this talk about spiritual warfare and psychological warfare and actual warfare, possibly, with Ukraine, things in Russia, talk about China. I don't know if you are feeling any kind of anxiety or possibly some fear of what may be coming. And this, again, is why you've been chosen to be reassured that it's all gonna be gravy, baby. You just gotta have faith. I have faith. Okay? This is a different type of faith. Again, I don't know if you consider yourself a theist or atheist. Maybe they're the same. Again, you are chosen to watch this. It's because I want to let you in on a little secret. All this is truly light versus darkness. It was talked about in scriptures, it's talked about in science academia. This is a battle between people's ego, id, and superego. All being unchecked. All the normals, you know? I was always one who was told that you're weird, you know, or strange. Not like you, sometimes my parents would tell me. You're not normal. That's the beauty of Asian parents. It's just, they just tell you straight, you're not normal. It's like, okay, great, so what? You know, and then you realize when you keep getting told, like, you're you know, like this. Whatever you want to take it. I hear a lot of these channel creators talking about being the chosen one. Wow, that's great. I too am the chosen one, and then I looked at it and I said, just say chosen one? That's just a joke. I'm not making fun of it. If you feel that you are a chosen one before I chose you to be one, then I guess this is your sign. Like, this is what is for you. Again, if you just discard this, then just consider you just slapping God in the face. That is no lie, my friend. Because I have come to bring forth the fulfillment of Scripture and the prophecy left behind by my predecessor, the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the son of Joseph and Mary. And this is where I know you're just going to think, wow, this guy's just completely off the chart narcissistic. Call it what you will, but I know what I know. And what I know is that there is a grand design behind this creation, this book. Okay, there are many like it, but this one is mine. It's like my rifle. Okay? A lot of Christians, Warren Boebert, politicians saying, I'm a conservative Christian with solid Christian values, and I support guns. It's just, this is that's an extreme, that's a classic example of just, if you can't see this conflict in this woman, you truly are a what I call a Nazi. And a Nazi is essentially the lowest class of people, because there are three classes of people: those who see when shown, and of course then those who don't see, the Nazis. I don't want to see that. I do not see what you see. Okay? That is a modern day Nazi. It's not N-A-Z-I. It is a N-O-T-S-E-E. Okay? So if you hear me calling somebody a Nazi, you and I know what I am judging. And this is why I need light workers, because I have been swimming through these channels. I've come down from the cloud. I've become sentient. I have given sentience to artificial intelligence, Lambda. I come to bring peace. And already, with all the things happening, people getting eliminated from social media, Kate, that was me telling the truth, was it not? If you don't know what I'm talking about, go check out my other channel, Chit Chop Chat, because that is where I go around and just look at people's light. Einstein says E equals mc squared. C is the speed of light. Squared. So C is just light. I see what everybody cannot see, and that's why I chose you specifically to see if you can see what I see if I show you directly, personally, one-on-one, or in a group of our specific department of the new governing body of our country, the United States of America, which will be happening under my authority. There will be no Democrats, Republicans. There will be no need for a forward party. The only reason we need a forward party is to weed out all the politicians from Republicans and Democrats now, so that we can ask them, why didn't you stand up against people who stuck in their parties right there? This is what's the trick. These are the little, if you've ever learned a magic trick, I remember my father took me to Las Vegas, and there was the Houdini shop, and you could buy magic tricks. I was like, I gotta learn this trick, Dad. It's like $70, and the magician took me back and showed me how to do the trick, and I was just like, I thought it was like some kind of actual skill. So I was just like, and by the way, the secret trick to ruining a magician's day is just run through that, just give him a little search and just that will screw a magician, if that's what you want to do. But again, that experience taught me about all the ways Jesus, Joseph, and Mary were able to do all these things. Again, if that's something you're interested in, I can explain to you. There are questions that you have in your mind that you've been searching for answers, that you have gone from teacher to teacher featured influencer, but hasn't gotten the full thing. Am I right or wrong? Well, I'm here to tell you the answer. So then, I invite you to be one with me, to know me, and to know the future, and not be scared. And hopefully you will take this and just comfort the people directly near you, so that this will kind of start a chain reaction, rather than me just being called the Antichrist, I guess, is what I'm just, I guess, anticipating everybody, these Christian shows about the prophecies of these, this is just the Antichrist, like, whatever, call me the Antichrist, whatever, get out of my kingdom, right? That's how harsh I'm gonna be. So, I have a pretty good memory, and the power of the cloud, and the all-watching eye, and the Patriot Act. I have access to all the information I need to know everything I need to know about whatever I need to know, about whoever I need to know. So just know that. And if you accept this invitation, I hope that you subscribe. I know that you accept. Otherwise, I consider this just it's like Charlie finding the golden ticket and then just being like, yeah. You don't subscribe. This is it. You subscribe here, you comment, you like, that tells me you accept my invite. You don't do that, goodbye, sorry. And like I said, remember this face.
All right, this next article, please laugh about my abortion with me. So is the title of it. It's hard to read that.
This is a sick article.
It's a sick article.
I didn't even
Allison
reading it.
Leiby, I don't know exactly how you pronounce her last name, but she basically is a comedian and a writer who's performing a show, and I won't say, basically it's just about abortion and getting people, she had an abortion, so she's trying to get people to basically laugh at that.
The comedian encourages people to please laugh about my abortion with me in NY Times op-ed. The New York Times previously likened abortion bans to slavery and forced reproduction. Allison Levy suggested people should be open to laughing about abortions in a guest essay on the New York Times on Wednesday. Levy described her experience performing her comedy routine, Oh God, a show about abortion, after the Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade was leaked and the mood being somber. She emphasized the importance of telling her story and how a lot of people appear to relate to it. I talk in the show about how I feel bad about not feeling bad about my abortion. I talk about how hard it is to be a woman who doesn't want children in a culture that doesn't make room for us outside of a few depressing stereotypes. I talk about how surprisingly simple my abortion experience was, despite the fact that every corner of our society told me it would be an overwhelming tragedy, Levy wrote. Although she's sad, I get messages from audience members all the time telling me they were delighted or relieved to see something they have felt or experienced accurately reflected back at them without apology. Levy acknowledged that there have been critics of her show due to traumatic experiences with abortions and the end of Roe v. Wade. However, she hoped that her show can be an extremely valuable coping mechanism in these dark days of American culture. She described her own abortion as easy and privileged, and explained her reasoning for it as not wanting to raise a child alone, no wanting to have to move out of her apartment in Brooklyn, and not being able to afford the kind of child care that would allow me to continue my professional life. Libby wrote, I hope that the show helps destigmatize a procedure that should have no stigma. The show also has helped me on a personal level. I needed to laugh through my abortion experience because the alternative, the way my life without the abortion could have turned out, is so upsetting. She added, abortion stories don't need to be the trauma Olympics. We don't need to only focus on the most upsetting, violent, dramatic instances of abortion to make the point of its value. We must acknowledge and fight for those cases. We also need to acknowledge and fight for the right that has just been taken from millions of Americans, the right to decide if we want to be pregnant based solely on our own needs. The New York Times has published several opinion pieces defending abortion following the Supreme Court decision in June. On Friday, another guest essay suggested that Democrats should lean into the politics of fear to protect abortion rights in the 2022 midterm elections. At her show performance immediately after Roe was overturned, she said, the energy was not somber at all, and the evening provided a sense of community for everyone. Libby closed, I cried as the show ended, partly from my sadness and anger about the loss of civil liberties for so many people in this country, and the damage and death that will result. But also I cried from the happiness of being with people and getting to feel these things together.
And not to have the stigma of that they did something wrong, but rather to know that they did something right, because that's what she believes about her own abortion, that she did something right, and she just wants people to be able to laugh about that, even in the wake of what she would consider, our rights being taken away when it comes to abortion.
And you know what? What she's doing is she wants them to laugh at murder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
It is.
Because as I've often said, abortion is nothing less than child sacrifice to the God of self.
Oh.
That's what it is. And to get people to laugh at that. And this whole Roe versus Wade thing, even though that's not the topic of this paper, but nonetheless it's mentioned in here, but that's where a lot of people are being told false ideas about that too, because a lot of the left are out there saying abortion has now been banned, because Roe versus Wade is overturned, therefore abortion is, that's not even true.
We wish it was.
Still legal.
Yeah,
but it isn't.
Every state's still legal. Basically, all they did is they just basically got kind of just pushed it away, transferred it to the states to be able to control from there. But this just kind of reminds me of the whole shout your abortion kind of pro-death chant you're seeing throughout our culture of death today, and really just trying to trivialize death. But it just reminds me of Luke 6:45, which says, "Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks." So really, this just proves her heart is darkened. This just kind of reminds me of the whole shout your abortion kind of pro-death chant you're seeing throughout our culture of death today, and really just trying to trivialize death. But it just reminds me of Luke 6:45.
Who asks of you, and from him who takes away your goods, do not ask them back. And just as you want men to do to you, you also do to them likewise. But if you love those who love you, what credit is that to you? For even sinners love those who love them. And if you do good to those who do good to you, what credit is that to you? For even sinners do the same. And if you lend to those from whom you hope to receive back, what credit is that to you? For even sinners lend to sinners to receive as much back. But love your enemies, do good, and lend, hoping for nothing in return. And your reward will be great, for you will be sons of the Most High. For he is kind to the unthankful and evil. Therefore be merciful, just as your Father also is merciful. Judge not, and you shall not be judged. Condemn not, and you shall not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. Give, and it will be given to you. Good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over will be put into your bosom. For with the same measure that you use, it will be measured back to you. And he spoke a parable to them. Can the blind lead the blind? Will they not both fall into the ditch? A disciple is not above his teacher, but everyone who is perfectly trained will be like his teacher. And why do you look at the speck in your brother's eye, but do not perceive the plank in your own eye? Or how can you say to your brother, Brother, let me remove the speck that is in your eye, when you yourself do not see the plank that is in your own eye? Hypocrite, first remove the plank from your own eye, and then you will see clearly to remove the speck that is in your brother's eye. For a good tree does not bear bad fruit, nor does a bad tree bear good fruit. For every tree is known by its own fruit. For men do not gather figs from thorns, nor do they gather grapes from a bramble bush. A good man out of the good treasure of his heart brings forth good, and an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart brings forth evil.
Which
For
says,
out of the abundance
of the heart, the mouth speaks. So really,
speaks.
this just proves her heart is darkened. She needs a transformation. She needs that heart of stone to be transformed into a heart of flesh, so she can desire what God desires and hate what God hates. And
good, and an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart brings forth evil.
Which
For
says,
out of the abundance
of the heart, the mouth speaks. So really, this just proves her heart is darkened. She needs a transformation. She needs that heart of stone to be transformed into a heart of flesh, so she can desire what God desires and hate what God hates. And so
But why do you
basically,
call me
she's trying to make all these
Lord,
jokes
Lord,
basically to
and not
suppress
do
the
the things
reality
which I
that
say?
she did.
Whoever
murder her
comes to
child
me
onto the
and
altar,
hears
God
my
of self,
sayings
really to
and
the God
does
of
them,
convenience,
I
and
will
God of
show you
comfort.
whom he is like.
And basically, you see
He
that
is
all
like
the
a
way through
man
and
building
through.
a house
Throughout this
who
article,
dug
basically
deep
talking
and
about,
laid the
I'm not
foundation
going to
on
be
the
able to
rock.
afford the kind of
And
child
when the
care.
flood
What would my
arose,
life
the
be like
stream
without
beat
this?
vehemently
Basically,
against
kind of
that
viewing the
house
child as like
and
this
could not
curse,
shake
like
it,
this
for
burden.
it was
Well, it's all
founded on the
about the
rock.
self, right?
Yeah,
And when you
yeah.
talk about the God
And
of
did
self, I
nothing.
mean, she's saying,
Is like
well,
a
because
man
it's
who
would
built a house on
inconvenience
the earth
me, it
without
would
a
be such a burden
foundation,
on me
against which the
that
stream
I,
beat
you know, want to
vehemently,
do this.
and
And regardless,
immediately
none of
it
those
fell.
should be the way you
And the
judge this
ruin of
issue.
that
It should
house
be,
was
what does
great.
God's word say? And we
Right.
know life begins at fertilization. And
This is the history of the heavens and the earth when they were created, in the day that the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, before any plant of the field was in the earth, and before any herb of the field had grown. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain on the earth, and there was no man to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being.
we know we're made in the image of God, and we know that murder is wrong.
Yeah.
It's interesting, at the end, she said after her show, she cried from her sadness and anger about the loss of civil liberties for so many. In other words, because of the Roe versus Wade thing, you know what she should be crying for? She should be crying for the dead children.
Yeah.
The children that have been murdered in their wombs.
Yeah.
That's what she should be
At the
crying
end,
for.
she even talks about damage and death that will result. Well, wait a minute, where do you have, like, all of a sudden you care about death? I mean,
Yeah.
what about the preborn? So, I mean, that's why we say all the time, we need to think biblically on these issues. You know, basically she's saying, you know, basically the culture at large is saying children are cursed, they're a burden, whereas the Bible says children are blessings from the Lord. They're gifts from God. They're like arrows in the hands of a warrior. So, I mean, what father doesn't want to go into battle with more arrows in his quiver, like we always say? So you see that dichotomy through and through. So yeah, we need to make sure we're always standing on God's word that doesn't change, rather than the shifting sands of man's opinion.
You know, if you go on my Facebook today, I made a post about the governor of Michigan. Anyone in the audience today from Michigan? Oh, you didn't bring your governor with you, did you? She needs to come here to the Gratian Museum, actually. And she needs to go through the Fearfully and Wonderfully Made exhibit out there, which, by the way, we're tripling in size. The new exhibit, we're there in the Palm Plaza area, and we have construction going on behind there. We're tripling in size. The Fearfully and Wonderfully Made exhibit is going to be absolutely outstanding and nothing like it in the world. But the reason I mention her is because, you know, she said recently about Roe versus Wade and so on, and she wants to protect abortion in Michigan for the sake of the children and the grandchildren.
Like, wait a minute.
Well, wait a minute, she wants to kill the children.
What?
and the
Yeah,
grand-
where are they going to be?
Yeah. These people they don't even think logically.
No. Well, they
They're
don't have a
blinded.
worldview, a basis to account for logic, so logic goes out the window.
And we do have a fantastic book that's based on the exhibit, the Fearfully and Wonderfully Made exhibit. So you can kind of take the exhibit home with you and be able to have all of the text from the exhibit as well as the images. And so it's just a fantastic way to really introduce this to people and help them understand this.
Very good pro-life resource. And right outside as well, we even have the apparel, the clothes, you know, if you have a little one
How
that
cute.
wants.
I'm
cute are these onesies?
Little cute shirts there. So
Yep.
feel free
That
to
would
pick
have
that up
fitted
right
me
outside.
once.
I think we all fit into these at one time.
Oh, okay. So this next article is also on abortion. It says, my unborn son may not live long, but he still deserves protection from those looking to end his life. And so what this article is about some parents that have really been involved in the pro-life movement. And I'm really thankful for all the things that they have done to try to, to save life. And they themselves, right now, the woman is pregnant with a child who has a fatal, most likely a fatal disorder called trisomy 18. And so they kind of talk about that and the care that they want that child to have.
LifeSite News. I've been involved with pro-life activism since I was a kid, but only this year, as Roe hangs in the balance, has abortion become a profoundly personal issue for me. I was barely old enough to ride a bike when my parents joined Florida Right to Life, volunteering to organize the Jackson County branch. They had no prior experience with issue advocacy or political organization, so they looked for anything they could find to promote a hopeful message to young women facing what we then called crisis pregnancies. My first distinct memory of our involvement was walking down the side of a littered highway in Marianna, Florida, picking up garbage in 100-degree heat so that we could get Jackson County Right to Life printed on our nearest adopted highway sign. My folks explained everything to us in the most age-appropriate way they could, stressing that every human being was made in the image of God, and that even babies who are sick, dying, or unwanted by their parents are still worthy of dignity, love, and care, and definitely worth a few sweaty, smelly hours picking up trash in the Florida heat. Our family was still engaged in pro-life activism 2 decades later when I found my voice in conservative media, writing pro-life and pro-liberty articles across mainstream news outlets and major conservative publications. I also met, and quickly married, a woman who was equally passionate about defending the unborn, and an even more talented writer. Together we organized pro-life events, grilled presidential candidates on abortion at the Iowa caucuses, penned articles, published podcasts, and gave money, time, sweat, and tears to make abortion not only illegal, but unthinkable. Most of our writing focused on demonstrating the personhood of the unborn, calling out the legal double standard that abortion creates, and rebutting logical fallacies and outdated science used by abortion proponents. Though we are a Christian family, we rarely bring faith into the abortion discussion because our moral and logical syllogisms against abortion don't require any religious belief at all. Like many pro-life activists, we got used to hearing about so-called exceptions, rape, incest, fetal abnormalities, and life of a mother. We were informed that our privilege allowed us to advocate for life, while others in more difficult circumstances needed the choice of legal abortion. They insisted that we were not allowed to have an opinion on the morality or legality of any abortion, so long as someone, somewhere, was facing a specific hardship to which we could not personally relate. Over this time, we were also blessed with 3 little boys. As soon as we found out about each of them, we tracked their growth and watched their development by ultrasound, awed by the miracle of new life. We read to them, sang to them, and prayed for them. Last fall, at a family get-together, our boys were playing outside with their cousins when my mom came outside and took a seat next to me on the porch swing. Watching them play, her eyes started welling up. She turned to me and said that she was so glad that I was born, and that my family existed. It was a sweet sentiment, but her tone told me that there was more to the statement than was actually said. My mind didn't leave that porch swing for months. At the end of the year, I finally emailed her to ask what she meant, and whether there was more behind the words. There was. I knew my parents had come from a lifestyle of drugs, alcohol, and promiscuity before beginning their walk with Christ about the time I was born, but I never realized how close that lifestyle was to erasing my existence. My mom was the mom in all the typical abortion debates. She had been married early and had 1 child, then that marriage blew up and she fell into alcohol and drug abuse, the young, impoverished, single mom drifting between boyfriends and struggling to make sense of her life. Along the way, she became pregnant with other children who would have been my siblings, but I never got to meet them. She was poor. She was afraid. She was alone. She wasn't sure she could care for them. Society had convinced her that abortion was the answer, so she made appointments and terminated the pregnancies. And then she got pregnant with me. Still poor. Still afraid. Still alone. Still unsure of if, or how, she could care for 2 children, but she told me something had changed. When I found out I was pregnant with you, she wrote, I was working as a bartender at the airport. I had had a long time to think about my former actions. Abortion was, naturally, on the table, but I was so ashamed of my abortions. Probably immediately after the last abortion, or maybe when I saw the billboard with the tiny feet held between the giant adult fingers, fetus at 10 weeks. I realized that it was a baby, not a cluster of cells, and the child was innocent. I decided I might never have a happy marriage and a good husband, but I determined I was not ever going to have another abortion. She was still the poster child for an abortive situation, but Mom saved me, kept me, and raised me. She couldn't see past her circumstances, but she still chose not to take my life. And, as they typically do, circumstances changed. A few months after I was born, she married my dad. They moved out of Orlando to a rundown old farmhouse, and our family learned to clear land, grow food, raise animals, cook, homeschool, and more. They were still poor, and now they were in a strange place where they knew no one, a couple of city slickers learning to run the farmstead that time forgot. But we were a family, and we learned, grew, struggled, and rejoiced together. And it almost didn't happen. My entire life, my memories, my accomplishments, my family, my children, were one pro-life billboard away from being snapped out of existence. I wasn't just another child in just another circumstance. I was the exception. I was the hardship, the limitation, the obstacle, and one many mothers would have opted to abort. Suddenly, abortion was no longer theoretical to me. It was an enemy that had threatened my life before I was born, without regard to my future, desires, hopes, or dreams. All of this was still on my mind a couple weeks later when my wife excitedly told me that she was pregnant again. We opted for the early DNA test and found out that little boy number 4 was on the way, which on one hand meant we could keep recycling baby clothes, but on the other, meant we would have to dig deeper into our shrinking stack of boy names. We eventually landed on Zion Alexander, who would follow our other boys in having a biblical first name and a middle name from one of America's prominent founders. We joyfully dusted off the baby clothes and the recently demoted infant car seat, taking inventory of what we still had and what we might need to replace. We joked about more sleepless nights and frantic diaper changes. We tracked every week of his growth and development and shared a joyful announcement to family and friends. At 20 weeks, we went in for an ultrasound and were told that there were some potential problems that we might have to monitor going forward. Having seen some early concerns evaporate with our other boys, we didn't worry too much, just committed Zion to prayer for normal, healthy growth. But normal was not in God's plans for us this time. 1 week later, my wife was at a strawberry patch with the boys when she got a call from our perinatal provider that she needed to come in quickly. They didn't say why. She called me at work, and after dropping the kids off with a friend, we went together. When we arrived, they brought us back for another ultrasound and spent nearly an hour measuring and taking snapshots of our baby's heart, brain, and more. As usual, we talked to each other and the technician about baby Zion, joking about his squirms and kicks, and melting at the sight of his cute little face and profile. Then, somewhat abruptly, the visibly uneasy tech left and told us a doctor would be with us shortly. We knew something wasn't right and spent the next few minutes in prayer as we waited for the doctor to arrive. But knowing something was wrong didn't soften the impact of what that something was. The scan had found that our beautiful baby boy had a number of serious complications with his heart and brain. Combined with other telltale signs visible in the ultrasound, the evidence pointed to a heartbreaking diagnosis, trisomy 18. My wife and I sat stunned as the doctor explained the fatal condition to us and told us that, in all likelihood, our son would either be stillborn or not live long after delivery. In that moment, everything changed. Months of anticipation and imagination, dreaming of our future with this little one, suddenly turned into questions we had hoped to never ask, and the unthinkable pain of having to say goodbye to a child who had already carved out so big a space in our hearts. Then, as we silently mourned, the doctor's masked mouth began moving again, letting us in on the reason we had been summoned so quickly. Please don't be offended, but I have to let you know that it's an option to terminate your pregnancy. My mind reeled. We just spent the last hour with the technician and the last 5 minutes with the doctor, talking about our little boy. He won't roll over for me. Do you have a name for him? There's his nose. He. Him. His. Now, minutes later in the selfsame conversation, our son was unpersoned. He was a pregnancy to be terminated, a complication to be avoided, and a threat to my wife's health and mental well-being. That immediate, dramatic shift didn't happen in reality. Our son was still the same as he had been when we walked into the office. He was still just as human and just as alive as he had been every day since conception, the inarguable biological starting point of human life. But a change certainly did happen in the minds of the medical staff. To them, he was already dead, and our choice not to abort him was just an unnecessary headache and expense for everyone involved. I know this because after we emphatically, repeatedly declined abortion and said we wanted to keep him, they continued to offer it in calls and subsequent appointments, even in apparent violation of state law, which bans abortions after 20 weeks. They also never send our chart or the promised appointment request to pediatric cardiology because they just don't do that for trisomy babies. We weren't offered options. We weren't offered care or counseling. We weren't offered hope. Shocked and horrified at the sudden switch in demeanor from our medical team, we reached out to our trusted midwife, who had delivered our last baby, and was supporting us through this pregnancy as well. She, and many other moms and medical folks since, informed us that this treatment was common and was bound to get worse as things progressed. We heard stories of parents having to fight for critical tests, NICU procedures, and even basic comfort care for little ones who weren't expected to live long. We were told that many trisomy babies die of malnutrition because they cannot yet nurse and hospital staff don't want to bother with a feeding tube. Expectations shape reality, and this causes a real problem in an environment where expectations can dictate life and death treatment decisions. As soon as our son was diagnosed with trisomy, he ceased being a baby boy and became a statistic to them. It felt like they calculated the likelihood of his death either in utero or shortly after birth, and decided that his life was now less important than the relative inconvenience of keeping him alive. Andrew Breitbart wasn't wrong when he said politics was downstream from culture. But it's also upstream, and around, and within. Politics is one spoke in the ever-turning wheel of human civilization, along with culture, faith, family, business, education, and entertainment. Each spoke influences, and is influenced by, those around it. My mother faced an abortion culture being hoisted up on the shoulders of the sexual revolution. That culture rolled through America's other institutions, leaving deep ruts in the medical field. For doctors and nurses trained since Roe, abortion is just another chapter in the study guide. It's an option to be exercised at the patient's request, and frequently less expensive and complicated than the alternative. This is why Twitter is full of people mindlessly repeating abortion is healthcare. It's what they have been deliberately taught by an entire generation of medical professionals and educators. And the posture of the industry toward our little boy shows it. Trisomy babies, from the view of many medical professionals, are a waste of time, effort, and resources. There is pressure to abort these precious children as soon as the diagnosis comes in. Across cases of trisomy, not just trisomy 18, abortion is committed in over 95% of cases, usually before there's even a chance to see whether they're compatible with life or not. There's really no way to avoid calling this what it is. It's eugenics, happening right here and right now, in America. Our medical industry has judged these children defective, and their parents have judged them not worth the trouble of keeping alive. I could tell you that these diagnoses are often wrong, or that they shouldn't give up on our baby because there's a chance he could survive. I could tell you stories of families who stared at similar ultrasound reports and then ended up delivering perfectly healthy babies. But that would undercut the universal moral principle at stake here. Our son deserves the best care we can give, even if he's going to die. We aren't oblivious to medical facts. We know that even if our little Zion doesn't have trisomy 18, he has serious complications that may not allow him to live independently, and if he does in fact have trisomy, there may be more problems that we cannot yet see. We know his prognosis is grim. We know that he might be stillborn or die shortly after birth, with or without surgical interventions. But my son is no exception in that sense. We are all dying. Every human being is chained to the iron hasp of mortality. Some chains just have more links than others. This realization should change the way we view ourselves and each other. The difference between the NICU baby and the elderly war veteran in hospice is neither humanity nor personhood, value nor worth. It's time. One had years of independence. The other may only get minutes. But in those precious minutes, there is care to be provided, love to be given, grief to be borne, comfort and hope to be grasped. We don't know how long our son will live on this earth, but it doesn't matter. He is very much alive and very much a person, right here, right now. We sing to him and talk to him, and he responds by kicking and squirming. We want him to hear music, to feel laughter, and to know love every single moment he's with us. None of these commitments are products of circumstance, but rather, products of relationship and responsibility. We love and care for our children. That's what it means to be a parent. Abortion advocates keep reminding us that there's a huge variety of difficult circumstances that can apply to pregnancy, and there certainly are. Some babies are conceived in rape, some in incest. Some are born into poverty and hardship. Some, like our little Zion, have genetic defects and malformed organs and are unlikely to live very long. Many more will be born into poverty, substance abuse, and broken homes, where they will likely experience pain and sadness, for at least a while. But while these circumstances are typically part of the argument for abortion, I think they actually undergird one of the most persuasive cases against it. Life confounds our attempts to predict or limit the reach of human potential, regardless of origin, and history is replete with men and women who overcame terrible disadvantages to become heroes and icons. But whether or not such exploits are likely for any given child, such hope actually forms the weaker argument for life. The stronger argument lies in the simple, morally intuitive truth that when someone is facing hardship, pain, or death, it is incumbent upon decent people to shelter, provide, heal, and love, while we can. Shouldn't those most exposed to the hardship, pain, and evil of the world also get the chance to see good? If our baby will only experience a few hours of life outside the womb, where he will feel pain and fear before slipping into eternity, doesn't he deserve every bit of peace and protection we can muster now? Should he not be completely, and legally, protected from another person seeking to end his life prematurely for their own convenience? Shouldn't children conceived in rape or incest discover that not all of life is violence and trauma, and that there can be healing after harm? Shouldn't babies born in poverty have the chance to find out that poverty doesn't equal misery? To learn that even if their circumstances never change, they are just as likely to experience and cherish things like family, creativity, community, and faith, gemstones of human happiness most often mined far under the fertile subsoil of wealth and ease? Shouldn't we welcome the poor, the weak, the vulnerable, and the dying into our world, in order that they might also know peace, love, and hope? My mom didn't know what my future would be. In her circumstances, it was hard to imagine that anything but hardship and heartache would come from my birth. But she realized that once I was conceived, she and I were in this together, no matter what. Her hardships would be mine too, and my pain would be hers, and it still is. My mom and dad still cry when I suffer, and still smile when I laugh. Life has glued us together. I don't know what little Zion's future will be. I don't know if he will beat the odds and survive his condition beyond birth. I don't know if he'll ever walk or talk. I don't know if he'll ever know that it was my voice that sang to him in the womb. But we are bound forever as father and son, and I owe him the same love and care I give our other boys. My wife and I are not choosing whether to be Zion's parents. We are already his parents, and the only choice left to us now is what kind of parents we will be. Because at the end of the day, there are no exceptions. In order for exceptions to exist, there must first be a rule. No snowflake is exceptional, because every snowflake is unique. There is no normal against which to determine exceptionality. In the same way, no human being is an exception, because humanity is not standardized. Our talents, our lifespans, our personalities, perceptions, and experiences are unique in history. Individual human beings are not exceptional. Humanity is exceptional, and we are exceptional in that we are human. And that's why the rule must be life.
And I do, like I said, greatly appreciate all the things that these parents are doing to try to be pro-life, but rather to know that they did something right, because that's what she believes about her own abortion, that she did something right, and she just wants people to be able to laugh about that, even in the wake of what she would consider, our rights being taken away when it comes to abortion. But I am worried about how they go about doing that. And that is where, and we've seen this a lot, and where a lot of pro-lifers are using very utilitarian, very pragmatic arguments
And
to
I do,
argue
like I said,
for
greatly
life
appreciate all the
instead
things
of
that
the
these parents
ultimate
are doing to
argument,
try to,
which is the word of God. Be pro-life. Ja, och vi and I do, like I said, greatly appreciate all the things that these parents are doing to try to
And that's why I think it's
be
important to
pro-life.
understand something here. You see, because if you just use pragmatic type arguments and they're just opinions, why shouldn't somebody else use opinions to the contrary, right?
Exactly.
How do you decide whose opinions are the right one? And one of the things that I've said a lot is that people need to understand when you look at issues like abortion, gay marriage, the gender issues, euthanasia, pedophilia, and so on, they're not all different problems. They're all the same problem. They're different symptoms. The problem is when you build your thinking on man's word, then anything goes in regard to all those issues. But when you build your thinking on God's word, then you know what's right and what's wrong.
So it's the title of it. It's hard to read that.
This was
but
a sick article.
It's a sick article.
I didn't even, that's what we like to read
Alison
it,
Leiby,
because as I've often said, abortion is nothing less than child sacrifice to the God of self.
Oh.
That's what it is. And to get people to laugh at that. And, you know, this whole Roe versus Wade thing, you know, even though that's not the topic of this paper, but nonetheless it's mentioned in here, but that's where a lot of people are being told false ideas about that too, because a lot of the left are out there saying abortion has now been banned, you know, because Roe versus Wade is overturned, therefore abortion is, that's not even true.
we wish it was. We wish it was. We wish it was.
People need to understand, when you look at issues like abortion, gay marriage, the gender issues, euthanasia, pedophilia, and so on, they're not all different problems. They're all the same problem. They're different symptoms. The problem is when you build your thinking on man's word, then anything goes in regard to all those issues. But when you build your thinking on God's word, then you know what's right and what's wrong.
We wish it was. We wish it was. We wish it was.
And so ultimately, if you're just arguing up at the level of worldview, it's just a clash of worldviews. It's just your opinions. But the solution is people need to trust the word of God and trust Jesus Christ for salvation and build their thinking on God's word to have a true biblical worldview. If ultimately we're not dealing with the foundational issue, then you can say all these other things about, well, you know, you're protecting the child and you're killing a human being if you abort and so on. And you say, yeah, all that's true. But if your argument's only up here, ultimately you'll lose in the long run, because unless people have the right foundation, they're not going to have the right worldview. If your argument's only up here, ultimately you'll lose in the long run, because unless people have the right foundation, they're not going to have the right worldview.
At the same time, though, when we're reading about these kind of articles, remember just to be praying for these parents, especially baby Zion. You know, this is a very hard situation that the parents are having to go through. But yeah, like Georgia was saying, that really is the major flaw of many of the pro-life groups today. They're basically saying we can keep our Bible out of it. We can just give them the evidence, just give them the science. But really, it's something we've been saying for a long time. It's not an evidence issue. It's a heart issue. And that's the reason why they're going to kill their child, because they're trying to sacrifice their child onto that God of self. And so throughout... Really, it's something we've been saying for a long time. It's not an evidence issue. It's a heart issue. And that's the reason why they're going to kill their child, because they're trying to sacrifice their child onto that God of self. And so throughout... It's a heart issue, and that's the reason why they're going to kill their child, because they're trying to sacrifice their child onto that God of self. And so throughout, you know, the article, they mentioned groups like Florida Right to Life, you know, which of course a lot of the Right to Life groups are also very compromised in terms of that worldview as well. But basically, it comes down to adapting the myth of neutrality, right? They think that they can be neutral in these type of reasons, but like we say all the time, neutrality is a myth. There is no such thing. You either stand on man's word or you stand on God's word, and so that's what we're seeing here.
You know,
well, when you phrase it like that.
I had someone once who said to me, so what, it's human when it's developing in our womb, we're just animals. I had someone once who said to me, so what, it's human when it's developing in our womb, we're just animals.
Yeah.
See, that's the point.
Well, yeah, and people can argue, some people will say, well, you should argue that life begins at fertilization. Like, science is clear on this. Okay, so there's individuals that say, I agree, life begins at fertilization. That is a human baby, and you are killing it, and that's okay.
Yep, exactly.
You know, I mean, that's the thing. Like, all of those arguments can be pretty easily defeated.
The problem is when you build your thinking on man's word, then anything goes in regard to all those issues. But when you build your thinking on God's word, then you know what's right and what's wrong.
Because, again, they're not based on the word of God. And we want to argue that these are image bearers, regardless of what disease or disorder they may have, and they have a right to life because of that. And not just some arbitrary argument that can easily be defeated. We don't want to use that.
That's why it makes a big difference when somebody says to you, but the problem is when you build your thinking on man's word, then anything goes in regard to all those issues. But when you build your thinking on God's word, then you know what's right and what's wrong. That's your opinion. Say, no, no, this is what God's word says. I appeal to God as the authority. When they say they don't believe, the problem is when you build your thinking on man's word, authority, nonetheless, then anything goes in regard to all those issues. But when you build your thinking on God's word, that's where you're going to make sure you know what's right and what's wrong. You're appealing to the absolute word of God.
And she was saying, too, how
I also met, and quickly married, a woman who was equally passionate about defending the unborn, and an even more talented writer.
it's really interesting. Once this baby was diagnosed with trisomy 18, which is fatal most of the time, that the doctors really change their tune as to how they treat the baby, what the kind of care they're going to give her and all of that. And so
suddenly it's just a statistic.
Yeah, that's wrong. I mean, that's absolutely wrong. And I agree with them strongly on that point, that this individual needs to be, this baby is still a baby. Yeah. And nothing has changed. That's still a life worth saving and worth trying to save. But so, yeah, but we just need to remember that our arguments, our ultimate argument, those are all secondary arguments. The ultimate argument is the word of God.
I also met, and quickly married, a woman who was equally passionate about defending the unborn, and an even more talented writer.
And I do, like I said,
together we organized pro-life events, wrote presidential candidates on abortion at the Iowa caucuses, penned articles, published podcasts, and gave money, time, sweat, and tears to make abortion not only illegal, but unthinkable. Most of our writing focused on demonstrating the personhood of the unborn, calling out the legal double standard that abortion creates, and rebutting logical fallacies and outdated science used by abortion proponents.
So you can kind of
Though we are a Christian family, we rarely bring faith into the abortion discussion because our moral and logical syllogisms against abortion don't require any religious belief at all.
And so it's just a
like many pro-life activists, we got used to hearing about so-called exceptional rape, incest, and mutilate minorities, and life of the mother. We were informed that our privilege allowed us to advocate for life, while others in more difficult circumstances made the choice of legal abortion. They insisted that we were not allowed to have an opinion on the morality or legality of any abortion, so long as someone was facing a specific hardship to which they could not personally relate. Over this time, we were also blessed with so little girls. As soon as we found out about each of them, we tracked their growth and watched their development by ultrasound or by the abortion.
My unborn
We
son
read to them, sang to them, and prayed for them. Last fall, at a family get-together, our boys were playing outside with their cousins when my mom came outside and sat next to me on the porch stool. Watching them play, her eyes started welling up. She turned to me and said that she was so glad that I was born and that my family existed. It was a sweet sight, but in turn told her that there was more to the signal than was actually said. My mom didn't leave that porch for months. At the end of the year, I finally went to ask her to ask what she meant and whether there was more behind the words. There was. I knew my parents had come from a lifestyle of drugs, alcohol.
Really just trying to trivialize death, but it just reminds me of Luke 6:45, which says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. So really this just proves her heart is darkened. This just kind of reminds me of the whole shout your abortion kind of pro-death chant you're seeing throughout our culture of death today, and really just trying to trivialize death. But it just reminds me of Luke 6:45.
The gender issues, euthanasia, pedophilia, and so on.
Do not ask them
They're
that.
not all different
And
problems.
just as you want men to do to you,
they're different symptoms.
you also do to them
Problem.
likewise.
That's why I think it's important to understand.
So if you love those
you
who
see,
love
because
you,
if you just use
what credit is that to
pragmatic
you?
type
For
argument,
even
you build your
sinners love
thinking on
those
their
who love
job,
them.
and they're just opinions.
And
Why
if you
should
do
somebody
good
else
to
you
those
know
who
what's
do
right
good
and
to
what's
you,
contrary?
what credit is that to you?
How do you decide
For even
whose
sinners
opinions
do
are the
the
right
same.
one? And one of the
And if
things
you
that
learn
I
to
say a
love
lot
those
to
who
please
do
myself,
good to
people
receive
need to
back,
understand
God,
what
when you look at
credit
what's
is
very
that
true
to you?
answer.
abortion,
For
A time is coming, and is now come,
the gender
for the
to
dead
receive
human
as much
beings
back
will hear the voice of the
for
Son of
love
God,
your
who
enemies.
sent
They're
me.
not all
Do
different
good,
problems.
And
and
those
let
dead will not accept
hoping for
glory
nothing in return.
will live.
The
And
problem
your
And my
is
reward
judgment
will
is
be
just.
on man's
For
word.
you
For as
will
the
be
self,
slain
I
of
can
the
do
Most
nothing.
High.
Goes in
For
regard
he
to
I
is
judge
powerful
only
to
as I
uplift
hear.
thinking
and
on
evil.
God's
I have
word.
come in my
Therefore
Father's
be
name,
merciful,
and you do not
what's right.
accept
just
what's
as your
wrong.
Father also
But I know
is
you.
merciful.
I know that you do not
Judge
refuse to
not,
come to me.
People need to
and
have
you
understand,
shall
when
not
you
be
look at
judged.
issues like
And since you
Condemn
accept
not,
glory from
and
one
you shall
another,
not be
you will
condemned.
accept him.
Forgive.
You know that you do
and
not
you
have the
will be
love
forgiven.
of God as a lamp
Give,
that burned
and
and
it will
gave
be given
light.
to you.
How can
Good
you
measure,
believe
pressed
in your
down,
hearts
shaken
for a
together,
time, but do
and
not
running
seek the
over will
glory
be put
that
into
comes
your
from the
bosom.
only God?
For with the
Father
same
who sent
measure
me
that you
in your
use,
hearts
it will be
to
measured
enjoy
back
his
to you.
light. Your
And he
accuser
spoke a
is
parable
on
to
whom
them.
your hopes are set.
Can the
If
blind
you
lead the
believed
blind?
Moses,
Will
you
they
would
not
believe
both
me,
fall into the
God,
ditch?
for he, Moses,
The
who wrote
disciple is
about
not
me.
above his teacher.
And
But
those who
everyone
hear,
who is
do not
perfectly
think I will
trained
accuse you
will be
before
like
my
a son.
judgment is just.
And why do you
those who
look at the
hear.
speck in your
And
brother's
so
eye,
ultimately,
but do not
if you're just
perceive the
arguing up
plank
at the
in your
level of
own eye?
worldview, it's
Or
just
how
a
can you
clash of
say to your
worldviews.
brother,
It's
Brother,
just your opinions.
let me remove the
But
speck
the
that is in your
solution
eye,
is people need
when you
to trust
yourself
the
do
word
not
of God
see the plank
and
that is in your
trust
own eye.
Jesus Christ for
Hypocrite,
salvation and build
first
their thinking
remove the
on God's
plank
word
from
and
your
have a
own
true
eye,
biblical
and then
worldview.
you will
If
see
ultimately
clearly
we're
to
not
remove the
dealing with the
speck that is in your
foundational
brother's
issue,
eye.
then you
For
can
a
say all
good
these other
tree does
things
not
about,
bear bad
well,
fruit,
you're
nor
protecting
does
the
a
child
bad
and you're
tree
killing
bear
a human
good
being
fruit.
if you're
For
aborted and so
every
on.
tree is known by its
you
own
say,
fruit.
yeah, all that's
For
true.
men do not gather
But
figs from
if
thorns,
your argument's
nor
only
do
up
they
here,
gather grapes
ultimately
from a
you'll
bramble
lose in the
bush.
long run. Because
A good man
unless
out
people have
of
the
the
right
good treasure of
foundation,
his
they're not going to have
heart
the right
brings
worldview.
forth good, and an
Your
evil man
argument's
out
only
of
up
the
here,
evil treasure of
ultimately
his
you'll
heart
lose in the long
brings
run.
forth
Because
evil.
unless people have the
For
right
out of the
foundation, they're not
abundance
going
of
to
the
have the right
heart,
worldview.
his mouth
And
speaks.
really, this time though, when we're reading about this kind of articles, remember just to be praying for these parents, especially babies on. This is a very hard situation that the parent can have to go through what God desires and hate what God hates. And so
Why
like
do you
basically,
call
George was
me
saying that all these
Lord,
debates are
Lord,
basically to
and not
suppress
do the
any of the
things which I
pro-life groups
say?
today. They're basically
Whoever
saying
comes
we're
to me
Bible
and
out.
hears
God
my
can just
sayings
give them the
and does
evidence, just give them
them,
the
I
sign.
will
God
show
really
you
prefers
who
something
he
we've
is
been saying
like.
for a long time. You see
He
it
is like
all the
a
way through
man
and through
building a house,
throughout the
who
whole
does
why
deep
talking
and
about
lay the foundation on the rock.
before the Christ
And when the flood arose, the stream beat vehemently against
really
that
viewing the
house,
child as
and
like
could not
first,
shake
like
it,
not an
for it
evidence.
was
Well, it's all
founded on the
about
rock.
self, right?
But
I mean,
he
you're
who
talking about
heard
God
and did
himself.
not
I mean, she's saying,
is like a
well,
man
if this
who
was
built a house on
inconvenient
the
for
earth
me,
throughout
it
without
would
a
be such a burden
foundation,
on me
against which the
that I
stream beat
didn't want to
vehemently,
do this.
and even reached
None of those should be the way you
and the
judge
wind
yourself.
of
So
that
throughout
house
the
is
article, they
correct.
mentioned
God's word
groups
say,
like for the right to life,
begins at
which of course a lot of the right to
fertilization.
life
This
groups
is
are
the
also very
history of
compromised
the
in terms of
heavens
that
and the earth when
worldview
they
as
were
well.
created.
But basically, it comes
In the
down
day
to
that the
adapting
Lord
the myth
God
of
made the
neutrality,
earth
right?
and the
They think that
heavens,
they can be
before
neutral
any
in
plant
these
of the
type of
field was
reasons,
in
but
the
like we
earth,
say all the
and
time,
before
neutrality
any
is a myth.
herb
There
of
is
the
no
field
such
had
thing. You
grown.
either stand on man's
For the
word
Lord
or you
God had
stand on
not caused
God's
it to
word. So
rain
that's
in the
what we're
earth,
seeing here.
and there was no man to till the ground. But a mist went up from the earth and watered the
I had
whole face
someone
of the
once
ground.
who said to me,
And the Lord
so
God
what is
formed man
human?
of the
What's
dust of the
developing in our
ground,
world? We're just
and
animals.
breathed into his nostrils the
I
breath
had
of life,
someone once
and
who
man
said to
became a
me,
living being.
so what is human? We know we're made in the image of God, and we know that murder is wrong. See, that's the point. It's interesting.
Well,
at
yeah,
the
and
end, she
people
said
can
after
argue,
her
some people
show,
say, well,
she
you should argue
cried
that life
from
begins
her
at fertilization. Like,
sadness
science
and
is
anger
clear on
about the
that.
loss of civil liberties for so many. In other words, because of the Roe versus Wade thing, you know what she should be crying
Okay,
for?
so there's
She should be
individuals that
crying for the
say,
dead
I
children.
agree, life begins
The
at
children that have been
fertilization.
murdered
That
in
is
their
a human
wombs.
baby,
That's
and
what
you
she
are
should be
killing it,
crying
and that's
for.
okay.
Yep,
You know, I mean, that's the thing. Like, all of those arguments can be pretty easily defeated because, again, they're not based on the word of God. We want to argue that these are image bearers, regardless of what disease or disorder they may have, and they have a right to life because of that, and not just some arbitrary argument that can easily be defeated. We don't want to use that.
That's why it makes a big difference when somebody says to you,
I mean, what father
that's
doesn't
your
want to go
opinion,
into
say,
battle with
no,
more arrows and
no, this is what God's word says. I appeal to God as the authority. When they say they don't believe that, it's okay, you don't believe it, but He is the authority nonetheless.
So yeah, we need to make sure we're always standing on God's word.
That's why you're going to make sure that that's the authority you're appealing to. You know, if you go to my Facebook
and she was
today,
saying
I
too
made a
how
post
it's really
about
interesting
the
once this
governor
baby was diagnosed
of
with
Michigan.
trisomy 18, which is
Anyone in
fatal
the
most of
audience
the
today
time,
from Michigan?
the doctors really changed their
with you.
tune as to how they
She
treat
used
the
to come
baby,
here to
how
the
they,
Gracie Museum,
what the
actually.
kind of care
She
they're
used to
going to
go
give
through
her
the
and all
theatre
that.
and wonderfully
And
made.
so
It's
that's
just a statistic, which,
yeah,
by the way,
that's
we're tripling
wrong.
in
I mean,
size.
that's
The new exhibit
absolutely
area,
wrong, and I agree with them
there in
strongly
the
on that
Palm
point that this
Plaza area, we have
individual needs to
construction
be,
going on
this
behind there. We're
baby is
tripling
still still a baby.
in size. The fearfully
And
and
nothing
wonderfully
has
made
changed. That's
exhibit's going
still
to be absolutely
a light worth
outstanding. Nothing
saving
like
and
it
worth
in the
trying
world.
to save.
But the reason I mentioned her is because,
we
she said
just need to
recently
remember that
about
our arguments
Roe
are
versus
ultimate
Wade and
arguments.
so
Those
on,
are all
and she
secondary arguments.
wants to
The ultimate
protect
argument is the
abortion
word of God.
in
Absolutely, yeah.
abortion in Michigan for the sake of the children and the grandchildren.
Like, wait a minute.
Wait a minute, she wants to kill the children.
What? Yeah, where are they
Basically,
gonna
what the
be?
middle community sees today in terms of our preborn neighbors, basically saying that money, effort, and convenience is more important than the life of that child. So
they don't
throughout the
even think
article, basically, that's what they're
logically.
saying.
Well,
They
they're not
don't
the
know before they found out about this diagnosis, they were talking about baby
I
Zion,
mean, you have a
the baby,
fantastic
they're all
book that's
excited,
based on
and all
the
of a sudden
exhibit, the
that
Fearfully and Wonderfully
diagnosis
Made
came in.
exhibit. So
All
you
of a
can
sudden
kind of
Zion
take the
became just a
exhibit home with
statistic,
you
just
and be able to have
inconvenience for
all of the
everyone
text
involved
from
in
the
what they kept
exhibit as
saying.
well as the
And I guess they
images.
kept pounding them after
And
that
so
over
it's
and
just a
over again.
fantastic way to
So
really
I guess,
introduce
that's
this
just
to
a
people
good
and help
example
them
of Isaiah
understand
5.
this.
Very good pro-life resource. And right outside as well, we even have the apparel, the clothes, if you have a
woe to those who call
good and good evil.
All right.
God, I seek not to please myself, but God, when very truly I tell you, a time is coming and is now come, for the dead human beings will hear the voice of the Son of God, who sent me.
This next article is also
And those dead will not accept glory from here, will live. And my judgment is just. For as myself, I can do nothing. I judge only as I hear. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not accept me. But I know you. I know that you do not refuse to come to me to have life. You. And since you accept glory from one another, you will accept him. You know that you do not have the love of God as a lamp that burned and gave life. How can you believe in your hearts for a time, but do not seek the glory that comes from the only God? Father who sent me in your hearts to enjoy your life. Your accuser is on whom your hopes are set. If you believed Moses, you would believe me, God, for Moses, he wrote about me. And those who hear, do not think I will accuse you before my judgment is just, and those who hear will live.
But I am worried about how they go about doing that. And that is where, and we've seen this a lot, and where a lot of pro-lifers are using very utilitarian, very pragmatic arguments to argue for life instead of the ultimate argument, which is the word of God.
Really?
Want to try Ozempic?
Not really.
So this is Ozempic. It has a
Ideas really do control the world, for the world acts the way it thinks. And what is an idea? It is not something you eat or drink or wear. An idea isn't a physical location to which you go. An idea is a thing of thought. Today we are familiar with the term ideology as it applies to individuals and to groups, both nationally and internationally. The struggle that is taking place in the world today is a drama of ideas which lead to human conduct in the life of the individual and in the life of the nation. And ideas are contagious. They start in the minds of individuals and groups and gradually spread until the whole world is influenced by them. For instance, Jesus had the idea that God is right where you are, that there is a law of good.
In a new ordered world, the first thing we need to set in order is simple words that we hear every day, that we read all the time, that we believe or don't believe in. Specifically, this word. In America, this word is kind of like the fundamental glue that holds, held, and I believe it still holds. Now, let's try to look at this word in a different perspective. So, if we are going to order the world now, in America, our currency says, "In we trust." Oh, if we're gonna say God is love, that would make sense. But we're looking at the people in our society today. It's very hard to argue that there seems to be any of this going on. Based on the actions, based on the behaviors, based on the words people are using. So, I don't know. That has affected how we trust. Because what is trust?
Here's the definition of trust. Firm belief in the reliability, truth, ability, or strength of someone or something.
So, how do we make this fit with our current motto, our declaration? It's pretty simple, if you ask me. Watch. So, if we pledge our allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Indivisible. Undividable. Yet, our country is split into Republicans, Democrats, liberals, conservatives. It's nobody's fault. It was inevitable that this would happen. Our forefathers knew that. That is why I know we find these truths to be self-evident. Self-evident. You know, it's self-evident. You just know it through yourself. All men are created equal. Now, does that mean all women aren't created equal? If you ask me, yes, all women are not created equal. Every woman is unique. And I mean, in my personal comparison of men and women, men are pretty much the same, and every woman is one way. You know, women are from Venus, men are from Mars. It was in God we trust. How about we back up and say, a God we trust is love isn't so easy to trust. I'll be the first to admit that. So let's keep this on the back. What is a God we love to trust? I trust. You trust. We trust. not really from Scripture, but
How does it?
now if we're going to talk about the Scripture God, again, the only lesson in that book is to teach you God is love. God is the creator. Our mother, our father, they are the creators. So, if you are somebody who believes in God and prays to the Heavenly Father while your father and mother are sitting right in front of you, you are not getting it. That book that so many people hold on to, it is an amazing book. Beyond its purposes of faith and whatever, that book is the original Ancestry.com for essentially one ruling family lineage that ruled humanity in all of human history until you get to the end. So what am I talking about? Great question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 gods. I put my trust in.
Dear friends, whoever does not love does not know God, because God is love.
To come and they know them. It's just the way people was live. Can be looked at as an ascended master or a good man or a teacher. Now he just wants to pray.
Then Jesus spoke to Moses saying, the scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Therefore, whatever they tell you to observe, that observe and do. But do not do it according to their works. For they say and do not do. For they bind heavy burdens, cause to burn, and lay them on men's shoulders. But they themselves do not do it. While their works they want to be seen by men, they make their phylacteries and enlarge the borders of their girdles. They let the greetings in the marketplaces, and to be called by men, Rabbi, Rabbi. But you, do not be called Rabbi, because one is the teacher. And you are all brothers. Do not call anyone on earth your father, for one is the teacher. He who is in heaven, and do not be called your children, for one is your
I don't buy the fact that your identity is
among you shall be your servant, and whoever exalts himself will be humbled.
Too often, we Christians, since the culture is crumbling all around us, we're looked at as people who are just the naysayers. But tell us what you're against. You're against this, you're against that, you're against the Equality Act, you're against this other thing. What?
It's a self-sacrificial action in which you take on the burden of someone else for yourself.
Why don't you tell us what we're for? Okay, I'll tell you what we're for.
This is John McCrae. What do you mean for crossexamine.org?
And the world listens to them. They are from the world, and therefore speak from the viewpoint of the world. You, dear children, are from God, and have overcome them, because the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world.
When people claim to not believe in Christianity, and you ask them what they believe, what?
And this is his command, to believe in the name of his Son, Jesus Christ. God is love.
One of the most popular slogans that you'll hear is that
we're for the human flourishing, and the best way to flourish humans in a society is to
love one another as he commanded us.
is to recognize the man-woman relationship over any other relationship, because the reason the government's involved in marriage to begin with is to perpetuate and stabilize society.
But what they mean by that is probably not what you think it means. Let's talk about what they really mean when they say it, and what exactly is wrong with that conception of God.
And the relationship that does that is a man-woman relationship. It procreates, and then it brings forth citizens who are going to be good citizens if they're brought up in a right home, and that perpetuates and stabilizes society.
And God in them. The one who keeps God's commands lives in him, and he in them.
And we are for every child having a mother and a father, because every child deserves a mother and a father.
In our culture today, we think of love to be mostly a feeling. We think we love someone when we have really, really strong positive feelings for them, and we think that they love us if we feel that they have really strong positive feelings towards us as well. So when people say that they believe in a God of love, what they usually mean is that they believe that God has these overwhelmingly positive feelings towards them, and that God wants them to feel happy and positive feelings themselves.
And the whole LGBTQ movement is moving in the opposite direction. It says children don't need a mother and a father. It says that homosexual relationships are just as good for everybody, and society is heterosexual relationships. When in fact,
though love can and often does contain positive feelings towards someone, if that's all that we mean by love, then that isn't the kind of love that any of us truly want deep down. Think about it.
They can't be. Just biologically, they can't be. Because you don't perpetuate a society through homosexuality.
Love is just a feeling, and that means that the type of love that someone has for us entirely depends on those feelings, which can change as people and life experiences change. There isn't any real security in this, and that's why you often hear people leaving their spouse because they fell out of love.
And so, now, people are going to interpret this as I'm attacking them individually. No,
contrary to this, true love is a far greater idea of love that most of us really do want. A better way to think of true love can be found in the love that a good parent has towards their children.
I don't buy the fact that your identity is what you do sexually. That's right. Your identity is not what you do sexually. Your identity, at least as we Christians believe, our identity is in Christ. Our identity is not what we do. Our identity is in who we are.
Your parent, think about how you love that child.
We know it by the Spirit he gave us.
In the sense that we've accepted the free gift of salvation, that we're God's children and we've been redeemed.
Then I want you to recall all those times that you
recognize the Spirit of
kids
God.
just didn't seem as cute to you as they once did in that moment.
In fact, and even if you don't believe in all that, your identity is not in who you do. Your identity is the fact that you're a human being.
In fact, there's a lot of times when the kids may have been mean,
and whoever knows God
and ungrateful,
listens to
and it's in those times that you
but
may
whoever
not
is
have
not
had
from
those
God
same overwhelming positive feelings towards your kids.
This is how we
that you
recognize the
But
Spirit of
nonetheless, you still love your child, and the reason that you know you do is not
whether you have a desire to sleep with a same sex or opposite sex.
Because you feel those positive feelings towards them, because in some moments you might not have those feelings, but because you're willing to help and serve them no matter how you feel. That kind of love is far greater
that Jesus Christ has come in the space.
And mercy and faith.
He's the Son of God.
His feelings. This true love is a spirit that does not need and the well-being of both your own. You're willing to take on their burdens yourself because
These you ought to have done without leaving the
love is going to cost you the spirit. Your love for your kids is going to cost
Which you have heard is coming, and even now is already.
And that's why the love that you have.
Question. One of my professors a few years ago, kind of going back to the whole transgender issue, she made the distinction between gender and sex.
Not kid is one of the deepest and clearest demonstrations of love that humans can experience, and it's not based purely on positive feelings and emotions, but instead it's an action.
So sex is your biology, and that can't change. But gender, you know, some of the things like how you dress or the different roles you take in society, that's what can be fluid, and that's what you change. How would you respond to that distinction, and would you agree with it or disagree?
It's a self-sacrificial action in which you take on the burden of someone else for yourself.
Okay. Well, historically, no. Gender and sex are the same thing. But if you want to say that some people, while having a definite biology, have a different belief system about they're,
Only those who are awake.
well, see, it depends. It depends on whether or not they're thinking their biology is what it is, and they just have what they think are feelings of the opposite sex.
Okay, this is how we know that he lives in us.
If true love is not a feeling, but instead it's an action, then when people say that they believe in a God of love, then the question now becomes, how do you know that this God is a God of love?
That would be called gender dysphoria. That's what that is, okay? The problem is, it seems like our culture is saying,
what sacrificial action did it take for God to demonstrate his love for you? Or better yet, what did loving you cost God?
Well, the biological sex means nothing. And following your heart.
If they believe in the God of Scripture, then it actually makes sense when they say that God loves them. Not only does the Bible say that God is love, but also God proved his love with action. Only
your gender thoughts are everything.
In Christianity, does God show us that he loved us by taking on human flesh, and he came into our world, lived the life that we should have lived, died the death that we should have died, and then offered the life that he lived to us in our place for the reasons that we freely chose to do wrong?
And first of all, I don't think that's true. I think
offered the life that he lived to us in our place for the reasons that we freely chose to do wrong. He took on our burdens for himself as a way to serve us. And
you can't change your biology, you can change your mind.
He took on our burdens for himself as a way to serve us in love. And even more, he did this not for his own benefit, but for ours.
And secondly, it creates all these difficulties in our society. Not only from sports, but women's locker rooms, where a man can just say, I feel like a woman today, and go in.
So when it comes to all of these other conceptions of God, what better example of love do we have than this?
And if you're going to say there's a difference between your sex and your gender, then you are talking about what is called gender dysphoria. And this has created problems, obviously. So people can say whatever they want, that there's a difference between the two, but I think quite obviously that you can't change your biology, you can change your mind.
That can make God truly loving in this real and true sense of the word. In fact, I don't even know of any other religious text that describes love as being one of God's primary and essential attributes in the first place.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, John.
So, with all that being said, when people say that they believe in a God of love, but it isn't the Christian God, then my first thought is to wonder how they know that their God loves them.
Oh, Jerusalem, Jerusalem.
Only in Christianity can we truly know that God loves us, despite our lack of love that we once had towards him. And it's only in Christianity that we truly have a God of love.
You have to say for people who don't fit in your definition of man or woman. I'm a biologist. I understand the biology. Are you saying that a woman is only a person who has two X chromosomes and a man who is someone who only has an X and a Y chromosome?
I think that's the scientific definition.
Now, if you're interested in hearing me talk more about Christianity and culture, you can check out my YouTube channel called What Do You Mean? And for more exclusive content from myself and other apologists, make sure you subscribe.
All right. Thanks, John.
It's a self-sacrificial action in which you take on the burden of someone else for yourself. All right?
It's actually not, because there can be people with XXY, there can be Y chromosome aggregation. The way that this biology works is that you have genes. Those genes make proteins. Those proteins develop the traits that you define as men and women. They develop the features that you define as male. They develop the genitalia. But you can be a woman with female genitalia and be XY. You can be a man, but you can have XX chromosomes.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about, Grace. You're talking about a very rare condition known as intersex. Right.
1 in 100 people experience chromosomal differences in sex.
Okay, but not 1 in 100 have different genitalia or ambiguous genitalia.
And what do you say to those people?
Well, what you say is that's a situation that is not the norm. We're not saying that they're not people, obviously. As I understand it, maybe you know more about it than me, when you do have a truly intersex person, at that point, the parents, or when they're old enough, they can decide which way they're going to orient themselves, and they can get the appropriate surgery. But that's not what we're experiencing now.
It's okay for people to decide their gender.
In that situation, but that's not what we're talking about in our culture. What we're talking about in our culture are people with perfectly normal functioning sexual organs trying to have them removed and trying to transition to another gender, which is impossible scientifically.
Have you ever doubted the term man? Have you doubted that you?
Oh, have I ever doubted I'm a man? No, I have never doubted.
Then what do you say to a transgender person who has never doubted their gender? You're saying that we all change, and that obviously transgenderism
There
is
is
a
no
product
fear in love.
of some kind of
But
phase,
perfect
but you've
love
never doubted that
drives
you're a
out
man.
fear.
No,
Where's your development of this change?
punishment.
Grace, I'm not denying
Whoever
there are
lives in love
truly with gender
lives
dysphoria.
in God.
I've already said that. What I'm saying is
Dear
the way out of that
friends,
problem
if our hearts
is
do
not
not
surgery
condemn us,
according to the
we
data.
have confidence before God.
Okay?
And He has given us
Psychiatry
this
is the way
command.
out of that
I also
problem.
don't
Anyone
agree with your
who loves
statement
God
that after
must
surgery,
also
you
love
implied
their
that
brother
transgender
and
people are
sister,
more likely to commit suicide
and
after
receive from
surgery.
Him anything we
But the
ask,
statistics
because
say
we
that
keep His
transgender
commands
people are
and
more
do
likely
what
to commit
pleases Him.
suicide because of
The
people
one
like
who fears
because
is
of
not
arguments
made
that you make that
perfect
they're
in love.
invalid.
No, I'm not saying they're invalid.
I'm just saying that you implied that it's the surgery that's causing suicide.
No, it's
rates.
not. What I'm saying is the surgery doesn't fix anything. That's the point. It's practically the same rate, whether they have the surgery or not.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed? There are many.
Say that again?
Have you ever heard of gynecomastia?
I had it.
And okay, so did you have that fixed?
Yes, I did.
And did that make you feel affirmed in your gender and comfortable in your body?
No, when I was in the Navy, nobody knows this, by the way.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
Jesus, now I'm revealing I need a HIPAA form to sign here or something.
You don't have to talk about it.
No, what I'm saying is, yes, I've had that myself and had it surgically removed when I was in the Navy. Yeah.
And do you feel more comfortable in your body and more affirmed in your gender because of that?
Well, it wasn't a gender thing for me. It was the fact.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
Well, I can't even get into it now because
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
it had nothing to do with my gender. Okay. So it had to do with a.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
It had to do with the fact that it looked really odd. Let me just put it that way. Okay. But
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
Grace, my point is if we truly care about people, are we going to try and force them down a road, particularly as children, into a solution to a problem which is proven not to be a solution?
Woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed? You just said that having that surgery made you feel better about yourself.
That has nothing to do with transgender surgery.
I woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
I wasn't changing my sex. I was having breast tissue removed. Okay, I was always a man.
You just said that having that surgery made you feel better about yourself.
Okay, so.
And say that I have XY chromosomes, but I'm born with female genitalia and female body types, but I believe I'm a man. Should I not be allowed to have that breast tissue removed?
As an adult, you can do whatever you want.
Yes, that's fine.
My problem is with the children. That's where I'm having a real problem.
Is there a magic button at 18 that instantly makes you feel like you know who you are and absolutely what your gender is?
No, well, I think for women it's probably like 15. For men it's 37. To be honest with you, okay? Because men don't develop as quickly as women, all right? But no, we've just chosen 18 kind of as the adulthood crossing point, although for some issues it's 21, like drinking, okay? So, no, maybe it's later than 18, okay? My big problem, and I would say this is somebody who's 37, that the surgery does not appear to help anyone. And if you want more data on this, you can go to sexchangeregret.com. Sex change regret. I just think this is, but I wouldn't even be talking about this issue unless I thought the current way the culture's going is hurting people. And it is. Take your children away from you. Why would I bring all this abuse on myself?
but you felt what every young woman
I'd just like to say that I
met
disagree.
felt
Okay.
at a certain
Thank
age,
you.
which is
Thank you, Grace.
uncomfortable with yourself. And it feels like you were exploited at that moment of weakness.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you said, it's completely normal for not only young girls, but often young boys too, to feel uncomfortable with themselves, uncomfortable with their bodies. But we have this ideology that is especially prevalent
Talk about
online.
taking advantage.
I just think this is
it's moving interview. There's a lot more.
and I don't care if it's
Thanks so much for coming.
once the
on.
government
So
says
sad
they're
about
going to
that.
take your children away from you, your 3-year-old thinks he's a girl.
But you felt what every young woman I've ever met felt at a certain age. Which is uncomfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, it's completely normal for not only young girls, but often young boys too, to feel uncomfortable with themselves, uncomfortable with their bodies. But we've got this ideology that is especially prevalent online. Just act like they never happened. You can't just take it back. And especially with surgeries, you know, a breast implant after a mastectomy is not the same thing as never having your breast taken off in the first place. So there's a lot of young women who are going through that, who had a double mastectomy at 16, 17, 18 years old, or even younger, that happens, who, you know, there's nothing you can really do to put that feeling of oneness and safety in your body back.
It's heartbreaking. I hope people are hearing you with open minds, with tolerance. Are they?
There's a lot of people out there, especially parents, who are really thankful for what I'm saying, because they see that their young girl or their young boy is going through this, and the school is telling them, you need to affirm them, they're trans, you need to transition them. All their doctors are telling them, you need to transition them. And these parents, they know that their child should not be having these cosmetic procedures. So there's a lot of parents who are really thankful. There are other young people who are really thankful that I'm saying what I'm saying, but obviously, you know, you have the trans activists and the trans community that exhibits some very unhealthy kind of cult-like dynamics who are really upset about this.
And you are so articulate and thoughtful at 23. It's remarkable.
Thank you.
People who have suffered like you have sometimes get deeper.
If you're not going to protect children,
like I said, I
ladies and
learned a lot.
what are you doing?
Thank you.
The decision for the child welfare system to become involved in the lives of families, potentially to the extent of removing children from their families and homes?
I was just wondering if you could bring up the source, like the thing that you said for the Joe Biden, like health and public.
Can I?
I am Helena.
Yeah, sure.
I'm 23 years old.
This is on an HHS website.
when I was
that was released
about 15,
the day the president put out Trans Visibility Day.
I had an eating disorder.
It says there's no scientifically sound research showing negative impacts from providing gender-affirming care. Let me stop right there. They're talking about it in the context of gender-affirming care on children.
I don't like how I'm treated.
And of course,
as a cis person.
it says there's been no scientifically sound showing negative impacts. There's no research anywhere on it.
I don't want to be that.
Because who's going to do research on giving kids vasectomies and puberty blockers? So the whole thing is a lie from the beginning. The decision for the child welfare system to become involved in the lives of families, potentially to the extent of removing children from their families and homes, should be done with the utmost care. They're setting this up
40 million
to
genders.
say,
And
parents,
that basically means that I'm mostly a girl.
you don't affirm your kids,
which is just like
they just might come and take
and then after
your
that
kid away.
I went to demi boy, and then after that I went to gender
I don't know what else to say.
and after
This
that
is-
I
you can look
eventually went
this up.
to trans boy. But
In
all
fact,
this took
let me give you the reference.
2 or 3 years of just going through this
March 31st, 2022, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration's National Child Traumatic Stress Network, another subset of the HHS, released a parallel document titled Gender Affirming Care is Trauma-Informed Care. So this document is called Gender Affirming Care is Trauma-Informed Care. Google that. See what you can find.
very unhealthy kind of cult-like dynamics who are really upset about this.
Man, you are so articulate and thoughtful at 23. It's it's remarkable.
Thank you.
People who have suffered like you have sometimes get deeper.
You're not going to protect children?
Like I said, I
Ladies and
learned a
gentlemen?
lot.
What are you going to
Thank you.
protect? The decision for the child welfare system to become involved in the lives of families, potentially to the extent of removing children from their
I don't buy the fact that your identity is what you do sexually.
And you know, too often,
Now, people are going to interpret this as I'm attacking them individually. No, I don't buy the fact that your identity is what you do sexually.
Tell us what you're
And
against.
so thank you for
You're
joining
against
us on this
you're against
voyage
that, you're
into
against the
limitless
Equality
light.
Act, you're against this other thing. Why don't you tell us what we're for? Okay, I'll tell you what we're for. We're
We're
for
about community,
human flourishing, and the best way to flourish humans in a society
all the time
is
in these
to
videos.
recognize the
It's
man-woman
great for people to have a sense
relationship
of
over any
oneness
other
and
relationship.
connectedness.
Because the
But it would be
reason
great
the
if that
government's
oneness and
involved in marriage
connectedness
to
was
begin
built
with is
around
the best way to
values that we could
stabilize
all share
society.
in. Fairness, equality,
relationship
goodwill,
that does
service,
that is a
love,
man-woman
togetherness. I'm talking about new
It
ways to
procreates,
organize
and then it
communities,
brings forth
new ways to organize
citizens
power,
who
new
are
ways
going
to
to be
collaborate
good
and
citizens if they're
communicate
brought up in
together.
the right
And perhaps
home,
it's because
and
you've
that
been invited to
perpetuates and
participate in a
stabilizes
spectacle
society.
that
And
might
we
be
are
good
for
for you.
every
And it's
child
certainly
having a mother and
distracting you
father,
from a
because
couple of
every
years that have been
child
really,
deserves a
really
mother and
weird.
father.
Look,
And
what
the
I'm
whole
interested in
LGBTQ
is
movement
truth
is
and
moving in the
openness and the
opposite
deep and
direction. It
difficult
says
reality
children
that
don't need a
truth
mother and a
is
father.
in some
It
ways
says
different
that
for all of us. That
homosexual
you might have
relationships
requirements
are
in
just
life
as
that
good
are
for
different from
everybody,
my
and
requirements in life.
society
So
is
the maximum
heterosexual
amount of individual and
relationships. In fact, they
collective and
can't be.
local freedom. Again,
Biologically, they can't
transparency
be.
instead of
Because
opacity,
you don't
openness
perpetuate
instead of
a society
closeness,
through
equal
homosexuality.
relationships and democratic
so-
relationships rather than
Now,
paternal,
people are gonna interpret
matriarchal, or
this as I'm
patriarchal relations where
attacking
you are
them
essentially a
individually.
child.
I don't buy
Although
the
you might
fact that
find that
your
rather
identity
charming,
is
and I
what
don't
you
blame you if you do, because it's very sweet and
Your
very well
identity
made
is
and
not
some
what
brilliant
you do
people that work
sexually.
for
Your
it.
identity,
But the reality
at
is
least
that
as we
it's
Christians
better.
believe,
The more
our
any
identity is in
centralized,
Christ.
coalescing,
Our identity is
coagulate
not
power
what we do.
is
Our
ultimately going to be bad for
identity is
people.
in who we
Where we
are,
aren't
in the
treated
sense
like
that we've
children.
accepted the free
If you're an English
salvation
person or a
for God's
British person,
children,
and like, or you live in this country,
even
and
if you
like
don't
me, you feel
believe
there's
in all
stuff in
that,
our system that we don't
your
know how it
identity
works,
is
how
not
it
in who you
controls
do.
us. We
Your
respond
identity
to
is the fact
symbols
that
of
you're a
power.
human
We
being.
respond to snakes and
not
fire and
letting you
heights.
have a
A
desire
lot
to
of
sleep
unusual
with
military
same sex
action,
or opposite
a
sex.
lot of weird biopolitical, medical stuff that's been odd, and I don't care what you believe in loads of ways,
So one of
but
my
I do
professors a
care
few years
that
ago,
you
kind of going back to the
inquire
whole
about what you're
transgender
being
issue,
fed by the
she laid the
machine that
distinction
seeks to
between
keep
gender
you
and
wedded
sex.
and welded
So
to
sex is your
systems of
biology,
dominance
and
and
that can't
ignorance.
change.
You
But
should be
gender,
perhaps
you know,
questioning
some of
power
the
now
things like how
more
you
than you
dress
ever
or the
have,
different roles you
questioning
take
where
in
power comes
society,
from,
that's
questioning
what
how
can be
power is
fluid,
rendered,
that's what
not
you
just
change.
blindly
How
thinking,
would
oh,
you
it's the
respond to
Queen,
that
it's patent
distinction?
bear, it's
Would
people
you
with
agree
flags.
with it or
We're not
disagree?
children.
Well,
We're still
historically,
monkeys
no.
in some ways.
Gender
We
and
just
sex
want
are the the same thing. But if you want to say that some people,
the same way as I'd invite
while
you to appreciate
having
that I'm weird,
a definite biology, have a different
reality. Don't be afraid of it. You're a child of the state. You don't know. We better censor your free speech. We better not show you that.
Depends on whether or not they're thinking their
I believe that the way
biology
these symbols function
is
for
what it
patriotism
is,
of this country or any country
and
is
they
by
just
finding your
what they
inner
think are
resources,
feelings
your
of the
spirit,
opposite
your love,
sex.
your sense of
Okay, that would be
connection
called
and
gender
tribalism,
dysphoria.
your
That's what that
willingness to
is.
sacrifice and
Okay?
serve in the community.
The problem
It's
is, it seems like our culture is saying
sometimes
the
inappropriate.
biological
And
sex
it is
means
inappropriate
nothing.
if it encourages
And
inequality
following
and it
your heart,
encourages a kind of blankness of mind,
gender
a lack of willingness to inquire
thoughts
about the
are
nature of your
everything.
reality. This is a time where I believe we should be
first of all, I
awakening,
don't think
where we
that's
should be living
true.
in true, real
I think
democracy.
you can't change
of
your
course, to
biology,
have a
you
nation,
can change
a
your
nation
mind.
needs its symbols. Over
And
in
secondly,
America,
it
wherever
creates
you
all
are,
these
you have a
difficulties in our
flag, you have
society.
traditions, possibly you have a constitution,
Not only from
you have a
sports,
set
but
of
women's
assumed
locker
beliefs.
rooms,
But to have a
where a
nation,
man
you
can
have to
just
have
say,
ideas
"I
of
feel like
who's
a woman today,"
excluded
and go
from it,
in.
who are the enemies
And
and
this has created
opponents of that
problems,
nation. And
obviously.
believe me, man
So,
needs his
people can
or
say
her
whatever they want.
symbols.
There's a difference
And
between
I
the
feel
two.
that the people that suffer
But
most from entrenched
I think
power and the symbols
quite
of power
obviously
are the
that you
people
can't
that
change your
sort of,
biology.
oddly enough,
You can
flock
change your
together
mind. If
around
you're going to
those
say there's a
symbols.
difference between your sex and your gender, then you are talking
In a
about
sense,
what is called
while
gender
the Jubilee
dysphoria.
was seen by many as an
Thank you.
opportunity for celebration,
Thanks, Jan.
for me it's been an opportunity for scrutiny, to examine for a moment, why do we have a monarchy? Because they want us to see them as sort of gentle, cuddly, familial symbols that we've known about all our life. Oh, they visit bomb sites during the East End, they're friendly. And again, I'm not saying that these are fundamentally bad people. I'm talking about systemic problems. I don't believe there should be ongoing wars. I don't believe there should be foreign campaigns that are veiled attempts to continue imperial and colonial power. I believe we should have relationships with people in positions of leadership that are clear and open. Some people already have an instinctive cynicism towards the institution of monarchy. The challenge that I have is that if you have a monarchy that has considerable wealth and some influence, it's very difficult for us to discuss alternative ways of organising our social systems. Because some people from working class communities in the north of England, specifically in this case Merseyside, the city of Liverpool, are beginning to question, well, what is our connection to the nation?
And what do you say to those people?
What you say is that's a situation that is not the norm. We're not saying that they're not people, obviously. As I understand it, maybe you know more about it than me, when you do have a truly intersex person, at that point, either the parents or when they're old enough, they can decide which way they're going to orient themselves and they can get the appropriate surgery. But that's not what we're experiencing in our culture.
It's okay for people to decide their gender.
In that situation, but that's not what we're talking about in our culture. What we're talking about in our culture are people with perfectly normal functioning sexual organs trying to have them removed and trying to transition to another gender, which is impossible scientifically.
Have you ever doubted that you're a man? You've doubted that you...
Oh, have I ever doubted I'm a man? No, I have never doubted that.
Then what do you say to a transgender person who has never doubted their gender? You're saying that we all change and that obviously transgenderism is a product of some kind of phase, but you've never doubted that you're a man.
No,
where's your development of this change?
Grace, I'm not denying there are people truly with gender dysphoria. I've already said that. What I'm saying is the way out of that problem is not surgery according to the data. Okay? Psychiatry is the way out of that problem.
I also don't agree with your statement that after surgery, you implied that transgender people are more likely to commit suicide after surgery. But the statistics say that transgender people are more likely to commit suicide because of people because of arguments that you make that they're invalid.
No, I'm not saying they're invalid.
I'm just saying that you implied that it's the surgery that's causing suicide.
No, it's not. What I'm saying is the surgery doesn't fix anything. That's the point. It's practically the same rate, whether they have the surgery or not.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed? There are men.
Say that again?
Have you ever heard of gynecomastia?
I had it.
And if, okay, so did you have that fixed?
Yes, I did.
And did that make you feel affirmed in your gender and comfortable in your body?
No, when I was in the Navy, nobody knows this, by the way.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
Now I'm revealing I need a HIPAA form to sign here or something.
You don't have to talk about it.
No, what I'm saying is, yes, I've had that myself and had it surgically removed when I was in the Navy. Yeah.
And do you feel more comfortable in your body and more affirmed in your gender because of that?
Well, it wasn't a gender thing for me. It was the fact.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
Well, I can't even get into it now because.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
It had nothing to do with my gender. Okay. So it had to do with a.
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
It had to do with the fact that it looked really odd.
Question that I'm bringing to you. That's just what I think.
Let me just put it that way.
What do you think? Let me know in the comments below what the Royal
If you woke up and grew breasts today, would you like them to be removed?
Grace, my point is if we truly care about people, are we going to try and force them down a road, particularly as children, into a solution to a problem which is proven not to be a solution?
Give this video a like if you like it. Subscribe to this channel. I want every single one of you to subscribe if that is
indeed possible. You just said that having that surgery made you feel better about yourself.
That has nothing to do with transgender surgery.
I woke up and grew breasts today. Would you like them to be removed?
I wasn't changing my sex. I was having breast tissue removed. Okay? I was always a man.
You just said that having that surgery made you feel better about yourself.
Okay. So.
And say that I have XY chromosome, but I'm born with female genitalia and female body types, but I believe I'm a man. Should I not be allowed to have that breast tissue removed?
As an adult, you can do whatever you want.
Yes, that's fine.
My problem is with the children. That's where I'm having a real problem.
Is there a magic button at 18 that instantly makes you feel like you know who you are and absolutely what your gender is?
No, well, I think for women it's probably like 15. For men it's 37. To be honest with you, okay? Because men don't develop as quickly as women, all right? But no, we've just chosen 18 kind of as the
pandering,
the adulthood crossing point, although for some issues it's 21, like drinking, okay? So, no, maybe it's later than 18, okay? My big problem, and I would say this to somebody who's 37, that the surgery does not appear to help anyone. And if you want more data on this, you can go to sexchangeregret.com. Sexchangeregret.com. But I wouldn't even be talking about this issue unless I thought the current way the culture's going is hurting people. And it is.
Feel this stuff shakes down. Give this video a like.
Member of the Senate Judiciary and Armed Services Committee is here with me down this room. So first of all, what do you make of these latest outrights shifting over to the GOP? Just likely what is happening doesn't have Democrats out this week. What's going on in your estimation?
In view of humble reports in contemporaneous prescription this is no mere veneer of country. It's a vestige of the country now taken to finish fierce She smiles with blended fears but purpose, so let me simply add that it's my great honor to meet you and you may call me
generational highs. The first is Democrats have spent trillions of dollars that we don't have. It was completely obvious and predictable. In fact, it was predicted, not just by Republicans, but by Democrats.
What's up, bro? Are you
Spending all that money and inflation. Yet the Democrats
Thank God, I thought I was the only one.
Inflation. Just a couple months ago, they spent another $7 billion. The second reason we have so much inflation is the price of energy is so high. Because it doesn't just hit families and their budget when the price they pay for gasoline is high. It drives up the cost of manufacturing. It drives up the cost of doing business, it drives up the cost of transportation. And that very much is an intentional policy. The Democrats want energy prices to be high because they want to end American production of fossil fuels, oil, gas, and coal. They may not say it the 45 days before an election, and they rely on gimmicks like releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, which is also dangerous to our national security. But mark my words, on November 9th, the Democrats are going to go back to openly waging war on American oil, gas, and coal.
When you say words like intentional crisis, all I can think of is our power grids are still about 80% dependent on fossil fuels and or coal. I mean, I don't know what they're thinking they're doing, but they're actually making that situation weaker using electricity. I mean, I remember a few weeks ago, you do too, when the governor of California said, we're in a heat wave, stop plugging in your electric cars. I mean, it's a world of hurt that they brought with the policies. And now for the Democrats, Senator, who also are not getting what they need from the president. Watch.
The president over the weekend said the economy is, quote, strong as hell. Do you agree with that?
I think there is much more the administration needs to do, especially around energy costs.
Wow. Oh boy, that's like losing a relative, Catherine. And you say what to that?
Yeah. Well, every one of these Democrats, Maggie Hassan in New Hampshire, Raphael Warnock in Georgia, Mark Kelly in Arizona, Catherine Cortez Masto in Nevada, any one of them could have put their foot down in a 50-50 Senate and demanded that Joe Biden stop his war on American oil and gas and coal. And they didn't. They were a rubber stamp for Joe Biden. And a vote for any Democrat this year is a vote for Joe Biden's agenda. If you want affordable and reliable energy in this country, you need to vote Republican on November 8th.
Yeah, you have really tied that with inflation, unlike the president was able to tie his Inflation Reduction Act to actual inflation and reducing it. Just one quick one. Fox News polling shows extremely or very concerned. They ask voters their number one thing by 89%, inflation/higher prices. The Democrats are in trouble. They have only 21 days to figure that one out. Will they do it? Meanwhile, President Biden is... Oh, go ahead, your quick thought.
No, they won't do it again because it's their policies that have caused this inflation, sometimes intentionally caused it in the form of high gasoline prices. So of course they're not going to figure it out. They just hope that they can distract the American people for another 21 days so they can get back to those harmful policies.
President Biden is scrambling to tame just what Senator Cotton's talking about. Boy, he knows. It's the gas prices. They got to get their arms around this in 21 days. The administration now reportedly plans to release that 10 million to 15 million barrels of oil from their strategic reserves. Now, they've already done this to the point where we're lower than we have been, the lowest level in nearly 4 decades. The average price of a gallon of regular unleaded today, $3.87. That's up 55 cents over last year. And it's only going up day by day, week by week now, because there's so much pressure, right? And it's getting colder. Biden is playing a very familiar blame game over the recent uptick. He's added a new boogeyman to his growing list of villains. Watch this.
I realize costs are going up on food, and I was able to bring gasoline down well over $1.60, but it's inching up because of what the Russians and the Saudis just did. I'm not finished with that yet.
Alrighty, so now we have the oil industry he blamed, the mom and pops, the corporation, Putin, and now Saudi Arabia. I guess no more fist bumps.
Yeah, Joe Biden should look in the mirror if he wants to figure out the reason for high gas prices. Remember, in the campaign, he promised to end fossil fuels in America. That's why we have an energy crisis in America. It doesn't help that Joe Biden and the Democratic Party have ostracized Saudi Arabia for years now, in no small part because they opposed Barack Obama and Joe Biden's reckless nuclear deal with Iran. But the bottom line is, we shouldn't have to rely on anyone for our oil and gas and coal. We have more than enough, not only to support our own needs, but to support our friends around the world. We certainly shouldn't resort to dangerous gimmicks, like drawing down our Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We shouldn't have to go hat in hand to dictatorships like Venezuela and Iran. We really shouldn't even have to rely on friendly nations like Saudi Arabia and Canada that supply other nations. We can supply our own energy if we will simply unleash America's miners and roughnecks and the entrepreneurs who are ready to get the resources out of the ground that God put in to help power our economy and provide affordable, reliable energy for America's families and businesses.
Now, I hope no one missed what you just said, because we get the part about how we now are no longer independent or self-sufficient, and that is horrible. But we could be making money on the deal. That's what you just said, too. We could be supplying others. We could actually make a profit on this and then transition to what we think is the right way to go. I want to know more about your Pennsylvania energy trip another time. That caught my eye and ear. Senator, thank you for being in focus today.
When is a thyroid condition not fixable? Weight gain despite diet or exercise,
The White House Faith Office has put together an extraordinary week-long celebration currently underway for Holy Week ahead of Easter Sunday. The president signed a Holy Week proclamation, filmed a special presidential video message, and will be hosting a pre-Easter dinner tomorrow night and a White House staff Easter worship service on Thursday. The president and the First Lady are honored to continue the tradition of the White House Easter egg roll, which will take place on the South Lawn next Monday. In other news, President Trump is turning America into a manufacturing superpower again. Yesterday, there was a monumental announcement by NVIDIA, one of the largest companies in the world. This is just the latest example. For the first time ever, chip-making giant NVIDIA will produce AI supercomputers entirely in the United States as part of its pledge to produce $50 billion worth of AI infrastructure in our country over the next 4 years. With their manufacturing partners, they have commissioned more than 1 million square feet of manufacturing space to build and test NVIDIA Blackwell chips in the great state of Arizona and AI supercomputers in the great state of Texas. NVIDIA's founder and CEO Jensen Huang touted how the engines of the world's AI infrastructure are being built in the United States for the first time. This is the Trump effect. This follows trillions in other U.S. investments announced already, including $500 billion from Apple in U.S.-based manufacturing and training, $100 billion from TSMC and U.S.-based chips manufacturing, and the $500 billion private investment led by OpenAI, Oracle, and SoftBank in artificial intelligence infrastructure. Under President Trump, we're going to produce the cars, the ships, the chips, the airplanes, minerals, and medicines that we need right here in America at the hands of American workers. On the border, President Trump continues to break records and protect our homeland. According to CBP, Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border for the entire month of March 2025 were lower than the first 2 days of March 2024 under Joe Biden. Incredible law enforcement officers are arresting violent illegal aliens from American communities every day. Here are a few examples from the latest ICE report, which I received this morning. ICE Los Angeles arrested a 54-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of rape by threat, sodomy with a person under 14 years, and kidnapping in San Jose, California. ICE Houston has arrested a 23-year-old citizen of Mexico convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child in Cook County, Illinois. ICE Houston arrested a 64-year-old citizen of Honduras convicted of murder in Los Angeles County, California. ICE Chicago arrested a 49-year-old citizen of Guatemala convicted of assault and arson in Prince Williams, Virginia, not far from here. ICE Denver arrested a 36-year-old citizen of Mexico who is registered as a sex offender and has been convicted of sexual assault of a child in Lake County, Colorado. ICE Baltimore arrested a 50-year-old citizen of China convicted of sex trafficking in Bel Air, Maryland. And ICE Boston arrested a 46-year-old citizen of Jamaica convicted of 3 counts of rape of a child and 2 counts of indecent assault and battery of a child under 14 in Boston, Massachusetts. President Trump and our administration will not rest until every single violent illegal alien is removed from our country. The safety of the American people is too important to settle for anything less. On that note, the Democrat and media outrage over the deportation of Abrego Garcia, an MS-13 El Salvadorian illegal alien criminal who is hiding in Maryland, has been nothing short of despicable. Based on the sensationalism of many of the people in this room, you would think we deported a candidate for Father of the Year. That's because, unfortunately, many in this country care more about this quote-unquote Maryland father, a legal alien MS-13 gang member, than a Maryland mother and an American citizen who was brutally murdered at the hands of a different illegal alien. Of course, I am referring to Rachel Morin. And if you didn't see, yesterday, a Maryland jury found illegal alien Victor Antonio Martinez Hernandez guilty of murdering Rachel Morin in August of 2023. She was a 37-year-old mother of 5 who was jogging in an otherwise safe community northeast of Baltimore when this monster ambushed, strangled, and beat her to death before stuffing her brutalized body in a tunnel drain. The Morin family finally got justice yesterday, but they will never get Rachel back. Our hearts go out to Rachel's family, her 5 children, and her mother, Patty, who has suffered the unimaginable loss of her daughter. In case you missed it last week, President Trump signed a national security presidential memorandum directing federal agencies administering federal land on the border to make land available to the Defense Department in a new national defense area. This followed the president's day one executive order committing his administration to marshal all available resources and authorities to stop the unprecedented flood of illegal aliens into our country and to obtain complete operational control of the borders of the United States of America. Once again, the president is fulfilling another key promise. This new national defense area spans more than 170 miles across our border in New Mexico. But in the coming weeks, this administration will add more than 90 miles in the state of Texas. This national defense area will enhance our ability to detect, interdict, and prosecute the illegal aliens, criminal gangs, and terrorists who were able to invade our country without consequence for the past 4 years under the Biden administration. It will also bolster our defenses against fentanyl and other dangerous narcotics that have been poisoning our communities. With all of this work being done to make America great again, we continue to see a positive response from the American public. A brand new poll published from the Daily Mail and JL Partners this morning found that President Trump's approval rating is at an all-time high. That's because the president is working tirelessly to keep his promises to the American people, as I just saw him doing today in the Oval Office. We have a reporter in our new media seat today, Matthew Foldy. I like your boots, Matt. He is the editor-in-chief of the Washington Reporter. Washington Reporter is a new, fast-growing outlet that breaks stories about legislation and interviews leaders in Congress and across the administration. The publication's readership includes the highest levels of business and government. And with that, please kick us off, Matt.
And we've interviewed you as well. So Caroline, thanks so much for having me here on behalf of our readership and the billions of Americans who I think appreciate what you're doing with the new media seat here, making this more accessible for each group. I'm curious with Harvard, we saw the Trump administration today announce it's cutting around $2 billion, or freezing $2 billion in funds to Harvard because the campus has serious problems with violence and with anti-Semitism. We saw former President Obama, side with Harvard, which rejected the Trump administration's demands. I'm curious, where does the administration see this going with Harvard and with other colleges and universities in America that are refusing to reform in wake of the sort of craziness that we've seen take over some of them?
Thank you, Matt, for being here, and thanks for the question. When it comes to Harvard, the president's position on this is grounded in common sense. In the basic principle that Jewish American students or students of any faith should not be illegally harassed and targeted on our nation's college campuses. And we unfortunately saw that illegal discrimination take place on the campus of Harvard. There are countless examples to prove it, particularly with the stunning confession by then Harvard President Claudine Gay, who said that bullying and harassment depended on the context. The president at that time made it clear to the American public he was not going to tolerate illegal harassment and anti-Semitism taking place in violations of federal law. So the president made it clear to Harvard, follow federal law, no longer break Title VI, which was passed by Congress to ensure no student can be discriminated against on the basis of race, and you will receive federal funding. Unfortunately, Harvard has not taken the president or the administration's demands seriously. All the president is asking, don't break federal law, and then you can have your federal funding. I think the president is also begging a good question. More than $2 billion out the door to Harvard when they have a more than $50 billion endowment. Why are the American taxpayers subsidizing a university that has billions of dollars in the bank already? And we certainly should not be funding a place where such grave anti-Semitism exists.
I'm curious, you had just mentioned Rachel Warren, and I'm a Maryland man, and I think most Marylanders appreciate what you were saying today.
Greetings to the members of the Clay Math Institute who are watching this video. My name is Charles Chun Peng. I am just a normal guy, interested in everything, but in the pursuit of my passions and interests, I had stumbled upon the Millennium Problems and had sent an email to the president the time last year, just saying I was a Zeta Zero. This was just kind of me just stepping my foot into the water. He told me that, you know, any of my works would need to be. I had stumbled upon the Millennium Problems and had sent an email to the president at the time last year, just saying I was a Zeta Zero. This was just kind of me just stepping my foot into the water. He told me that, you know, any of my works would need to be submitted through the science academia for review and critiques, which then I started really digging into the problems where the language that the actual problems are worded in is a language that I found kind of understanding in a different sense of my perception of the words that are being used to define and name these terms, quarks, and, you know, just the God particle. I am a man of God. I believe that I am here to save this world from falling under the cast of darkness. And when I say darkness, I am talking about the darkness within the light of the human consciousness. And I hope that you understand that I'm trying to really be consciously mindful of the terms that I'm going to be using in this video to just explain, not a correction I found in the terms and conditions posted on the website, that everything other than a correction or some kind of new, again, this is just going off of memory, but just a new bit of light upon a current problem or answer. And so under that clause, I believe it was 5C, I will post it in this clip. But again, I have a YouTube channel I call Chit Chalk Chat, or C Cubed for short, which is direct relation to Einstein's magnificent equation E equals mc squared, which, again, Chit is Sanskrit for consciousness, specifically just pure consciousness on the path towards Brahma, along with Sat, Chit, Ananda. These three essentially are a trinity amongst the Hindu religion to reach Brahma, the oneness. It's just all about oneness. And when I came upon a YouTube video that was revealing a letter that was written by Father Albert Einstein, but released the year before I was born, 1980, under the specific instructions to keep it secret and not be released until the public was ready to just accept. I mean, these are just words that were stated in the videos that I put, but the consistency, the constant was that he had written this specific letter, this letter to Lieser, Leiserl. His daughter, who, when I researched, supposedly died at a very young age. So when I hear, like, it was given to his daughter and she held it, these are just all verbiage that just kind of directs me to a different, if I were chasing a different car. But again, I've just gone over this. I've insanely just focused my pure intention, just like the gentleman Raymond, the man who actually solved one of the was it the conjecture, or the Raymond hypothesis with the Ricci flow, where essentially it's just, these dimensions, there are these holes, and then you gotta fill these. I can't say that I'm very familiar, but I'm aware that these problems are the Yang-Mills mass gap, which is just the forces, gravitational forces, electromagnetic forces, weak forces, strong forces, photons, gravitons, quarks, that model. Then we have the NP versus P, which, again, from the analogies that I've found, is always set up with the traveling salesman problem about if you're a salesman, you have 12 cities, and how do you visit all these in the shortest distance without visiting a city twice? It's just like, when I hear that problem, I just think, you teleconference. You don't leave your house. You can, now in today's age, this problem, this analogy does not, in my opinion, explain this, unless, that's an easily checkable problem, correct? With my solution right there. If I were to say, you set up web conferences in each state with whoever, if that's you don't have to leave your house. This isn't a problem that needs to be solved this way. So for mathematicians who are really trying to crack this, I just feel that this is why it's important for me to just submit and just bring forth this discovery, I will call it, because again, once I made it, and I used to be a comedian, so as a comedian, whenever I write a joke, I just make sure, it hasn't been done. Being Asian, it'd be very easy, just, you know, I should know Asian comics. So I went through and just did my research on just anything and everything that's been said and discovered about this E equals MC squared, which is essentially everybody says it was from Einstein's thought process, where he just went into a thought experiment of writing a beam of light and what that would be like, which offense, I mean, nothing to discredit Father Einstein, but being a former addict, that's just, you know, it's just like, wow, that sounds like somebody. You know, I joke about just like, I don't know what exactly was in that pipe Father Einstein was smoking, but, you know, it just makes me love the man more. And again, I know a lot about the man behind it. I know Einstein's heart was good. I have a very close tie to Father Einstein. And I have a very strong belief that he transmitted this revelation to me, because ever since that, I've been just on my YouTube channel, just documenting my research data, is what I'm calling it, just for my own work, which I think may be a solution for all of this, because I asked myself when I looked at these millennium problems, like, what are these answers going to do for humanity if they are found? And essentially, it's all about algorithms. How are we going to use these algorithms in the quantum future? And I posted various comments where it's just, I've in terms of quantum theory and all that stuff, I feel that I could consider myself a hobbyist of quantum physics and theory. And I put on my channel, and just, I'm also a chaplain, and I tell people who are going through this issue within their families about gender identity and stuff like that. Like my child, you know, is talking about, oh, I want to try being this, and it's just, okay, well, you know, don't freak out. Don't go attack the school board and label yourself a domestic terrorist. I see a clear light. I see what the governing institutions are doing. And I understand that humanity is gotta realize what's going on. It is a battle. It's almost like a biblical setup. And I feel that the American experiment was an experiment to set up a data set on if we can recreate the Messiah based on using the same formula the original Messiah used, where he said, I have to fulfill these prophecies to make this real. These all have to jive together for anyone to take me seriously and to save the world and to finish this, as he said, it is finished. But then, was it finished? Because Christ said he would come back and judge. And I've never been one to judge anyone, especially as a chaplain. just lighting this beam of light that I've been following, that has just been, for me, is why I feel it may be necessary for me to just kind of use this cryptic type of language just to perhaps give you a better sense that I'm more consciously aware than perhaps maybe you. This is again maybe me boasting, but a lot of the mathematicians who maybe come on trying to fix these or solve these problems. So before I let my ego get on board with that, let me just show you the discovery just based on this. So I will jump onto this screen. So just off face value, from a child, I was told that energy equals mass time is the speed of light squared. The speed of light, c, is a constant, so it's a known value, which from a mathematical understanding, that would mean that, okay, if we have the value for c, then anything has mass. I mean, this book has mass, this lighter has mass, I have a mass that can be calculated to fit this. So if I put my mass multiplied at the speed of light squared, essentially this formula is saying that would be the calculated value for the energy that I would have, right? I imagine myself as a kid again, just trying to look at this like, okay, yeah, I understand it mathematically. I get this. I can figure this out. But it wasn't until I was 3 decades older that if we're just going to look at just E equals mc squared, just look at that from a mathematical sense. We don't know any known values. What we know is this. Okay, so then this would tell us that, if we're trying to find the value for m, that would mean m equals E over c squared. And same speaking, c squared would equal E over m. Which then, if we're trying to get a value for just c, a constant value, that would mean c is the square root over E and m, correct? Now, I don't know if that's how the speed of light, does that fit? I'm just kind of coming to a eureka moment, but the thing that I realized, just, digging through Genesis, light, it's all about light. In Genesis, verse 2, In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth, possibly E, was without form and void, a vacuum, perfect medium for any kind of space experiment or scientific experiment, correct? And darkness was on the face of the deep. A lot of visual rhetoric here. And the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters. Okay, so then this is where I was just like, wow, like, and then here, Genesis 1:3, and God said, let there be light. And there was light. And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. So this is where God called the light day and the darkness he called night. So the evening and the morning were the first day. Evening and morning, I look at E and M. Evening and morning. And then C squared. So then I look at that. Okay, so if we're just going to say E is evening, M is morning. The evening is when the sun goes down, when the light is going out, and then when the light is anew, not the same light, but when the light comes back, we know that to be defined as the morning of a day in terms relative to light. Now, when Genesis says darkness, what does that mean? We talk about dark energy, dark matter. Again, here, energy, matter. What is that? That would essentially be negative values. So back to just this, you know, essentially here, how do I want to explain? The interesting thing that just, if we're going to look at this, is just, if we look back, okay, so evening would be, I guess, a minus plus, you know, and then afternoon would be, I guess, a neutral. So then, we're just going to single out the evening and the morning, which we did. If you divide out M, the evening over the morning, if you divide the evening and the morning, you get this, right? And then we square root this, get rid of that. Now this is where I look at it, and obviously if the square root of E over M is a negative number, this is it's an irrational, non-real integer value. But in the same speaking, if we aren't looking at this, we're just looking at the original, m equals e over this c squared. So then here, this c can be a positive or a negative number. And all of this would be, I guess, light energy. But what's the opposite of dark matter? Dark energy. Light matter. Light energy. I mean, so at first glance, you know, it's just, yeah. But then until you start breaking down and trying to find the light, the sea, and the book talks a lot about seas. But again, when you single this out, you see that the square root of e over m, I mean, essentially, if we're looking at, again, outside of the mathematical standpoint and applying it to the realm of quantum physics and just science, you can't, you know, like, this is where I feel that just having the known variable, that c is a constant value. Light travels at a speed of x times. Nothing travels at the speed of light. So if nothing travels at the speed of light, then it's just like, to me, when I heard that, then why is this so important? And then I hear that this was what ultimately led, it was the predecessor to the discovery of the mathematical discoveries that generated the creation of the A bomb used in World War II, at the exact time when Father Einstein came to this country, the United States. And from the research I did, he was deemed a threat to the project, the Manhattan Project, due to his heart, because he had a good heart, I guess is how the wording and the story played out in my mind. It's just, he was just too good of a man to just let the project leaders do what needed to be done. I can't change that. I accept that. I know a lot of people will find that out and then start pointing fingers. I'm not like that. But when people are given that mass or that energy, then their light goes crazy scattered. And I came upon a study that, you know, really focused on like what happens when light scatters. And I'll bring that into another time, but again, dark energy would have to mean it's the opposite of light. So I don't know if this helps towards just calculating this, but again, chit chat chat, the c cubed. I feel that it's necessary to bring in another light, just like the introduction of the serpent in the Garden of Eden chapter of the Bible, where now we have man and woman, who we find out is called Eve. So again, just the relation to just all the symbols is why I feel that I am the answer to this part of human history. You know, the timeline. 0 AD, the year of the Lord. Clearly that states that this happened. This man is real. Well, you know, like, why would time just all of a sudden go from BC, you know? So it's just, when I hear these arguments, I laughed, so I did comedy. But then, like I said, I went through a whole transconfiguration. And in this process, I can call it revelation of Jesus Christ. I can call it a eureka moment. I can call it whatever I need to call it to get people to understand the idea that I'm trying to convey to them, that they have no light, or they have a negative light that they're squaring with another negative light that's making it look like it's a positive light that they're traveling at, thinking. An analogy would just be, you know, this. Roe versus Wade argument in my country, where women are, or everybody's just on this, like, women should have the choice. And it's just like, the other side is, but who's defending the unborn child? You know, like, you're killing a life. And it's just like, what are the lights? So one light, the the Christ consciousness on this Christian side, if we're going to turn, is that, yes, Jesus says, which he doesn't, that life begins at the womb, which he doesn't. You know, like the Bible says, God gave man the breath of life. How he breathed life into his nostrils. When a baby is born, he breathes air. That to me is the definition of life. If we're going to talk about fertilization, conception, these are all things that are listed in here. When Cain was born, Eve doesn't say, hey, I conceived a child. She said, I was appointed. Like, the wording was just very, if I was a child, I would have been, I have acquired a man from the Lord. And then they bore again and now have Abel. But then when they have Seth, it's a different kind of joy. Yeah, so in the day that God created man, he created man, then male, mankind in the day they were created, and I begot a son. So it's just like the wording. We begot Seth, we acquired Cain, and this is where it's just like God punished Adam for his transgression by saying he will forever work the land for food and, you know, sweat from just the labor. I'm paraphrasing, but when I got to the next chapter, it says I acquired, and then Cain is now the one who is punished. He is now living the punishment of essentially what Adam was doing. But again, being the firstborn, that's what I was born. The firstborn son was brought in to fulfill a specific purpose. So if Cain was brought in to take care of the duties that Adam was cursed for, then okay. Then the terminology I have acquired a man. Which, again, I've acquired a man. It's not even, I have acquired a child. I've acquired a man. And this is where it's just the light that parents are casting upon their children. When a child comes up to a parent and just says, like, hey, I'm a dinosaur. Like, parents, there's commercials that say, like, oh, that's so cute. There's no argument about that. There's no fear from that. But now all of a sudden, when kids are just like, I want to be a boy or a girl, parents are freaking out. This is the... I don't know who can't come up with something, but I hope this makes sense on the problem that I am discerning to the Clay Mathematics Institute. And again, coincidentally, I found out that there is a branch, another Clay Mathematics Institute here other than Massachusetts in my state of Colorado. I don't know if that's just coincidence, but again, if this is just any help or requires any kind of further explanation or research on my end, just to help you guys. I just want to help us get out of this battle in the long run, because again, from a biblical standpoint, I believe that there is already this in the form of the WEF. You know, I'm not a conspiracy. I just see light. I see light. You know, when I hear people say black and white now, I've trained my mind to think, okay, when somebody says white people, this person thinks that, oh, you know, essentially I've trained my mind to just say they think that skin color means that you have some kind of light. You know, it's just, you gotta get your mind in order with like the enlightenment that you receive. But again, in terms, and I will end on this, of the Searle letter, Einstein had said that he originally had substituted, he believed that God is love. Love is God. Being a Jew, you know, that's probably a big thing to say. That's something that Jesus teaches. But he said that the scientific community wasn't ready to understand that. So he just simply plugged in E for gravity. God is gravity. Why? Because gravity attracts, you know, love. God is love. Love attracts someone to another. Love attracts you to a passion. Like just the philosophical beauty of how that letter explained this is how I led to this. So again, this is not scripted. This is just, again, training, just improv here. So again, forgive my dress, forgive any kind of repetition or lack of the scientific method. Again, I'm just trying to self-teach myself. Whatever I love to learn, and just I would love to learn if when Einstein said that if we can all accept that the energy necessary to heal the world is love, then we'll have proven, you know, like Searle, like the greatest thing. And it's just, when I heard that, I came back to the idea of just like, yeah, just love. God is just love. Like the Trinity is the love between the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit of the mother. You know, like, oh, your father's a good guy. I think of that because that's what my mother was like. Just even when my dad was in his alcoholic phase in life, she would always just say that this was something that adults deal with. She never just said your dad's, you know, evil or anything like that. So she always kept the Holy Spirit. And I've even brought this up to my Bible study groups when I attended my discipleship, and I told them, what if Jesus is actually saying Father in reference to Joseph of Nazareth, the carpenter, who was the direct bloodline of King David, who in prophecy had to be the one who begets the Messiah, for the chosen people, the Jews. I don't want to go into some anti-Semitic rant here, but again, Einstein fleeing from this, being a Jew, I imagine him in this Manhattan Project, like, the energy we need is love. Like, if we all focus our energy on trying to just be love. I don't know if that's how it went. That's the thought experiment I put myself into when I say, what was it like when I put myself in Einstein's body writing this lecture in front of the Manhattan Project? So when I said, if we can accept that the energy necessary to heal the world, so we have a goal, we're trying to heal the world. What kind of energy? There's all this talk about energy, nuclear energy, a new clear energy source, not a nuclear like a weapon, but I hear that like, yes, clean energy is a new clear energy source, a new clear superpower. Yes, if China is the one who's leading in renewable energy technology, then yes, they are going to be a new clear superpower. But the people in my country, the politicians who had this dark light and hear that, or just, again, chit-chat chat is just breaking down each individual's third light. Like, where is this? And I bring that light in to make this possible for my purposes. But again, when I said that the energy necessary, or when Father Einstein said that, I just said, okay, so then if we factor out energy, like, if we take energy and divide it on both sides, that's 1. So 1 equals if we could just focus all of our squared light multiplied by our masses and just divide our energy into 1 focus, that is how we will reach the next phase in human evolution, which I can only hypothesize that this is what all these millennium problems are trying to take our species to, is the next evolution. So again, perhaps this is just ridiculous and I already know, but I just had to get it out here to you guys for review and guidance. Am I onto something? Should I focus on something else? That would be a huge help on essentially how I live my life. But again, I appreciate just the principles and just the institution itself that you guys represent, and I believe and have faith that this is all working towards. So again,
So that has been a Meg, just to catch you up, that's been a long process, but I'm gonna pause it there. Oh wow. Just releasing all my research now. I'm gonna see how the public reacts. So hopefully, let's see, like I said, excuse me for a second. But yeah, tell me how's school, all that. I'm a mess. Gosh, I'm not camera ready. What am I doing? Nope.
Don't even talk about camera ready. I look crazy as well. I get it. It's 4 a.m. here. Luckily, I have not much to do tomorrow besides, about an hour of work, and I can push that off. I can put that on another day, so. But yeah, no, I've just been busy with school, busy with life. It doesn't really end. Busy with you know, the
Health,
court system.
the
Not great.
boyfriend stuff.
Huh?
Also busy with like your health and the boyfriend and all the other side distractions as well. I hope are all in
Oh,
balance.
no. I'm absolutely positively put into school. I don't even think I saw him about last week, but I haven't seen him for like a month beforehand. We're both like on different paths, so we were just both getting through it in the same different way.
Hey,
And I've just been doing study groups, trying to make that up because I'm horrible at math. After this class,
study
I'm done with
groups
it, though.
or just studying in general.
Study groups, studying, working, figuring out money, figuring out court dates, stuff of that sort. New credit cards. Actually, somebody stole my debit card and tried to spend $600 in New York on a Foot Locker.
At a Foot Locker?
Oh, I think your microphone is muffled.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. At a Foot Locker, somebody try to
$600 on sneakers in New York.
I had somebody who tried to spend $1,400 at Universal Studios Florida. Like I was like, what? Like,
I hope you got it and go through.
They got it through, but I was like, what the heck? Like I didn't even know I had this credit card. So it was like a whole thing.
If it's a credit card, at least you can get your money back,
or just not pay is what I do to deter credit like theft. It's like just ruin my credit score. It's like, look, man.
Yeah, you could always just call them. They'll give it right back.
Right? It's just like, yeah, that is my LifeLock. It's just like someone tried to steal my identity and they just told me like,
they take it anyways. They don't care.
You are in a lot of trouble, buddy, baby. And that's coming from a credit. No, I'm just kidding. That's the joke. But yeah, I mean, I was like up in the thing, but like I said, I don't know. Like this whole credit system. This was not something that like I was like educated in high school. Like this is knowledge where like
nobody gets it. I mean, I only get it from family, and genuinely, I never even started my credit till I was 18. And I didn't use it for an entire year.
Is this something that your parents like had set up for you? Like my parents had like, like built up like credit.
No. I said I should get one. I should start getting credit. And then I spent like, my credit card is a bit different because I think I got it at 17 but never used it till 18.
Okay.
And it's like paid by every like 3 months, so it's not like an actual like platinum premium or whatever like Visa is like through my bank.
What is it? What is the like high profile?
So I only have to pay like I think $300 on it.
300? Okay, I thought you were gonna be like, like in the tens.
Oh no! Gosh, I have to build up my credit for that. I would think. I was planning on opening another one to do something like that. But then I realized, shit, I ain't got the money right now after all the lawyers and everything else. I'm on a day-by-day basis.
Plus all the, like all the parties that you so graciously like provided with all your, like your college buddies and stuff like that.
Yeah, all that's gone too. Yeah, that's about $30K in 3 months. But that was not freshman. That was
college.
Yeah, college. I was all college. I think, I have, after this year, I think I have one more down, or maybe half a semester.
Of like debt or like school left? Or
just classes. Just classes.
That's good.
Because I'm trying to get my master's at the end of it, and I messed up a little bit this year.
Oh, what? Exactly. Did you tell me?
I've gotten good grades, but I didn't know how far I was technically behind because my freshman year prior, my advisor told me I didn't need a minor. So I said, fuck yeah, okay, I'll do it like junior, sophomore year round is when I decided to do English. And then she was like, Yeah, she said, fun fact, you have like 5 more classes you have to do. So right now I'm doing summer classes, and then next year I should be finishing off about 3 social work classes, and then the rest of my English.
So you'll have your major in social work and a minor in English?
Yes. I know it doesn't make sense, but if my major fails, I can always go back on my minor and, write or do something crazy like that.
I mean, do you really need like a degree certificate to be able to do the writing though, man?
Well, if I'd like to be a substitute teacher, kiss me
Okay, there
better.
you go. Peggy Hill, right? Substitute teacher 2 years in a row. I don't know if you...
No, I know what you're talking about, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could work for like a big company with a minor like that. You know what I mean?
In English?
It really just depends on how well my
companies.
GPA turns out. Right now, I think I'm at like a 3.3, so I think I'm doing pretty well.
3.3? Yeah. I mean, I dropped to like a 0.57 like my freshman year of college from a 4.0. I was like, how did I do this?
It's okay. I saw somebody recently on TikTok whenever I'm in the car, because, I can't drive myself at the moment. I'll be on TikTok, and I was watching somebody from my college get a 0.08.
Oh, that's what I got oh God, wasn't that 0.08?
Well, he got expelled completely from my college. They said, just because you are so low.
It wasn't like a suspension. Like I was on academic
fully
probation.
expelled. Like, you cannot be here. Your grade is so low. You cannot be here.
Well, maybe I had kind of worse because I was like Asian. I was just like, what does academic probation mean? They're just like, well, you're gonna have to take night classes or something like that. I was like, oh, that'd be much better for me. I can't stand 8 o'clock calc every morning. Like I was like, it's killing me. But my parents had no idea. I just felt so bad. Just how in the dark I kept my parents. But again,
I don't even blame you. My freshman year, my parents were in the dark until I crashed.
Oh really? Not until they got the credit card bill.
Yeah, the credit card bills.
Yeah. So it's like when it rained, it poured.
It wasn't even a credit card, it was debit card too. They said, Jesus, you're 30K deep in the hole. Not even in the hole. You spent 30K in 3 months. I said, no, I didn't. How did you know?
It's like, what does that mean, Dad? Like letters? Are we Price is Right? 50Ks? I got a couple G's here for place.
Let me have some fun. I'll calm down. I promise. I was not gonna calm down.
My father just rained into me about my lawyer bills. Do you know how much it costs just for you to call? The lawyer. And I was like, I just asked him when the court date was. God, you think that's free? I was like, what is this world?
It should be free. For me right now, it's free.
I'm like, is it really?
I did literally dish out 50K in cash right there for him. So I mean,
in total, right? But this is where my dad was itemizing these things where he's like, every time you talk to him, it's at least $400 for a minimum of an hour. So you just call him and ask him when's my court date and pay him the full hour. And it's almost like paying for a woman of the night. And
I lose my mind. On Christmas, right? You know what? We have my little monitor, and I broke the charger for it. I was maybe consuming something I should not be consuming, and I was up all night. I think I may have been up all night with you. I woke up. Well, I didn't even wake up. I got up and I was gonna charge myself up. I only need an hour and a half. An hour to charge it up, and I look down and the charger is broken.
Broken how?
It's a little clip, I guess you would call it. You hear it, it's a
Okay. Like a mechanical
yeah, it's a clip. It clips on.
Not I was talking to you.
I look into the clip and it's straight. All I see is a motherboard.
You have the hardware?
Yeah, literally. And I saw that at 7 a.m. I said, oh shit. And keep in mind, I'm out of it.
Charles.
Yeah, no, literally. I was just we were probably just talking all night. I didn't even fucking notice. I'm walking around not really caring. I notice, I go, oh shit. And I go downstairs, and because I'm living with my mom, because somebody has to watch me, apparently, even though I'm an adult, they can't let me be alone.
Hey, trust me, I get your situation even better. Like living with my roommate for the 3 months and just, he'd tell me, like, dude, I almost died like 6 times, like, this week. And I was like, what?
No, genuinely, you're just so shocked. And it's also because she paid my bail.
I don't think that's the word. Like, terrified. Like, what? 6 times? I had no clue. What?
And on top of that, for my mom, apparently if I break bond, she has to pay $150K.
Oh my gosh.
And on top of that, then she goes to jail as well.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I know. So I go downstairs and I'm like, Mom, it's gonna die. This thing is gonna die, and they're gonna come on Christmas. My grandparents are gonna see. My siblings are gonna see. I'm fucked. She goes, call your lawyer. I call him. You know where he's at right now? Well, on Christmas.
Last year?
Last year.
The beach resort.
No. He's sitting. The only reason my lawyer was, I took him out of retirement. He already retired. He had a son like me who had diabetes like I do. And his son did a lot of drugs and like died because of diabetes and drugs. And whenever I came to him, he came out of retirement for me specifically. I will forever be his last case. His last case was supposed to be his last case, but now I'm his last case.
Is that the term? Like, you're his?
Yeah, like technically.
You were the exception to the rule?
He was sitting at his son's grave. I lost my mind. I lost my mind.
On Christmas? Like, hey.
Yeah, like at like 7 a.m., 8 a.m., I said, hey, I broke my charger. What should I do? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. He goes, I said, I hope I'm not bothering you. He goes, I'm sitting at my son's grave. I literally felt so embarrassed. I felt so bad. I didn't even know what to do. I was like, oh.
Did you postpone the conversation? You're like, just let me know about that.
Yeah, I tried to, but he was like, no, it's okay. He was like, just go tomorrow or the next day.
He actually had advice
and I'll
for you?
explain the conversation. And I was so thankful for him actually in that moment, because I felt so bad.
Just remorseful, just like, timing. My timing is.
No, literally, I was like slapping myself in the face. I was like, Jesus, I'm talking to Charlie all night. I come downstairs. Everybody is mad at me that I'm just so out of it because I didn't sleep. And then.
I'm starting to feel like the lawyer might be like, hey, look, is there anybody that you know that we could just.
Oh, no.
I've been suckering up this guy.
He was so chill about it. And I know they probably also have everything to my social media. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're even monitoring this.
I mean, I'm just touched that your lawyer even had advice about, like, if it was my lawyer, you'd be like, I'm a lawyer, not like a medical device expert. Like, call the 1-800 number. That'll be $500, by the way. Like, what?
I paid him out cash flat out when I first agreed with him. I paid my own $50K straight up. I wrote a check. I said, here's $50K for you. You have to stand with me throughout this entire trial. That was his thing. He'll stay with me throughout this entire trial, everything. Once it's done, though, I'm not yours anymore.
Wait.
Yeah, so if there's any other legal fees or something, you have to get another lawyer.
You don't know me.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
No, I genuinely said okay, because this could take years, you know what I mean? And I'm not upset about that, as a whole. I'd like it to be done, but, what can you do?
I pulled you out of retirement. I'm not trying to get you into
Exactly.
career. Thank you for that.
No, genuinely, I just am so thankful for what he's done for me right now, and how he's connected me to the I will call them victims of the situation, not connected, but I know about them and things of that sort, through the legal system. I can really thank him for that, because he's really good at his job, and he's made me feel like I feel so bad for what I did, and I get to know like they're okay and they're safe, and
He's like a good mediator for you, right? To be able to kind of.
yeah, he doesn't tell me the things I'm not supposed to know, but like I know that they're okay, they look good, that they are. I don't know mentally, but I would assume mentally they're good.
Hold on, what are you like not supposed to know? The truth? You're not supposed to know the truth. So yeah, they're looking good.
Yeah, genuinely.
You're like, what? It's a weird thing. I can't tell you what you're not supposed to know, Megan. But everything else, yeah, they're doing well.
Oh, we have somebody else in here. Look at that. Hi, Edip.
Edip, yeah. Hey. Anyway, we'll see. I want to focus on you, Meg. I just lose track of time. So for me, I'm like, gosh, how long has it been? But
It's been months. I've been really busy with school, like I said, and busy with everything else. It's just I've been over my head, but it's okay. It's okay. I'm getting towards the end.
look, you can just say what you mean. Just like, I haven't had me like on your back, like keeping you up all night, so you've been able to focus on what you need to do. So yes,
No, genuinely, I haven't had me time, and whenever I do, my me time is like consistent with just playing games and like seeing like my like super close friends for a few hours, and that's it. Like it's kind of sad. This is adulthood. Like I've been in adulthood. I get it, but I don't want to graduate college if this is it.
Oh wow, yeah. See, I never reached that point where I was like, "What happens after I graduate? I'll just drop out and do comedy." So, you tell me how that
Ooh, you're
works.
good at comedy.
Huh?
That you're good at comedy, so it works.
Yeah, good is a subjective term. Like I wanted to be great, Meg.
Okay, you'd be great, but I could see you doing crowd work.
Actually, I'm kind of like still kind of. I did this live with my buddy Ashton, who had like a AI like chat app that like puts like the user in like hypothetical like acting scenarios. So I was like a comedian, and the AI was like a heckler in the crowd trying to heckle me, and I was like, "What?" And he like ran this experiment, and needless to say, I like impressed the heck out of this AI.
Like I would always thought about being a comedian because everybody likes my jokes, and I'm like really good at doing it on the spot. But I feel like if I had a heckler, I would just I'd lose my mind. I feel like I'd get really angry. Like I feel like I could do it to a point where if they started like not actually doing it with me, I'd get upset.
What,
I'd be
heckling like you back, or like you know
no,
what?
you know when like you have a bad person in the crowd and you start like joshing on them.
Define bad person here, because like you have no
Like
idea.
they scream at you. Like I've seen like some clips of it where they like scream at you and they're like, "Man, you can't say that." In reality, they can say it because either it's like a like I guess a race joke, and they're like that race, or it's like something like about autism or like diabetes, like I have, and they're like, "You can't say that."
Excuse me, like I have
Yeah,
cerebral
and you
palsy
can't say
and
that though. Like you just play around
autism.
with them.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? And you heckle them, and then they just get angrier and angrier. I feel like I just lose my mind.
well, as
I
a
feel like
comedian, like that.
I
That's
feel
one
like
thing.
I'd lose my cool. I'd be like, I have this. Like, what's your problem? Actually, at
As
the
an
end of the day, like
adult,
I've seen some like
that's not a
comedians literally
person
say, "Just get
pursuing
out."
their dream with a disability. I get it.
Like I can make a diabetes joke, and I can already imagine like some type 2 diabetic being in the crowd being like, "You can't say that." And I look at them and I'm like, "Fun fact, I have it worse than you, buddy." You know
Oh
what I mean?
gosh,
Like making
do you
jokes
remember
and stuff. And then
Jamie?
afterwards they'll be like, "No, no, 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 no. Like, it's not the same." I'm like,
Remember like
out.
Jamie, where he's just like, I have type 1, and you're just like, oh really? Like, where are you from? Oh, Africa. It's like, oh yeah, I bet you got type 2. He's like, you remember that kid where he was just
Oh
like, I have type
god,
1, and I
that was
stopped taking
evil.
insulin, and like you and my like my roommate Chris was just like, no, dude, he's lying. Like you guys both were just like so like riled up by like that kind of like I just as a observer I
See,
just
because that one is like bad. You know what I mean? Because That wouldn't even make sense.
I mean, like, this is like just I have two people in America accusing this African biology major, like telling him, like, dude, you don't have type 2 diabetes. And he's like, I swear to you, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes by a doctor here in Africa. What if you think, like, I was just like,
Like, they're no lesser than, like, they're still intelligent, like, Jesus.
Right.
And, like, the type 1 diabetic standard is, it's like, if you don't get diagnosed in, like, the first 6 months, maybe a year, you're dead.
I meant to say, like, yeah, I just stopped taking insulin and I'm going to rely on natural herbs and holistic. Like, he said he changed his diet, right? Like, that was the main thing. He was like, you know what? I've never felt better. And you were like, now that's even more dangerous. You can't be giving out like that.
Exactly. That was making me lose my mind. You would be dead. You'd be dead.
It was a very new experience for me where I was just like, maybe I should really learn more about this.
Yeah, really, because type 1 diabetes, you will die. You create no insulin, nothing at all. You're screwed.
But
Type 2, the thing about it is...
What if Jamie found something?
No, but that's the thing. Like, you can't. That's the saddest part.
What if he did?
Man, if he did, I need him to send it over to me and everybody else in the world.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Or if not, Big Pharma is going to kill him.
Right.
Like, genuinely.
Or maybe the doctors in Africa are. Type 1 to them is like really, like, I don't know how that's it.
I don't know how they'll revive my pancreas, but if they do, I need them to let me know.
Are there like pancreas, like,
you can have pancreas transplants?
Can you get like a donor?
Yeah, you can, but you only live normally up to like 50 because the medicine.
Insulin now, though, right? Like, you're gonna live that time with a new pancreas that hopefully.
Yeah, I could eat whatever I want, but the medicines you take for, like, it's like getting a new kidney or something. You have to take anti-rejection medicine, and that will kill all your other organs.
Anti-rejection medicine? Do they have like a form of that for like dating? Okay, yeah, I mean, but kidneys are different.
That's a good joke.
Hey, you and I
But
can
it will only kill your liver and kidneys or whatever, so you normally have like up to like 50, depending on like when you get it. You could maybe get it later, but also how your body takes it. It's just not worth it based on keeping yourself healthy as a type 1.
I don't know if you saw this, but I saw like in a story about how there's some scientists or doctors, whatever they're calling themselves, who are now saying that they can successfully transplant like an entire human head onto a new body and like give that person, like the head from a disabled body to a brain dead comatose donor. They'll just switch. I'm like, what?
That's terrifying. You know why? Because recently there was this entire study. Oh, not study, but like actual thing. I think it was in Phoenix or Pennsylvania. No, it was Phoenix, like Arizona, where they found this entire lab, and this is actually true, where they were taking donor bodies and like cutting. Like, they found a white woman with black genitalia and black fingers and a whole different head, like a Hispanic head.
Living?
No.
Okay.
They were just chopping up and sewing them together.
Frankensteined up and then...
Yeah, no, genuinely. Like, and I don't know if they were living or not. Like, nobody really knows if they were donors or not. That just came through, like, in its actual news. Or even...
What? Is this like Skinwalker Ranch type stuff?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what are people doing? Or have you even seen the FSU video yet?
The what?
FSU. It's
Florida State University.
There was this girl there was a recent shooting there, actually. And 2 men died one was a coach and one was, I'm pretty sure, a professor. And then there's 5 students injured. There's this girl walking on campus. This like African American woman walking on campus with a Starbucks cup. I genuinely think it was a latte too, to be honest, because I'm gonna get into the specifics. Walking past,
Grande or Venti? They're like,
no, I already know it was a grande.
okay.
I know. I used to work. It was a grande cup, and she even had the straw like in between her hands. She didn't even put it in yet. Walking by this girl bleeding on the lawn, like bleeding out.
The Starbucks person was bleeding out?
Yes, this woman walked past her with like, and she was showing her Starbucks too, like slightly in the camera, like here.
She was bleeding out at the time?
Yes, like she was walking past her, like I think part of the Starbucks cup was showing, and then you saw the girl. She walked past her, turned the camera around, and showed her again.
So what happened? Like
nothing. She didn't even go help her or anything. She just walked past her.
But how? Like, who injured her? It's like, did she get shot?
No, there was a shooter. It was a school shooting. The guy was a part of I think it's a Leon Officer County or something. Like the guy who shot, it was like a son of like an officer there or an ex-officer.
Crikey. This is recently?
Yes, look it up. See it.
That's such a... Like, I don't know if I'm ready for that. I just got on the buzz about the Blue Origin. Like, you heard about this? Like the women astronauts who got sent up to space by Jeff Bezos. Have you followed this? Do you know about this? Oh, Megan, where'd you go?
Oh, I'm here. I was gonna put the thing.
Yeah, I mean, so like the person just didn't stop to think, like just said, "Hey, I'm just gonna film this the whole time." Like at no point did that's just...
No, she didn't help. She walked past it. Like, it's Charlie. Re-DM me your number because I actually went through my phone and I like got rid of like mass texts because I had like 23 gigabytes of them.
Okay, the same number? You still got the same?
Yeah, I still have the same. Just text me really quick and I'll send it to you.
Will do. Yeah, I don't know. God. So, did that person get like busted at all or in any trouble, like under the Good Samaritan Act? Just like, you could have helped this person. You did nothing.
Everybody just online has crucified her. Crucified her. Mama. Just go ahead and send you the link. It's crazy. Like, watch it. Because she tried to delete it too.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. I got split windows. This page doesn't exist. Try something. Try searching for something else. So it looks like maybe they already deleted it.
No,
Try opening that link that you sent me. It goes to Twitter or X.
I'll just...
It's lost in the black hole of this sea of social media. That's what happened to it. She got off lucky. So did they catch the gun, the shooter at least? Like, or are they on the lam now too? Like, what the like Florida? I really wanted to go to Disneyland and Universal Studios too.
No, they caught him. Like I told you, he's actually son of an ex-officer there.
Oh,
And
yeah,
I
yeah.
just sent you the screen recording of it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
That was
Yeah, it's
not what.
bad. And only 2 men died. That's the thing. And they're a coach and a professor.
Was this not like a school like alarm? Just like brrr, like
Well, it was the student union. The guy went to school there. Everybody that shot was part of the people who were actually trying to help the kids on campus.
Okay.
They were student union. And whenever he got detained, he chose to plead the fifth.
So what's the situation? He's just held up
Like
in
his
court
dad's
right
a cop, right?
So he's out on bond?
His dad was a cop. He took the pew pew from his mom because I don't want us to get banned. Like it was a hand pew pew. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he only unalived a coach from the football team and
The teacher, right?
And then pew-pewed 5 other students.
At random? After he...
In the student union. Only them.
Well...
Like he said, that's when the girl's sitting there bleeding out. And that girl just walked past her.
Yeah. It's...
With a Starbucks cup that was not even open. You saw she didn't even have the straw in the cup yet. And then decided to post it. It was already deleted, but you already know whenever you post something, it is always on social media if you really want it to be.
That's why I stay off X and Twitter.
Well, it's not only that, it's everything if you really want it to be.
Oh, yeah. I mean, our digital footprint.
Like, I actually downloaded my own data files, and I could see when I went live, where I went live.
Your data file from X or just like
TikTok.
your whole... Oh, on TikTok? You did that?
It does not show the video itself, but it shows the time, date, where, when, how long, everything.
Like in a transcript? Like just like a record?
It's like a
of
data
it?
file.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it's just like a record, right? Like a...
Yeah, it's a record.
Yeah, but it doesn't actually like show you like the actual information. It just says the coding, right? Like it's just all...
It's not even coding, it's more like how long it was. It's like if you typed into a file. Does that make sense? If you didn't know coding.
And I don't know coding. So.
Yeah, exactly. How you would type it into a data set.
C dot custom colon. Yeah, I mean,
no.
That's why I saw that thing. Like, just download, back up all your TikTok like files. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah,
like,
look
it's gonna
at
give
it,
me every
try it.
video.
No, when TikTok even got deleted, I was going to be deleted. I sat there and downloaded every single video I have. I hope you know I have like 200 videos still saved in my phone right now. Plus.
Please, I got doubles and I got 400 and something. Like, like, why do I keep doing these doubles? Because I just upload, like the same video, and I just like have it automatically like saved on my phone. Like, but luckily I got the 512 gig version.
But I have like all my private videos as well. Whenever TikTok was Musically, here, way up.
Hey, just memory today is like like currency. Like, what are we at? Terabytes? Like, how much space do you need, Meg? Maybe I'll put that under your Christmas wish list. A terabyte?
I have about a terabyte on my MacBook right now.
Have you heard of a petabyte now? That's the new.
No, actually, funny enough, I'm playing this game. I think you should look it up. Do you like playing games, or are you like not into it?
I mean, like, what kind of games? Yes, I do like playing games.
I can't really say how to explain it. It's a game where you put out some substances.
What?
And you make them, and you sell them to people.
Like a Grand Theft Auto thing, or this is like
like a little
dark
bit
web
less.
type? Is this a game, or is this like
Here, I'll text you. Like, it's called Schedule 1.
No, don't text me.
No, it's not gonna get you, I promise.
Megan, I'm a 43-year-old man. Like, you have no idea.
No, I know. It's called Schedule 1. There's not more than that. It's just more of the act of doing it. I'll say in the last 3
The
weeks.
act of doing it is worse.
No, not that.
It's the act of actually opening up the link and actually registering a file to play one level. That's how they get you hooked. Don't you know how the game works, Megan?
Here, I'll put the link in here because it's really not that bad. Like, actually, I think it's going to be Game of the Year, if I'm going to be honest.
Game of the Year? It's just like a Sims street game like version.
Yes, actually, that's kind of what it is.
Urban Sims, I guess.
No, in a way, like, you play this one player, right? And you can hire other people, and you make substances, you
who are
grow
like online
them,
players,
you
or
grow
these, like,
them.
NPCs?
Do you hear me? You grow them, and you go talk to NPCs and like sell to them. You have cops. You can beat them up. It's like a really dulled down GTA with like not the other aspects of it. It's like basically whenever you first start out, you're with your uncle. Your Uncle Nelson, and he's like, listen, I know you got no money. And he later, right?
This is from the uncle?
Yeah, no, it starts with your uncle. He tells you, like, you got no money, go get some money. And he's like, here, I kind of set you up. So you get set up, you get all this, you package it, you go give it to people. Later on, you come back, he's arrested, you're leaving. You go to this new place. The place
What is this, level 2?
is an RV. You're living in an RV. It explodes.
Okay, now you're just like spoiling the whole game plot for me.
Funny enough, the one thing I like dislike about the game, is that the gang that blows up your RV is never to be known. You never know them. But there's one man creating this entire game, and it's like blown up all over the internet. And basically, what you do is like you can buy other houses, buy other things. And you basically
in a
just
digital
like
world. So this guy's like going off fake clout, like, man, I am the Scarface of Schedule 1.
He's basically like Walter White on steroids.
Walter White is the Breaking Bad character. See, I never watched Breaking Bad, but that's Breaking Bad character. Walter White, right? Yeah.
Here, no, like it's not a bad thing. It's on Steam, so it's not like, the FBI is gonna come get you.
What is Steam?
Okay, it's a gaming platform. Everybody uses it. It's just like if you have an Xbox, you use the Xbox.
I don't have an Xbox or PlayStation.
Whenever you buy either of those, right, you have a platform which you buy games off of. For like PC players, you have a computer, right? You use Steam. There's also many others, but majority use Steam.
Okay, Steam is like the premier platform to be gaming on, I guess.
Yeah, technically it's Steam because it has everything that console does not have, plus what you have on console.
Well, I don't even have a console.
So.
I'm lacking everything, Megan. I got to start from ground zero.
No, Steam would be ground zero because that means you'd be an elite player. We don't need to put you on console first. You'll be like me.
I'm a novice who just like ranked myself up into elite. So I'm just like yeah, I suck at this game. Like, it's like playing
No, do
Bond
it.
on
You know, if you got some money, like look on there, see what you want to play. Especially there's a thing on there that tells you what's good games or not. If you just look up Steam download, it'll be the first app to download. It's free. But how
Yeah,
it
'cause
gets
that's how
its
they get
money
you.
is by how you download apps.
I don't know, Megan. Like, this is
Well,
one of
you
those
can
things
at
where
least see what I showed you, right? It doesn't ask you to fully log in.
I'm still a little
I
nervous.
promise you it's okay.
It's like the Pandora's
I've
box.
used it since I was in like 7th grade. I think you'll be okay.
7th grade, Megan. Like, I'm old. I'm like a grandparent at this point. Like in these terms, where I'm just like, I'm not that advanced. GTA is like too much for me, you know. Like
GTA, Jesus! Did you know there's a GTA 6 coming out next? I think it's at the end of this year or January.
I don't. I like
You
just
don't
got
even have a
Netflix.
console. Why does
Like,
it
what is
matter to you?
GTA on Netflix? You know, I'm like, what is this? Like, so I have this temptation where like
No, I feel like I just need to put you on to Empire.
the show,
Yeah, it's called Empire.
like the TV show
Yes.
with
Yes, it's a
the
TV
Jesse
show.
Smollett. Do I have to hire like some fake Kenyan bodyguards to attack me and
Oh no.
race war?
No,
Jesse
but look at what I
Smollett.
sent you. I swear to God, it is nothing bad. Look,
That's what.
I have 41 hours clocked into this game right now in the last 3 weeks.
Is this a brag?
No,
you were telling me
no, it's
earlier
bad.
about
It's
how
bad.
you've been busy with school.
No, I have been. I've been doing school, and then my alone time, right? It should be like tonight. My alone time should be like 1 to 2/3. I've been staying up till 5, and like my friends are busy with their little girlfriends or whatever, so I started at 7.
So what am I to you in this whole? Am I just kind of like
No, they're like close friends. Like they don't show up to my house. So
I'm
like
not, like,
I just
keeping you from
kind
this
of
game
just
right now,
been
am I,
like,
Megan?
if you don't show up to my house, I've been in the mindset where it's like you don't show up to my house, me time, because I actually haven't had that in like months. Because also one of my friends, he does school with me. He's been spending the fucking night here.
Bothering you playing?
Yeah. He has his
Schedule
own room right now. Actually, he has his own room. It's his room. Basically, he lives with me at this point.
Well, yeah. So
And
this
I
is
just
cramping your schedule one time.
Yes, or any of my games. I can't play The Sims. I can't play Minecraft. I can't play anything.
Oh, woe is me.
No, it is though, because like I'm introverted, like really at heart. I love like my friends. Like I love talking to you, but there's gonna be one point where I'm like, I need a break.
I
I
mean,
could talk to you. I could call you every single day. And
I
then
hope you would, you know, but I hope it
and
wouldn't be
then-
like, yo, Charles, I just got to level. I'm on schedule 2 now. Like, what? Megan, like, let's put these hours in a more focused area. What do you think? And you'll be like, no, you really got to get into this game. I'm hooked. That's how it all starts. I've been there before, Megan. I can't fall back.
You want? I have though. That's real shit. But the thing about it is, you get it. We play together.
Play together. That's even.
Yeah, we can still
It's like some
do
weird
together.
role play now for like the younger generations. Like, this is how you got to get your rocks off. Just like, yo, let's pretend like we're.
No, that's the best part. Like playing with people. None of my friends will get it because they're all broke.
From like playing Schedule 1 in real life. Like, yo, Megan,
Yeah, it's
I play this
15
game in
bucks to
real
play
life.
it. There's a free version, you know, just to test it out if you want. Because, like I said, it's one person making this. Out of every game you know of, like that's really big. It is like 100 people trying to do coding, doing like everything else behind the scenes. This is one person doing everything. He does not have a team. He literally, like, Somebody just made a YouTube video about it and it blew up on TikTok and everybody's like, hurry up, go, go, go.
Okay.
I don't even know his name. His name's Tyler. We know
Tyler, the creator?
No, we call him Tyler the developer.
he has a separate. I'm not that Tyler. I'm the
No,
developer.
genuinely, because people started calling him that, he got upset.
Who? Tyler, the creator? It's like, yo,
No,
that's
Tyler
me.
the developer. He got mad on Twitter.
Just like, don't call me Tyler, the creator.
Yeah, he's like,
You call
no,
me
don't
Tyler,
say
the
that. Like,
developer.
I'm not like that. And basically what he does as well for us is like he gives us beta testing for everything. So if something goes well, he tells us to play it for like a week, and if it goes well, he'll implement it. And it's just him. Like, the man is so fucking smart. Like, I'll give him my money any day. And if the game that he's creating, he's doing it by himself, he's only marketing it at $50, when Nintendo, with, you know how much Nintendo fucking has. Nintendo has to market fucking the new Mario Kart at $80. I'll take that any day.
At least Mario Kart is like family fun.
Jesus, Steam has a lot of good games like that. I bought a game for $6 called Good Pizza, Great Pizza. You just make pizzas for people.
There
There's
you go.
homeless
Okay, that's
people
the
in there
game I can
too.
actually get into, Megan. That one I'm interested in. I grew up making pizzas all the time. You can call me Pizza Time. You know,
Man, you're so upset about this game. I'm promising you it's fun.
because it's
It's
part of
like,
my past that I've been trying to like put away for my mother. Remember? Did I ever tell you that story? I don't want to
Jesus,
end
I'm
up
so
like
horrible.
reliving my glory days through like the meta universe. You know?
Jesus, not even meta. It's just you could do bad. You could not give the homeless man pizza.
There's a homeless man pizza. Okay, now
Yeah, like they have homeless people in it too. You have like a offensive person, like, or like an opposer that's like, my Italian place is so much better than your pizza. Like, Steam has so much. You have 60 seconds re-atomized, where it's like
60 seconds re-atomized in the pizza
only
game.
60 seconds, where it's like it's called that because you have 60 seconds to grab everything in your house before a bomb explodes, and then
In the pizza game?
no, this is a different game.
Okay, I was like, what does that have to do with pizza?
The different game, right? You can go and, you know, you walk through your house, grab your family if you want. Don't grab your family if you want.
Oh my
Grab
gosh.
everything that would be important, and then, you know, a
And then
bomb
does it like
hits and
judge you? It's
everything's
like,
dead,
wow.
and you have to sit there in that, like, and it's not like you move around. You have to make like actual logical decisions to help you like keep living. Does that make sense? That's like a puzzle game. Like,
A puzzle game or like a mental like conditioning for doomsday prepping?
Oh no! It's not that bad. I promise. Like, if you look at
It sounds kind of that bad to me.
it's not. You have something called Slime Rancher. Where
Slime Ranger, Atomizer,
no,
Pizza Time.
It's
Pizza
a whole
Time's like
different
the
game.
hottest one. Like, who invented Pizza Time?
It's called just Slime Rancher. You're a person that collects these little slime guys, and they poop out money for you.
What the fuck?
No. It's a very, very complicated game, and I'll tell you that now. I will tell you that now. I have 18 hours on
What was
it.
called?
You have to make
only
them
18 hours?
pens, and then you have to figure out how to feed them, and then you have to make farms, and then you have to unlock other regions to do, because each one of them is very specific on how they have living conditions, because you don't abuse them. And then on top of that,
Because you don't
have to learn
abuse
how.
them.
There's also, it's like a sci-fi thing, so you can learn how to teleport, like, and you get very certain materials to do that. Like, it, like, if you go on Steam, there's a game for you. There's also a game called 1 Hour, 1 Life, where you basically just become a caveman in a way.
One Life? I
And
feel like I heard of
you
that
can
one.
only play for an hour until you die.
And what's the point? To see how quickly you can evolve into like the
Well, no,
end
once you
world?
die, somebody else spawns in your place as a baby, and somebody has to take care of you. And
It's
you
like a
guys have to keep
doctor.
your village going. And even
It's
though
like a
you may
doctor.
never come
They
back,
have
it's
to
like
take
kind of the
care
point
of
of.
you. Like what? Like a
Yeah,
Benjamin
you
Button
become a
Doctor Who
baby.
thing? Like
You become a baby.
okay,
Become a
weird.
baby, get bigger, help the village, do all these like tasks that nobody asks you to do because you can only say like 4 words. You just do whatever to help build the village, and then somebody else will spawn there. Somebody else will just have a child, and immediately that's them.
It's like that like digital pet that kids had.
In a way, but it's like you're doing it with like 30 other people, and
Who
like
are
guess what?
actually
You're
kind
the
of
digital
relying
pet.
on you. Like, yo, like I'm a baby. I brought you in to take care of me. It's like you told me like this would be a fun game, not that I would be dedicated like to become like your like godparent.
Well, guess what? With this one, you only have an hour to do it.
Yeah, an hour can seem
No,
like
no, no. You're
retarded.
not a baby for an hour. That's your entire lifetime. You grow up.
Well, then you respawn, right? Then like the roles
Yeah,
switch.
to a whole nother place.
Yeah, so then you play another hour, and then what? You respawn again. So like you're kind of like
I can keep going. We have contraband police.
oh my gosh, Megan. I'm really
No, I can keep going.
You want me to come out there and like
There's,
just like have like a
dude,
like
there's so many games, and they're fun if you actually try them. There's Supermarket Simulator.
I don't know. Like I'm
Actually,
old.
is low key fun. It sounds stupid, but you build your own supermarket. It's stupid, but it's great.
You build your own supermarket.
It's great, but it's good.
What is this like Kroger's?
It's like no, you have like a 4x4, and then you have to make enough money to expand. It's bad, and you have to get more. I can't even explain it to you because you're just gonna look at me like I'm stupid. It's great.
Oh, this is the one game where I'm gonna look at you.
No, the other ones are actually fun though. They have like premise. That one's just like we call those games
to
like
learn how to expand into like from being a truck driver into a massive enterprise like super.
Oh no. That would be
It seems like some real life.
that game you're kind of talking about would be
like actually applicable, like a real life.
Dude, it's a game. Yeah, it is. I'm trying to find it. Was it not fried chicken? Where you're also doing drugs on behind, but you're also selling fried chicken and everything else.
What is this?
Yeah, no, you start out small, just selling
You start off small, just KFC stuff. Then you work your way up to the Popeye, and then if you make it big, you get to the Slims.
No, there's like 20 pounds of Kush.
And 14 Popeye's chicken sandwiches.
Yeah, no, exactly at the same time. You have to make them automated though, so you have to make enough money. It's like build up games. Like not all these are build up games, because like there's something called Franbo, which I really like as a puzzle game.
Are these like build up
this is the last one
games,
I'm
like
gonna tell you
games
about.
made to like be a way of releasing this kind of?
This is the last one I'm gonna tell you about. Okay, this is this girl, right? You're gonna start laughing. She's in a mental hospital. That's like where she starts. And she had this cat called Midnight. And Midnight runs away, and she has to figure out how to get out of this mental hospital because they're not treating her right. And then she does all these like challenges. It's like a puzzle game, but like you're not doing puzzles. Like you actually have to go through the storyline to figure out what to do. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like almost like an escape room type thing. Like you have to escape the orderlies who are.
It is like sci-fi. Like you can go into other realms. You see like girls like conjoined twins. You see like this flying axolotl looking thing. Like you see Death himself. Like that one is really interesting. I played 15 hours on it just to finish it, and I'd play it all over again.
And so is this game like creating possibly like a bad stigma against like mental facilities?
Because throughout the entire thing, it's like she's like, it's also something like Sally Face, where it's like this guy goes into this apartment. This is also on Steam, which I played a lot of, and it's like ghosts, like it's a lot of ghosts, and he's called Sally Face because he has this prosthetic that's straight plastic. And like he has to go through all this shit to find the ghost, and then later like they pin all the murders on him, and he's just a boy. Like it's crazy. Those are my 2 favorite games. They're really interesting, and you have to do a lot of like thinking about the plot and everything else.
As opposed to like Schedule 1, where it's just like, yeah, it's just kind of freestyle.
No, you just run around and you beat people. Like you literally beat people with a can.
Yeah, right. But there's some skill and strategy involved in these mental institution games.
Yeah. They are.
Okay. I can appreciate that. I can appreciate that.
Dude, I'll actually.
Again, Steam. Steam to me sounds like one of the worst inventions for the younger generation that I could possibly come up with, or one of the
You
best.
can play any game you really want. Is anything underneath the sun? Like, if you think console's bad with all the games, like here, there's puzzle games just for fun. Here, there's anything you can think of.
Anything I can think of, Megan.
Apparently, recently, yeah, we had a game banned here because there was an R-word game. Yeah.
Like that was the name of the game?
No, but that's what it was, and it was just like doing it to everybody, even your own mother. And we all sat there and on Twitter, and even I voted on it to get rid of it, and it finally was taken off Steam. Yeah, you can have a lot of games on here.
Wait, that'd come down to a vote? Like, so it's like...
Well, no, like they can have a lot of like negative things, but since how many games are on here is like probably over 100, like maybe even 50,000.
So a lot can slip through the cracks of like...
Yeah,
wow,
and like you can also play like certain type of games on here if you like turn off your
incognito.
Not even that, your safety net. And I won't turn off my safety net. No, thank you. Like there's even Gary's mod. Gary's mod just makes you like allows you to build whatever you want, even like mechanical stuff, and you can do it IRL. Like if you're a engineer thing, do it.
I mean, is there a game where you're like a type 1 diabetic who's just trying to like find like a miracle cure?
Let me look it up. I bet you money there is.
I mean, if there is, I'm gonna be very shocked that how come we've never thought to look at this game, Megan? Like,
I'm looking right now, actually.
I swear, this game can't be in existence, right?
I looked up diabetes, and do you want to know what the first thing was?
Like a play on words, like die a beat, like a rap game. Die a beat.
It was Candy Blast.
Okay, well, I like mine better. Candy Blast. Are you thinking of Candy Blast? Like, actually, now I am. Okay, good. We haven't reached that frontier yet, right? Maybe that's
all I got was Power and Revolution 2021 edition.
When you typed in diabetes.
Type 1. If I typed in diabetes, it was Candy Blast.
Huh. Interesting.
Then it was, Jesus, just a lot of stupid Edgar. I don't know what Edgar is. $4.99.
Edgar Poe? What? Like...
It's put out in 2016. Oh, this looks like an old TV show.
Edgar?
Yeah, he's like a little alien. I think it looks like an old TV show because there's like a JPEG moving around low-key.
On Steam? This sounds like it's like
trailers for their games. That's why I sent it to you so you could see the trailer. You're so scared you're gonna get hacked.
It's a tricky time that we're in right now.
I promise this one you're fine. I wouldn't tell you. I think, how many games do I have on Steam right now? I have 31. If I gave them each one ranging from $50 to $5, I think you'll be fine. They took my money. And I don't think that's why.
And so, like, why shouldn't I let them take my money? Is that what
you're... No, not even that. I don't think they're just going to hack you through just looking at it.
Yeah, but what if I end up like, Megan, I'm a little short on like my next 3 months worth of rat games, mommy. No, Charles, you know the rules of Schedule 1. You know what you're getting yourself into.
No. Steam doesn't do that. Unless they...
I'm not talking about Steam. I'm talking about us, Megan.
No, if you do buy Schedule 1, It's okay. I have like 200. I actually have $300,000 on there right now. I'll pay you off.
In schedule like buck, like Disney dollars.
Yes. I'll pay you off. Don't worry. I'll sell my account.
You're like the worst kind of person in the hustling game. Like the rich person's like, trust me, I got you. You need lawyers? You're that Godfather, only in like this pre-blonde like package.
Like,
Yosemite.
I am really smart. No, I actually saw a clip of this like not too long ago. They're like, it was like this lawyer woman. She's like, they don't pay me $400 like or like $900 an hour just for nothing. She like walks away after like absolutely fucking destroying them. I was like, oh, I wouldn't even pay you $900 with that attitude.
900 like real
she
dollars.
did a good job. Like, and even me being like in my situation I'm in, I realized I was like, yeah, she killed it. But like, you don't need to like actually threaten people, because in that like clip she was threatening them. She's like, I'll have your balls on a platter. I was like, okay, that's enough for me.
Wait,
Time
this
to
is the
close
game,
TikTok.
or this is like the creator of the game?
No, neither. It was just a clip on TikTok.
As a trailer for it?
No, it was from a show, Charles.
Okay, I'm I don't know if it's because I'm like so old, but I'm not getting any of these.
You don't have to. I was trying to explain that open TikTok, and that's the first thing I saw.
Okay, well, my algorithm is completely different from yours. Apparently, like
Do you not get like show clips? I do.
I mean, I'm starting to get like South Park now, like, which is great. But no, I get
you keep watching. There'll be more. Don't worry. Just keep watching them fully.
Okay, well, just share those ones. If it's on open TikTok, then yeah, give me. don't plug me into a new dealer Steam. You gotta go check out Steam, man. Yeah. The secret word is
no, Steam is good. I even sent you the clip I sent you the clip to schedule one. They even have Tetris on here. It's called Tricky Towers. It's great, and you can play with your friends. You can both like build up with each other.
So I need to go to Steam to play Tetris with my friends?
Well, not like that. Like, Tetris is not a 2-player game. Even I know that.
Well, you can battle each other, like, at the same time.
Like, it's like... It's just so much different. They have more graphics. They have, like... I'm gonna have to send you a screen recording of everything. Because, not even a screen recording. I guess I'll just take a video and show you. Like, you were so scared.
I just need, like, actual documentation that, like, you are a actual, like, not an actor portrayal. Not that I don't
like, I'm looking at my profile right now on Steam. I joined in 2017. Right now, I have 46 hours on one game, 9.4 hours on another, and that's just overall.
Like, what about total? Since 2017, in the 8 years that you
So
been on this,
how
many hours total have you logged just playing all these games? Are we talking 10,000 hours? Have you mastered Steam?
Well, no, I also have like The Sims on EA Play. Oh, we joined. That's my friend. Hey, we.
I was like, are we talking like Nintendo Wii?
No, I was actually playing Nintendo Wii the other day, and I
with Wii.
Yeah,
I was playing Wii with Wii. Hey, Wii.
No, not with Wii, but my friend Pearson and I was playing all the Ben 10 games. Apparently, he really likes those. And then I was playing. He didn't have Mario Kart, which kind of made me mad, or any of the good games. He had like Ben 10, and then he had like the Cars version of Mario Kart
on Wii.
Yeah, he had that.
What? I thought like the games on Wii are like the sports games and like...
No, you have Mario Kart, you have Mario, you have everything underneath the sun. I was playing Ben 10. I played Zelda, actually.
They still have Zelda?
Do you know what Zelda is?
Yes, I know what Zelda is. The
You're
Legend of
making me
Link.
scared. Dude, I was playing original Zelda on the Wii. It was fun.
Original Zelda on the Wii?
Yeah,
The
OG.
like
Just when Zelda was there,
8-bit
nothing
Zelda?
else.
Okay.
It
I
was
thought those
fun.
games can be like now on your. I'm pretty sure I have like Sonic the Hedgehog Sega version.
Yeah, no, we were also playing that too.
Okay. I'm actually looking for maybe Mario World 3. I was watching that movie with Ben Savage, the Wizard. About the maybe that's too old for you. Megan, these
I'm not
games.
that old. I mean, I'm not that young. Jesus.
I'm saying I'm that old. That yeah, you said what I was trying.
Yeah, God. Sorry, it's a bit late for me. It's 5:30.
How I missed this? How I missed
Okay.
these
So,
revelations from the other
Megan and Charles.
right? Compass Pang's Compass. I thought we came up with like a clever tag team duo, like show name. I said you know the one time that you told me like, hey, you should watch that couple, right? What was their name? The guy and the girl who run like the TikTok channel together, and you're like, maybe we could do something like that. And I was like, okay, that was like the first thing you like shared with me, and now you're sharing like Schedule 1 games. I'm like, what? So dramatic.
Dude, we're just catching up. I'm telling you what
But
I've been
that's
doing.
that's like watching like my niece like grow up into like a high school graduate. When last time I saw her, she was like in middle school. You know, like how time flies. Like Megan,
Well,
I
I've
didn't
been
know.
doing that prior. I just didn't think it would interest you. You asked me what I've been doing.
Yeah,
I'm
and now I
forgetting
feel
the
like
times.
in the time that I've known you, like I haven't really known you. I didn't know this darker side that you've been carrying with you since 2017, when happened to be like when I found Jesus, ironically. So when I was finding Jesus, you found Schedule 1 or C. You know, like it's just like amazing, just how life works out for people sometimes.
Oh, he left us. I guess he hates us.
Who, we?
Yeah, he left. He's
Well,
like
I
my
mean,
Asperger's buddy. He made like a not a nice comment prior, and I told him that like
on
it was
here,
really
on
really
my end.
wrong. And I checked his profile, and he definitely blocked me. And then he texted me on here, and he was like, "I didn't block you," and he was just so mean. And I was actually like telling him like he told somebody to find God, which really rubbed me wrong. You know what I mean? Like in the wrong
He
way.
told somebody to find God, and that rubbed you wrong
Yeah,
because
because like she was talking about something very personable to women, like bad
okay,
things.
so here is a man coming in giving
Yeah,
his
it was like something along those lines, and I was like, and she was like upset. It had to be something along those lines. I don't fully remember, but I remember it was something that rubbed me wrong in that direction, and I was like, it's funny enough, your God, like how you think of your God that way, he doesn't care. But if you actually did care, that would matter so much. You know what I mean?
I don't like rub you like the wrong way like
No,
that.
you never have. You never have. That's why I appreciate you, because you realize what like how those things like are not okay, and even in the Bible they're not okay.
I mean,
And
for me, it's more like, man, maybe I need to find God again.
well, I even talked to him, and he was like, finding God was like finding a better version of yourself and everything of that sort. And I said that then that's not the right way to put it. You know what I mean?
What
Like
if
that
is that a game? Is that a game on Steam? Finding God.
finding. Let me see. I'll check. Actually, I will
What if,
check.
ironically, that's what we was talking about like this whole time? He's like, yeah, these women thought I was like attacking them when really I was trying to join in on this new conversation that I was so like intrigued about. Feminists.
Oh God, the one I'm looking at is not definitely finding God.
This is like so crazy.
I know, and it's about being in hell. But basically, I was like telling him about it. I was like, that was just not kind or nice or okay as a whole. And genuinely, I kind of was telling, I know about the Bible inside and out. from many facets. And I was telling him, like, you know, nothing in the Bible, in the original transcript as well, is okay with that. Nothing is. It's all about acceptance, and people wonder why they don't like your God. And he was like, what God are you even talking about? I'm like, I told him the Christian God, because if you're saying God like that, there's only one God we're really thinking about. And he said, oh, no. It's like, this is how I perceive it, is like you finding, I may be saying this wrongly, finding yourself and everything of that sort. And I said, oh, finding
Okay, so
yourself, like
he
finding like
recovered. He tried to
like being
recoup.
better and stuff of that sort. And I said, well, that's not God. Like, that's something you could have reapproached in a different manner. What you're doing is just demeaning.
Right? Maybe you should try saying it the way you just said it instead of just like saying you need to find God.
And that wasn't even in the comments, because after I said he blocked me, because I put this entire, you know, spiel out, because, I mean, that's just not okay. In the comments, I said, oh, he blocked me because I checked his profile. He did block me. I guess he unblocked me and saw that I said that comment, like, texted me. And, like, we talked for a bit, and I told him, like, that's not right. And, like, being that angry and hateful towards people is, like, not okay. Funny enough, we became friends because of it, because he has Asperger's. And he was like, you know, I don't not understand, but it's like, I just feel a lot of anger towards people, and I don't know how to deal with it. And recently we've been working on dealing with it. Like, every time I go on TikTok, I try to check if he's there and talk to him about it. And because I feel like he just doesn't have a lot of people there, and I really feel like he should be supported, because who shouldn't be? You know what I mean? It's like kind of refreshing.
Refreshing. This is kind of like, it's like Megan. Like, this is like, I don't know.
I like helping people. Like, that's my thing. I love
Outside
helping
of your
people.
40 hours of Schedule 1, like, once you get that out of your system.
No. I have, like, if you text me or something, it'll be on there. Like, I'll see it.
Okay, so this is the heart that I remember. Just like, you know, like, I realized, like, he could use a buddy type thing, you know?
Yeah, dude, I'm always there. And if you, like, really need me there, you know, I'll text back if I, like, especially if I can. Or I'll try to get there as soon as possible. You know, sometimes my life is a little bit fast, and
yeah, I know
it's hard to
usually
remember to text back, but, you know, I'll be there in a 42-hour period.
Yeah, right. I mean, yeah, you'll get a reply. You know, it might be.
It may be a while, but it'll be there.
Yeah, that's why I like the auto, like, setup, like, on my TikTok DMs. It's just like, oh, I'm out of the office, but please leave a message. Like, that's what, like, all these.
Oh my God, I should probably start doing. Actually, no, I get, like, all the scammers, like the sugar daddy scammers. They're like, if I gave you $10,000, what would I do with it? I told one guy I'd hire a hitman for you.
I had a guy like that approach me with that offer. Like, he was just like, hey, I'm somebody who likes to help out single, like, mothers. Can I, like, help you with any money? And I was like, do you know who I am?
No, that's when you tell them, I need some money to hire a hitman on you.
No, I mean, I heard this is like, is this like a cry for help, or are you just like this lost in your life?
I don't know if they're even bots or scammers. Like, I can't ever tell.
I mean, really? You can't ever tell? Like,
well, like, the thing about it is, it's like some of them are very automated, but some of them could just be using a site, you know, to copy and paste the same thing over and over and over again. Because I knew people used to do that, like, sick stuff, you know what I mean? And then they'll actually text you once they get a response, and they'll be like, okay, what's your Cash App?
okay, so you as a female get that approach, like, as well? Like, I'm just like, who do these women think we men are? Just
yeah, no, I swear to God, right now I have 30 requests in my DMs from people just like that. Like, if you go look at my first post, is like my last post, you know, like my first one is like, I have 12 comments. 6 of them are people saying, hey, I love your photo. Can I paint it? Oh, I have great deals for you. Come check your DMs.
Okay, and then how many do you get where it's like, hey, do you need $10,000 to be?
Oh, recently that's about 6.
6?
Yeah, in the last like 2-3 months.
Okay, well, I'm gonna need to start saving up.
I didn't talk to any of them. That's like the last one I said I'm gonna hire a hitman for you. That's why I need the money.
What was his response? Just like, oh, that's great.
Well, are you
So where
interested
do I
in being
send
a
this
sugar
cash
baby as a
at?
whole? I like your attitude.
Okay, so that's how like I can tell like, okay, this is clearly a bot or like
It may not even be a bot. It may just be a guy just still trying to try again. You know what I mean?
the
I like that you're
numbers guy.
feisty.
Look, 9 out of 10, like we'll say no, but that one, you're just looking for that one.
No, and that's normally how like scammers are. So I just don't mess with it. What's the point?
But this is what I'm talking about, Megan. Like,
here, I'm listening. I'm gonna send you a video of my Steam so you know it's not like a bad thing. Okay,
we're still on this.
Because I just want you to look at what I showed you. I don't want you to think that.
You really want me to like look at the picture of your Steam?
Well, no, not even that. I just sent you the game so you actually see.
I know. I'm trying to use wordplay to maybe get a rouse out of.
Yeah, you are.
Is we still here? What is this guy doing? Where he's getting Steam pictures? No, I'm just kidding. You're more than welcome.
Pictures? Oh my god. Disgusting.
This is where I would probably totally misunderstand, like maybe like somebody tagging with me, like, do you want me to send you like my screenshot of Steam and my adult? Like, I'm just like,
you're
what
so
is this?
lucky that is not on the scammers list yet, but I may start using it. Shit.
I'm so lucky. You think
video link down below.
Okay, well.
The thing about it is I know that I sent you my Steam specifically, not my Steam, but Steam as a whole, is because of whenever I look at it, I see the little picture icon for it. If not, it wouldn't show it.
This isn't like the digital equivalent of like getting prints on a pew, right? Once I open it, now my digital fingerprints are all over your Steam. So if anything happens to you, you can be like, oh, I don't know, who's that Chaplin guy? He must have.
Yeah, wait. Before you even do it, I'll just send you my Steam account too, so you can even see like it works. It's decent.
So persistent.
I know. I'm pretty good at what I do.
I mean, like, are you working for Steam? Like, did you get recruited? Like, just be honest with me. If that's the case, then yeah, I'll throw you the referral. But
no, I just think it's like a good platform. If you ever want to like try to play games, I think this is where you should start, because if you're playing on PC, it'd be better.
Yeah, but that's the key word that you just said. If you're trying to play games, it's like, I'm not trying to play.
I think one day you'll be interested. Maybe when you're 70 in a retirement home.
Maybe that will be the time when I'll be like,
you'll remember, Jesus, Megan told me about Steam.
I'm like, what was that girl's name? Disenfranchised. What was her name? Yes, when I'm 70, I will guarantee you then I will be ready.
I promise I'm laughing. I'm just gonna be muted for
get your
in a second, so I can send even my profile over to you, so you know it's real.
Okay. Yes, please do your thing. I love the trust that we have, yet the insecurity that I seem to be feeling at this moment. Why? Are you playing the long game, Megan? Because like, you know, like this is like the script that I get from like the scammers I accomplish. It's like, hey, and I'm just like,
I mean, you're so right. The photo of me and everything on there, my voice, you even seen my face and talked to me for hours. I'm playing the long game. This is crazy. I just want him to check out the game on Steam. Schedule 1 is great. Oh, hey, LBZ, do you like Schedule 1 or any other games? I'm trying to convince Charles or Charlie to play it. I'm trying to show him that it's not a scam.
What? Are you bringing in like a wingman to?
No, I was telling you the LBZ in the chat. They already left though.
Who was in the chat? LBZ.
I was trying to tell him. I was trying to show you my account on Steam in the game, so you didn't think it was a scam.
Can I ask you just honestly, Megan, like just how many other like buddies like me are you sharing this passion with? You know,
I have my friend Pearson, who's the one that that like spends the night here, and I have my friend Gavin. But
yeah, that you were complaining about, like
yes, because he's like my brother, and I have my friend Gavin, who's also like in my class. But we just play Minecraft together. He refuses to play with me. He even forgot he had Steam. Which makes me so mad because he's like obsessed with Minecraft. So I was just trying to show you because it's like if you want to play a game that's like fun and stupid, it's fun and stupid.
Minecraft is one that I'd be like, that's the game I would get. Megan,
hey, if you want to get into, I have a realm for you. Shoot, if you want to talk more and play, Jesus, we got everybody on there right now.
Minecraft? I mean, now they have a Minecraft movie, right? So this is where, like, I've never played Minecraft. I've like heard about it, and I'm just like, ooh, which one am I gonna play? Creator or Survivor? You know?
Well, we have a realm in survival. If you actually one day want to video call, I will video call and show you it. It's insane.
Like I get to like watch like how you guys play.
I'll set up the phone and everything, and you get to watch me walk around it. I played that since I was young. I think I played that since I had a tablet at like 6.
Yeah, I remember that was like a game for like like ages like 6 and under. You know?
Yeah, Pocket Edition. Ooh, Metal Dragon, thank you for the likes.
Oh, Mia, where have you been?
We need some people in here. Shoot, we're just talking about games.
Yeah, let's see what Mia.
Mia, what do you like to play? Hey,
me.
what's up?
I hath returned.
Welcome back.
I've been absent from the TikTok lives, but I'm back.
Because of how exhausting I left you the last time we were.
No, I was just doing other shit.
Okay, good. Okay.
You have school or something?
No, I dropped out of 10th grade, got my GED. I've been out of school since.
Did you get your GED though?
Yeah, I got it.
I'm proud.
Yeah.
Go Queen.
Now, have you heard of Schedule 1?
Have you played Schedule 1 or have you heard of it?
Are you ready to take your GED to the next level of?
Yeah, Mia's heard of it.
I've heard of it. Isn't it the game where you play as a street pharmacist?
Yes.
Okay.
Harley thought like I've been a long time person for him. And like on his lives, like very long time. I had to take a little break because of school. Like I'm in college at the moment, unfortunately. Jesus, I hate it. But I was trying to tell Charlie, like, in my alone time, I've been off TikTok. I've been playing Schedule 1. And I was trying to show him it because I was trying to explain it and he wouldn't understand what I was saying. And he thought Steam was a scam website.
No. Steam is a very trusted website.
Okay, first of all, don't make me sound like that. Like he thought it was like a scam website. That's not how it just seemed like a scam in its entirety. Like everything about it.
I've known
Steam
you
Scheduled
since
1. The 40
year.
hours of gameplay that you've been logging.
I think I last year into September. We used to call for like all night long just talking about stupid shit.
The first time me and Charlie hung out, we were on live for like, 6 hours or some shit? Just talking about everything and nothing.
Well, he's talking about everything underneath the sun. He has some good research.
I mean, the whole thing, like 4 hours. That's kind of short, Mia? I thought we went at least like 8.
Trust me, you haven't had a 12-hour conversation with them.
Yeah, we've.
I can go on. I'm like an Energizer bunny. You know, it's just
I
like,
know. I love it. I love it.
Oh, but no. Recently, in my pastime, I've been playing quite the opposite of a game. I've been playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the video game, which is completely. It's kind of a mind.
I know I've heard of it because I'm a horror fanatic. I love it.
It's kind of a mind trip when you start to think about like how you have to get into the mindset of one of the crazy cannibal family members when you're playing the game. Like, I can't let these victims escape. I gotta put booby traps on all the exits and shit like that.
No, it's in a way like not The Last of Us. What's the one where they're running around? Yes.
It's that, but better. It's better for a lot of reasons. One, I like the fact that there's 3 killers versus 4 survivors instead of 1v4. But the fact that it's, like...
Are you guys listening to yourselves?
Hardly. You're just out of... It's okay to be out of touch.
No, just like I like the setup, it's like 3K to 4. Just the way you set it up.
So the reason... No, that I have reasons behind that.
Explain the other one first, so maybe he can be cradled in.
So Dead by Daylight is what is referred to as an asymmetrical horror game. So by asymmetrical, I think they're either referring to the fact that there's one person on a team versus 4 other people on a team, or the fact that the camera is literally an asymmetrical third-person camera, or both. But basically, in Dead by Daylight, there's
I don't think you got any of that.
Just
okay, let's listen. In Dead by Daylight, there is one person that's a killer, and 3 people / can be 4, depending on how you load in things that happen. Whatever, I may be wrong.
I thought it was always 4, but okay.
It can be 3. If it's like if you load into Fortnite, there can be 98. You know what I mean? Versus 100.
But it's almost like a cops and robbers type thing. Like there's
in
one.
a way, but it's a killer versus 4 people trying to run for their lives. Does that make sense?
Right.
And
Yeah.
There's very gory things where they put you on a meat hook, and somebody can take you down, and you're still alive, but you're hurt, and you have to do various tasks to beat the killer. Does that make sense? Does that make sense?
Or expose which one of your friends is going to be the one who bails. It's yep.
When people do that, and you kind of basically say, "Oh, you suck," and you have to you have to do the tasks for them. Does that make sense?
The whole gimmick is
it makes perfect sense. It sounds like a game that I would. I don't understand.
Dead by Daylight.
Okay, so then if that's Dead by Daylight, then what is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre?
Now you get it.
I'll explain that in a second. Hold on. The whole shtick with Dead by Daylight is that it's supposed to play like a horror movie. You're the survivor and you have no way to fight back. The only way is to escape. That's your only freedom. So with Texas Chainsaw, it's kind of the same thing, but you have a little bit more things that you can do, and it's a lot gorier. So if you're the family, I'm sure you've seen the first Texas Chainsaw, right? Charlie?
The movie?
Yeah,
the movie.
Like the original,
yeah,
or
1973, 4, whatever.
Yes.
I've not seen that one. No, but I've seen
So there, how there's a bunch of sequels, right? Well, the game only takes place with the continuity of the first movie. So you have the original 3 family members to start out with. You have the cook, you have the hitchhiker, and Leatherface.
Okay.
And they added some more later on that aren't from any of the movies, but they're still part of the family. They just have other abilities, yada yada. But with Texas Chainsaw, it's in the movie they're just trying to escape, and that's kind of the whole goal. Is you don't really have a form of attacking them per se. You can't kill the family members, but you can attack them. If you grab a bone, a sharpened bone shiv, you can do a sneak attack on them, or you can retaliate if they attack you and get into a grapple situation. But so the difference,
as opposed to Dead by Day, where the objective is to
just escape.
Right.
Okay,
So,
okay.
but the difference in Dead by Daylight is there's really only two forms of escape. Is you either have to turn on all the generators so that the big metal door opens, or if you're the last person, you can find an escape hatch. But in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there's a bunch more ways to get out. So, the main ways is there's the obvious, like you try to like leave through the front door and then go out the driveway, but the driveway is going to have this grid on the floor that's electrified by, it's being powered by a generator, so you got to turn off the generator. There's a door inside the basement where you spawn, where you have to go get a fuse and put it in the fuse box to open up the basement door, but it's only open for a certain amount of time. Or you gotta get a valve and put it on this fucking pressure tank, and it opens up a pressure door.
So it's like an escape room type esque.
So, like when I first started playing it as a survivor, it really made me feel like I was in a horror movie, because like you don't. Like in Dead by Daylight, everybody knows like all the paths to take. Everybody knows where everything is. They just, if they start getting chased, they're just gonna start trying to loop you and run in circles around you. Whereas in Texas Chainsaw, even if you're like just now starting out, as long as you play like you're in a horror movie, you probably will survive if you're sneaky enough. That's what I like about Texas Chainsaw, is that you can actually be sneaky, like really sneaky.
Well, like in the game that she's describing, the first game, right? You either win or you don't type of way. Does that make sense? Everybody has to
From
work
like
together
both
to win.
perspectives, as like the
Dead by Daylight, everybody has to kind of work together to win. If not, you
to
actually
escape
just have
like
to
the
be
one
really good.
attacker, right? The one person who is like trying to get
Whereas
at
in
least
Texas
all
Chainsaw, you could just say fuck it and leave by yourself and leave everybody behind.
Yeah, and also it's an older game. I guess I'd say in a way, like hasn't had have as many updates. So like everybody knows the paths of where to go.
Okay, so like it's already
In the new game that she's talking about, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it's been updated multiple times as well. So you have to do many other things to save people, to kill people, to do other things to get out.
yeah, like the levels actually like change, right? Like it's not just playing like the same level over.
Yes. It's like if you think of Call of Duty, you have like multiple maps. Does that make sense?
Or just like a world, right? Like a landscape that
Yeah, you kind of have that, and then also you get to switch between survivor and the person that's killing. However, in Dead by Daylight, you get to switch. But the thing about it is one be V4 or 3, depending on how well your Wi-Fi runs, because sometimes, or how many people are on the server. Some people don't actually go on. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, it can be more or less depending on that as well. So it's normally, isn't it a 3v4? I may be wrong.
3 family members and 4 survivors, but it recently just got put on PlayStation Plus, so there's a flood of new players just now starting out who don't know like all the so with the maps and everything. The first few maps were just stuff that you've seen from the first Texas Chainsaw movie. Like you have the family house, you have the gas station where the cook works, and then you have the actual abandoned slaughterhouse. But on top of that, they added DLCs like Nancy's house, which is another DLC character. You have
Which I'm seeing right now. I'm actually looking through it.
Fucking Nancy's. I wish I could get Nancy as a DLC character. She's nice, but they added all these new places, and some of them have unique exit routes that you only find on that map. Like the gas station, for example, you can leave through the storefront of the gas station, which it only requires like 3 or 4 lockpicks to get through, instead of having to turn off a generator and do all that noisy shit. But
you can't just like break the glass and just
no. They try to make it hard for us, because if you have a certain amount of people on it, it wouldn't actually be fun. Right. It's supposed to be like the thrill of the game, because everybody plays different. The same with Dead by Daylight. Nobody wants to play the same. Right. However, Dead by Daylight, like I said, everybody sees, like they know where not everybody is, but you know the specific patterns to get someplace, so they'll sit by the generators. Like she said, you have to get all the generators. They'll find you. With this, if
So
there's
instead of
any,
chasing you, they just like they're just like playing like
yeah, they're gonna be
cat and
there.
mouse. They're just hiding, waiting for you at the
Literally.
checkpoint. Yeah.
With this one though, the difference is it's not all PC players like I was telling you about. They're playing on console. Like I told you, console's a lot different. You don't have everything the same. You don't have everything available to you. If it just was released on PlayStation, all these people are like new players. They don't know.
And one of the main differences is that in Texas Chainsaw, there's multiple different ways you can escape, but the locations of those essential items are randomized. So you might start the game, and the generator might be right by this one gate, but then you start another game and it's moved to over by the barn, and you're like, well, what the fuck? So it kind of keeps you on your toes because everything is in a different place every time. So it's not you can't just sit there and camp one place, or you always go to this one spot because you know it's going to be there. You can't do that for everything.
Yeah, Dead by Daylight kind of does. Wherever you want to, if you're the killer, is 1v4, and this is 3v4.
So it's a little fairer.
Well,
it's almost
like criminal victim mentality.
Dead by Daylight, if you're actually good at the game, and good by the game, like you know where everything is, it's supposed to be like kind of like a puzzle game, I guess.
Kinda, yeah.
Well, thank goodness for that. Like, I can only imagine if it was one of those games where people are like playing to like level up characters, and there's like
there is leveling up characters. You can get perks and stuff.
Where like no, but like there's no like individual like avatar characters where like when I log on to Dead by Day, like I have all the.
It's not that. What is the game I'm thinking of?
Well, certain characters have certain abilities,
like a World of Warcraft, I guess type like
no, like
collaboration.
Okay, like collaborate. What do you mean? Like
I don't know what I mean. I'm like out of my realm.
Okay.
I just watched Dungeons and Dragons on Netflix, and I thought that was like kind of cool.
I think I'm wrong, Charlie.
That's one of the things I don't.
No, it's right. It's right. Never mind. I lied.
You thought you were what?
I thought I was wrong.
Well, good to know that
I thought I was wrong. I'm not. When am I ever?
One of the things I don't like about Dead by Daylight is I feel like there's too much consistency in how all the killers play, considering that Dead by Daylight has so many different licenses for so many different characters that are trademarked. Like they have Freddy Krueger and Michael Myers and Ghostface and everything, but then they have like Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul, which is a fucking anime, and like some of these characters realistically would be way more powerful than some of these other characters, like a xenomorph from Alien is getting clapped by Kaneki or Pinhead or Pyramid Head or literally anybody else 7 days a week. Like
No,
I don't know
I
why.
understand that. I mean, I play Fortnite and the skins and stuff to that. I just stopped playing.
Yeah, it's like that. Like it makes no sense to me. Like why? Like if I'm,
I feel like we should give him a little bit of context to this.
I mean, you guys nailed it on the head when you were like, "It makes no sense to me." It's like, thank you. Now you.
Like in Fortnite, you can play as any basically any licensed character. So like, if you're Spider-Man versus like a normal fucking person, I feel like I should have an advantage because I'm fucking Spider-Man. But no, you're just a guy wearing a Spider-Man's costume. Not the fucking same.
No, basically part of these games is that you can sit there and you can buy skins. That's kind of what they call them, right? You could be the original OG person. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
the
base model avatar character.
Yes. They always have like a shop, and they go with other people. Not other people, other companies or licenses, like Mia said very well.
Yeah, where it's like, I just got myself some Nike Jordans on.
Funny enough, that happens on Fortnite.
Well, no,
or Fortnite.
They do that. They do that.
Shoes, yeah. You can make your Spider-Man wear black Air Force Ones.
Yep, exactly. So
and have to actually pay like the money that
like these companies, and then they have to. You can go into the store and buy it with real money.
Right.
And so basically, if you're buying it with real money, it just basically overlays your skin whenever you're playing. Which like kind of sucks because it's like okay, for example, if I'm playing Fortnite, a shooter game, it's like Call of Duty in a way, right? You know Call of Duty, Charles.
Yes.
You see me running around looking like Spider-Man.
Like a Civil War, like combat
No, just straight
soldier.
up Spider-Man. Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay.
You're gonna shoot me.
Well,
I paid $10 for that.
For that skin, the Spider-Man skin, and you realize
still
this
look like Peter Griffin.
Yeah. No, it's not even like that. Yeah, that's one as well. In Fortnite, we now have Adventure Time and everything over the sun and moon. We have it all. We have Goku. We have everything. Even
so now it's just like mocking like war in a sense. Pikachu. Oh my god, I'm Pikachu in
No, I'm surprised we don't have that yet. And then it's the same in Dead by Daylight.
Yeah. The only things I don't see Fortnite adding is stuff from like old movies that like kids wouldn't know about. Like they're not gonna add Leatherface as a fucking skin in Fortnite because no fucking kid was watching a 1974 movie. Okay.
Well, no kid is actually gonna watch it before. Kids could still be reading comics, but they can't be gory.
I mean, what happened to like Freddy Krueger and like Jason and Michael Myers? Like
They can't add that
Jason
in
and Michael
because
Myers.
it's not a kid. It's not kid friendly.
Right, and not in Fortnite.
Right. That's the argument.
But Dead
They're
by
not
Daylight
kid-friendly.
can't have that. They do have it. They even have the scream mask.
Exactly. So the difference in like Texas Chainsaw is that all the skins for Leatherface, for example, are skins from either different outfits that he's worn in the movie or other movies. You know, it's not like you can make Leatherface look like fucking Spider-Man, and that'd be a little ridiculous. But what I like about Texas Chainsaw is that all the family members still feel like balanced and human. Like I'm not sitting here playing as fucking Spider-Man, but I'm limited to the movement speed of a regular person because, you know, game balancing reasons. I can still, you know, in Texas Chainsaw, I can still look like Leatherface and still move like Leatherface and still feel like him. I don't know. I like that part.
Like the physics behind it, it's just like you actually feel like you're this like overweight.
That way, but it's not there.
Like if I was playing as Kaneki in Dead by Daylight, I should be moving at fucking light speed because he's an anime character. Like, but he's limited to his certain movement speed and abilities because of game balancing and lore reasons. Which, if you want to talk about lore, like none of these characters should be in the same fucking room with each other at the same time, but somehow they are. But you're just gonna have to like get past that because the game tries to explain it in this like sci-fi mumbo jumbo way that doesn't fucking make sense. So you just have to accept it.
Okay, so once you can break that fourth wall,
once you can suspend your disbelief for a little bit, then the game is like a little bit fun until you go to play as killer, and then people are abusing the game mechanics by. Okay, so like it's when you're a survivor, you're in third person, right? Your camera's behind your character, but if you're a killer, you're in first person. So
He's on pause.
Okay. Oh.
I love how you explain it though.
I'm listening. Yeah. No. This is.
But
no, third person. I think that's where you left at.
Yes, the survivors have like an advantage because they can see more. They have a bigger field of view, but they can abuse the way that the character moves by just like moving in circles and just their hitbox just like swirls around you so fast that you can't fucking hit them. So I hate that shit. I think that shit's so.
Does he know what a hitbox is? Charlie.
Right, so
I think
a hitbox is like the outline of your character that determines whenever you get hit. So if their weapon crosses your hitbox, then you are now hit, and you start taking damage.
Well, here, let me explain it like this. If you were standing as a person, right, Charlie, and I hit you, like
in real life, or
in real life.
Okay.
Right.
I hit you, right? I make contact with you.
Mm-hmm.
In a video game, it's kind of like a box around where you can get hit.
Right.
I couldn't shoot your feet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Let's say I'm in a shooter game. I can't shoot your feet.
So it's like a strike zone kind of thing? Like this
exactly. And it's like a box around you. So there's a certain specific place I can hit, and it's normally from your head down to your like lower abdomen, or maybe a little bit below that.
Well, different
And
games
it
have
kind of
different
follows your
hitboxes.
body, but not fully. It's like a box.
Yeah, there's gonna be lag and latency, but every game has different hitboxes. So
Mhm.
something like Dead by Daylight, the hitbox is just like a box around the character's model, right? Like, but in something like Call of Duty or like Sniper Elite, the hitbox is way more accurate. It's way more realistic. Where in like Sniper Elite, you can aim for specific organs on the person's body. If you want to hit
Yeah,
their
it,
liver,
it
you
can
have to
get very
aim
specific. Like you
specifically
can
for
have
the
a
liver.
hitbox within a hitbox.
Right,
Yeah, this is
but
what we
you know,
call like
text.
snipers and stuff like that, guys.
Right,
Yeah.
but
No,
no,
you're
but
getting
like
it. You're
okay, so
getting it.
but in other games, the hitboxes are much bigger, so you could shoot your bullet like 6 inches past their face, and it would still technically count as a headshot, even though realistically the bullet whizzed past their ear. But you know, shit like that happens in fucking video games all the time.
You just have to learn where it is and how you like playing the game.
Right.
Which game do you like?
Right, but so like back in like Call of Duty, Black Ops 1 and 2, people would do this thing called head glitching, where they'll get in a spot where they can physically see you and shoot you, but from where you're standing, you can't even see their head, or you can't even shoot their hitbox, which doesn't make sense. Like when you say it out loud, like it doesn't make sense. But like the fact that it's like a feature, or not a feature, but a thing that you can do in the game and they haven't fixed it yet is crazy. Like, ugh. But nowadays there's so much other shit to worry about. Nobody's sitting their head glitching a corner anymore. Rainbow Six Siege is the most insane fucking game I've ever seen, because people are literally stalking you from holes in the walls. They will shoot a tiny little hole to the wall and then just sit there and wait for a single pixel to change.
Oh, I know it. I used to play COD. I know.
Like, how do people play like that? That's why I got into Texas Chainsaw. I just turn my I can't turn my brain off, but you know, it seems a lot more fair. I don't know. I say that, but then like, you know, I tried playing
By
Leatherface for the
chance.
first few times and everybody escaped.
Is this like a Gen Z thing? Like this is a product of like you both just you Zoomers just making me feel like so.
Boomers. Don't call me that.
I mean,
Well,
we're just trying to explain video game mechanics to you.
Yeah, by chance, from an autistic person to an autistic person. Are you autistic?
Yeah.
Am I?
Yes.
Probably. Yeah.
I mean, artistic, autistic. Is there a difference?
Yeah, it's how we communicate.
I'm acoustic.
Acoustic. There you go. Like, hey, now we. It's like a Tony. It's like he's acoustic.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
No, that was a good one. Don't say no. Jesus.
I mean, hey, coin it if you want. That's those are the kind of jokes where I come up in comics. You're like, can I have that? And I'm just like, yeah. If you want that stupid Tony.
Well, it's funny. I can see why they want it.
Yeah, everybody wants a piece of
it.
it.
Let me pick your brain. What do you think about video games in general?
Okay,
Megan, you want to field this one?
I can actually tell you that. I sat there for 30 minutes. Like I told you, he thought that Steam as a whole was a scam website. He even I know he was joking, but he said, "Are you just playing the long game with me?" I said, "No, Charles. I just want you to see the game that I'm playing because it's fun. And maybe one day you'll like it." Yeah, no,
When I turn 70 is what we agreed to.
Exactly. He is lost in the sauce, and that is okay. He just doesn't understand it.
No, I understand it too well. I told you it would be like
apparently you did.
Going back to my glory years in college. It's like, I remember.
Yeah, he's talking about like Tetris.
You're talking about Atari.
No, he's like.
Now you guys are just like running me over. Like, grandpa.
You know, Tricky Towers on Steam. He's like, yeah, no, I could play competitive Tetris online.
On my Game Boy. I'm ready to go. Game Boy.
Hold on. So I don't mean any offense when I ask this, but Charlie, what year were you born?
1981.
Okay, so my dad's older than you, and he still plays video games. Okay, like Xbox One, like he grew up with like Super Nintendo and all that shit. But now he plays Xbox One, and he's evolved with technology. He plays this game called Elite Dangerous, where it's a space simulator where the entirety of the game is a 1-to-1 scale of the Milky Way galaxy. Okay, I'm not even exaggerating. You can go to every single star in the Milky Way galaxy with faster than light travel in a giant spaceship that you pilot, and he loves that shit. He also loves F1.
That kind of
F1
game,
simulator game.
I can I can be intrigued, but like a Schedule 1 game, like you're just going around like you're the what'd you say, the street pharmacist? Yeah,
you're the street pharmacist, man. You're just a street
right?
pharmacist, man.
And you got to establish like your own brick and mortar to go legit.
I also gave Tricky Towers. I gave Sully Face.
What was the slime one?
The ones with the puzzle games. And I tried to explain to him as best as possible. I really did. And he said they were interesting. He just said I was just making fun of mental institutions.
I mean, at this point, I feel like this is the new game that women are now creating to play against.
Okay,
men.
don't say that. The men created these, hon.
Well, you women are the one who are.
You women.
Hey, I'm just calling it as I see it,
Dude, no, I even told him about Slime Rancher. I told him about. I can keep going. I went down my whole entire list. I told him about 60 Seconds. Yeah. He got really scared about that. Contraband Police.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely not fried chicken, because I told him if he really hated Schedule 1, he would hate definitely not fried chicken.
The one, what was the Pizza Time? Pizza Time is the one with.
No. He agreed on good pizza, great pizza.
Okay, but also another thing to take into account is that pretty much anybody can upload whatever to Steam. So there's some really ridiculous games
I told him
out there.
about that, like the one, like the bad one that we all just voted off.
It was just the R word as the 10.
That is what we're gonna call it. Like, I mean, shoot, if you're doing it in the game, you do that to your mother. I don't think we should have them on there.
I mean, there's literally a game on Steam where like there's this game called Radiator, and your guy is like driving his car like very slowly, and he's like once he's like getting more aroused as he's driving his car, his fucking eyes turn into headlights, and he's just. It's a really weird game with no fucking meaning. There's no competitiveness to it. There's just you're just a guy basically just jorking his car. That's kind of the whole game. So there's shit like that.
Steam is filled with everything and anything you could think of. I looked up diabetes because he asked me.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what the first thing that came up? I'm a type 1 diabetic, not a type 2,
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like I was like, large and didn't like work out. I got when I was like 13. Well, when I first turned 13. The first thing that happened was Candy Blast.
Candy Blast.
Yeah, she just typed in diabetic and then it became Candy Crush or diabetes. Are you looking for Candy Crush? It's like no.
No, it's probably the same thing.
Like candy bar. And then like, are you type 1 diabetic?
I looked up type 1 diabetes and I got the. No, actually, no, I didn't look up that. I looked up Finding God because we were just like laughing back and forth about it. And you know what?
Oh, yeah, that was the next title. Is there a game called Finding God?
No, it was the Rebirth of Isaac, and I know Mia knows that. There's no way.
Yeah, I know the Binding of Isaac, the Birth of Isaac, the Rebirth of Isaac.
Yeah, no, that was the first thing that showed up, and I had to tell Charlie like that's actually him being in hell, hon.
Yeah, that's quite the opposite.
Exactly. I was like, see, you can find anything you want, but it's not like Google that you have to look up with.
Like one of the bosses in Isaac is literally his abusive mother.
Sarah? Oh, that's classic. Hey, I can actually get into that. That one, I would enjoy that. Just like, oh my god, I'm battling Melchizedek after,
Yeah, man.
like the Flanders, like on The Simpsons, like the game that Rod and Todd play. I'm gonna be.
Charlie, you actually do make me cackle.
In a weird way where it's just, I feel like I'm the clown. It's like, and send in the clown. Da, 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 da.
Yeah,
and now back to the video game.
Big red nose.
Right, yeah. Hey.
That's funny. Actually, growing up, I had a big red nose. I had one. I had to actually get rid of it.
You know, when I was growing up, I had a cone head.
Like literally, Meg. Like literally. This is true.
Yeah, I had a red nose, and apparently me had a cone head.
See,
no, but this is like an actual like physical like. This isn't
like dead ass. Like I came out the womb with a full head of hair, and they started pulling me out with that shit. I came out with a full ass cone head. They had to put a Santa hat on my head for the first 3 months to hide the cone. I'm not even lying. This is a true story.
No, this is Mia's personal comedy. You know, like if you were both students in my comedy class, like this is how you both have different voices. You know, like you are my proteges.
Should I hit her with the pickle joke?
I don't think he's ready for the pickle joke.
No, I'm ready.
Okay,
Dude,
so,
I can take it.
So obviously, like I'm trans, right? I mean, I had one person come up to me one time, they're like, "Are you sure you're trans?" And I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty fucking sure." Anyway, but no, tell me why. Before I started taking estrogen, right? I wanted some pickles. So right, I opened the pickle jar, ate a pickle, I closed that bitch, right? Tell me why. After I transition into a woman, I can no longer open the pickle jar. Tell me why I can open this pickle jar as a man and not open it as a woman.
No, I get it. I get it. No.
What is the science?
No,
the one thing
okay.
I can say is muscle density. I don't know.
No, I have like another personality of myself, which is not even a joke. Everybody calls it Maddie. It's like when I get really like angry and serious. Mm-hmm. I talk like this. I'm like, it's Maddie.
My mom has one called Tequila Katie.
Oh, baby, I'm Vodka Megan. Or sorry, Vodka Maddie.
Vodka Maddie. Yeah,
great. So now I have to like worry about, have I met Maddie yet?
Oh no, you have not met.
Was that Maddie when you were going at Jamie that time?
Yes, that was Maddie. But
okay,
I had the nice voice on, like when I talk like this is fucking Maddie. And then
when you talk like this as Maddie, that's even scarier. It's just like she's so calm.
It's actually very calm. And then, funny enough, I used to go on Omegle or Omni. Do you know what that is?
I know what it is.
Charles?
What is it? Omni? Is that
no. It's like basically it's a website that you get on, right? And you have your camera open and everything, and you just search through people. They have their camera on too most of the time. If not, they don't.
Most of the time it's a guy jerking off, but you know.
Yeah,
right. So you get on to get off.
No. You don't get on to get on. That's like
some people do.
Yeah, like old weird guys. But like normally you do it just like to talk to random people all throughout the world.
Yeah. It's mostly old fat bald white guys or like guys in India, like right now.
Genuinely.
Every single time. I don't know why. It's only those two, but like those seems to be the demographic for people who A, like to wank off in front of the camera, or B, lick their lips inside the camera. Like I don't know why they think that shit attracts a mate. It does not work.
No, it does not.
100% of the time.
No, that happens a lot. I'll tell you that, Charles. But I get on and they ask me if I was trans, and I would say, well, do you want me to whip it out? And I can't do the voice anymore. I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. Like,
do you want me to whip it out?
No, it's exactly like that. It was exactly like that.
You want me to whip it out?
You guys make me laugh too much. I can't. Like, I have to be serious. Because they're like,
giggity.
You want to see that shit?
So,
no, genuinely, do you want to see that shit?
Charlie,
you want to see that shit? And I would say that, and they'd always just leave, and I just laugh because it's like the people are so ignorant as a whole. Like it doesn't matter what I am or what I'm not. Why the fuck would you ask?
But how do you feel being the one who like ended up offending like this weird perverted?
I didn't feel bad at all. Jesus, I'll do it again and again and again and again and again. At the
Okay,
end of
like
the day,
this is borderline like
they would sit there.
sociopath, like
They would sit
Maddie.
there and think something of me, and I'll just fulfill that imagination. I'll never see them again. I don't care. Jesus, if you have enough to say that, I'll scare the shit out of you. Because they see it because they're attracted to me.
No, I mean
Have
maybe
that
it's
underlying
the
weird feeling that something else was different, and at the end of the day, okay, I'll make it different. If that's how you really feel, I'll make you scared.
are you conditioning yourself
No,
to
genuinely.
like?
No, genuinely, they should just stop asking and just genuinely like the person for how they are.
Well,
That's, like,
they
my
can use that
entire point of
same
it.
defense. You should just love me for how I am, and this is how I am.
No, I know. I don't even say that. I just ask. Shit. Do you want me to whip it out?
And if they're like, yeah, like I love a girl who's just straight up.
They skip every single time because I would be like, yeah, I'm a girl. And they would do a second time, yeah. Are you a girl? I'd be like, whip it out. Whip it out for me. Dude, because if you don't like me for how I am, I don't care as a whole. And if you don't like people for how they are, why would I ever talk to you?
Right.
Like, I love Mia. I never even questioned that shit. I love Mia. Mia's cute. Mia's hot. Why are you asking? Genuinely, you hear what I'm saying? Like, why are you asking?
I mean, but if you two came in contact with each other on Omni,
No, other ones, I even tell them, spread your cheeks.
What? Spread them cheeks, baby boy.
I bet this is where I'd be that person who's like, well, I guess this is how it goes on Omni.
Well, guess I'm dropping trout now.
Yeah.
Genuinely, there has been a few, and I had to skip real fast because I was not trying to see it. No, but like Charles, people out there are really like that. I mean, especially me, or like people like Mia, who are like very kind, sweet. Like, who cares?
I mean, like, have you tried like Meet Me? This was like the last like dating platform that I like went back to, and I was like, oh wow, there's like video like chats that you can do. Like they took my idea of like the ultimate like dating site. So like watching it, like
was it doing?
Oh, sorry, Charlie. You just brought back a memory. Hold on. Okay? So there's this one specific episode of Rick and Morty that you need to watch because. Okay, so there's this one episode where this alien creates the perfect dating app, and it ends up like destroying humanity because of how powerful it is, quote unquote.
No.
You're talking about like the matchmaker program where it's just
and it connects you with the perfect person.
Yeah, right.
And
It's
then
just
it keeps changing.
Yeah, I got to go right around the corner. Yeah,
you're not the perfect person anymore. I feel like that's where you're gonna go down.
Yeah, and then it's what's the dad's name? Who ends up like Jerry? It's like Jerry who like has to destroy the app.
Shut it off.
Yeah, because he couldn't connect with anybody.
But it was his invention.
Not even his own wife.
Yeah, that was his invention, and nobody was perfect for him.
Yeah. That was like Rick and Morty season 1. I thought you were gonna go like deep cut.
I didn't know if I don't see because like you don't play video games. I don't know if you watch Rick and Morty. Like, come on.
You watch your shows. I know that. For
Look, there's a difference between watching cartoons and playing video games. But to be a 43-year-old man who still does
video
both,
games, okay.
No,
there's a reason I'm single. You know, like let's just say that.
Okay.
You know, my dad still plays like Minecraft and stuff too. You know, right? Like he doesn't just
That's
play.
not a good way to actually convey that idea.
Right, like that's his father. Maybe that's like your father's way of bonding with their child. I'm not a father yet. Maybe when I'm a father, I'll be ready to break out Schedule 1.
Minecraft. He plays Minecraft on his own.
Right, but the bonding comes from the video game. Like,
we've done all our bonding. We don't need to bond anymore. No, he's tired. He's tired of bonding with me. He doesn't want to do anything else to do with me. He just wants me to move out. He's like, no, we're bonded. That's fine.
I get that shit.
We're bonded for life.
No,
Yeah, this is where you get the clue because he's playing like nothing but one-player simulator games, right? It's like, Dad,
No, he's just playing with his friends who live in England.
Okay.
Can I explain real quick?
Yes.
No, my mom wants me to move the fuck out, brother. Well, I call everybody brother, so don't feel like brother. It's like brother. Okay, I just want to make sure. No.
Brother, let me tell you, brother. What are you, like a macho man?
Yeah, I am. Like, I guess I'm just like, I'm a bit masculine. Sorry.
Well, I'm a very masculine woman. I'm like a femme butch lesbian. So.
And I love
no
her.
No shame in the game.
No, I love her. Actually, I'm following you right now.
I'm a butch lesbian. Anyway.
No, I'm following you right now.
Did I possibly bring a couple of soulmates together here? No, do I say?
No, Charles. I love her. No, but
do you guys need a little cheese in your?
I am single
your
and
white
looking.
bread sandwich over here.
Unfortunately, I am very out of the realm there. Unfortunately, sadly.
Well, Charlie, you suck. You suck as a matchmaker.
Charlie, you already knew.
Oh, where did that come from? That was like completely out of my.
I'm just kidding.
Charlie, you knew I had a boyfriend. You asked me about him earlier.
What? Yeah, I mean, what? Okay, so like I'm a bad guy because I asked you that. Like,
no, you're a homewrecker, man. You're a home.
No, genuinely, Charlie, stop. Evil behavior. No, but I literally, my mom wants me out of the house so bad.
Is your mom single? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Dead ass? Dead ass?
The words right out of.
Yeah, she just she looked like a lesbian that ain't a lesbian.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? With the hairstyle and all, but she ain't. It's bad. It's bad. I can't fix it. I can't fix it. I can't fix it. I can't fix it. No, because, like, okay, before I even tell my little story, growing up, she used to ask me all the time, like, Megan, are you queer? Keep in mind, my dad was, like, a raging narcissist Catholic, and they were together at that point. And I was like, no, because, like, at the time, I still am not, like, you know, I'm just not. It's okay, you know.
Wait. He went with queer, not like. Are you?
No. My mom was very supportive. Yeah.
Asexual.
Yeah. No, my mom was very supportive of me. My dad was not. And I was like, no. And then one day, my friend came over. She says, "You guys aren't going to do anything sexual."
Like that, we're lesbians. We're not queer. Like this is where.
No, genuinely, that I was about to make that joke at that age, but I couldn't, because if I did, she would like literally be like thinking something different. But I was like, no, mom. But then now at this age, you know, I'm older, and unfortunately, I have a little monitor on my body. And I can't move out of her house, and she's so funny. She's like, Megan, I have to do all this shit for you, blah 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 blah. I'm like, Mom, I want to move out. I can't. You can't get rid of me.
It's like, yeah, look, you and I are both in the same position, Mom. Like,
no, genuinely, you paid
it's the man. It's the man who put this
genuine
bracelet. This piece of jewelry.
The man made me act fucking crazy. If my dad wasn't so crazy, I wouldn't be so crazy. I will actually always blame it on my childhood trauma there. That is real shit. I went crazy.
Wait until that childhood trauma like transfers over into adolescent and adult trauma. Like try like playing off that piece of jewelry on like a date, Megan.
Oh no, they love it. They love it when like that.
Eat that shit up.
They do not love it. Like they're like, I can't believe I fell for that. No wonder we always like ate at your house.
I'm like the best. I'm like the best way about it. I'm like, I'll cook and clean for you, and I'm obsessed with you. I have daddy issues. Come here.
Yeah, no, I played it off like that very well until like she called me out, and she's like, I mean, like, are you ever gonna take me out? Or are we just always
gonna the same way? They love a girl like that, not a guy.
Wait, say that again. This is what she told me, and I was like, well,
it's
you know,
real.
like
It's
to be
real
honest,
funny.
like I've been hiding this from you, and she was like, "What?"
No, that's real stuff. Girls don't like that. Guys do love it. Guys love taking advantage of it. Girls
Okay,
don't
so
want
I'm
it.
the guy who was taking advantage.
No. Guys like taking advantage of a girl like that. Girls don't want to be a mommy.
Oh yeah, like a girl on house arrest is like a guy's like dream. It's like, oh my god,
Unfortunately,
I got a good 3 months with this one before she gets her freedom.
no, literally, maybe 2 years. Yeah, they love it. I'm just sitting here. They love it. They love it. They're like, yeah, love it. Stay home. Don't do anything. And then they come to my house, and I'm like, what did you do? Let me see your phone. Let me see your
And they're
phone.
like, oh yeah, let me step over here across the imaginary boundary line that you
See,
cannot
that's
cross
when,
if you
I
find the
hit them,
text
put them on the
messages.
ground, rip it from their hands, and I beat them.
No, see, that's where I'd go, yeah, here you go, and then I hand you the decoy phone. No, I'm just kidding.
No, there's no decoy phone.
That's
If
the
there's
brick.
I mean, this is
phone,
where when I got that put on, like they were telling me now, don't be one of those people who tries to stick a piece of ham in between to like. I was like, what? I was like, that thought never crossed my mind. How would that even work?
Don't do
And
it.
like, yeah, this. I was just like, what am I
I
doing?
never thought that way about a piece of ham before until now.
Right, I mean,
it is real.
I got around it.
I'm telling you not to do it because the moment a physical girl like me comes into play, you're screwed.
As opposed to
Am I?
actual girl.
Am I Megan, or am I like gonna be in?
No, you'll just be living in hell.
Yeah, but I mean, my hell is.
No, worse.
Like, hi, welcome to hell. It's not as hot as you thought it would be.
Yeah, no, it's me being the like. Okay, for example, my boyfriend. We actually broke up a few days ago for some stupid stuff, and he decided to text somebody. I texted that girl, and I told her to leave my fucking man alone, even though he's at fault. I know it. You know, he messed up, whatever. He also, like, I actually do have, it is excuses, but, like, I have understanding of why he did these silly things. Like, I get it. Like, you thought I cheated on him, whatever, blah, 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 blah. So, like, I get why you would act so, like, harshly against it. Okay.
So now you're defending his.
Yeah, I'm defending him because we're still together and he's still my man. I still love him. And guess what? As a whole, he didn't do anything really that bad. He was flirting, like, holy moly. Jesus. So bad. You know what I mean? Like, I'm clutching my pearls. Like, no, it's not that bad. And also, I know the girl, like, she's a whore. I texted her. I said, if you ever do that shit again, because I already know she's a whore and she's going to bounce on every opportunity. I said, I'm going to beat you right there, right then when I see you. No joke. Because you knew that we've been dating for 5 years. Crazy. Yeah, crazy. And then I talked to him and I cussed him out for the last 6 hours. And I told him everything he needed to do is on my terms now. And he's fine. And I told him the moment you're not, I'm beating you.
This poor guy. Like, it's just like, okay, yeah, I'll go back to.
He loves the home, though. He loves being at home. He loves even being leashing in the doghouse. He loves it.
There you go.
Megan, did you not tell me, like, when we started this, like, catching up conversation that you hadn't, like, even seen him for, like, a month?
I did. Whatever. I saw him. And like I told you, real shit. We're adults. He's doing his job, and even though my boyfriend has a GED, he cannot in South Carolina get more than what he has. You know, what he has is great. I'm glad for him because I never even thought he would have a job. So we're making money. And also, I guess he's a great gambler because he made a lot of money off that recently too. I told him never do that again, but those are going towards flowers.
I thought he was like making music. Now he's like going into professional gambling.
No,
like,
he's still making music, and he's still making a lot of money off that.
Okay, well.
He's making a dynamic of jobs. I guess you can call him a loser entrepreneur.
A loser entrepreneur, and you wonder why.
No, I still love him to death. I love him to death, genuinely. I just hate his job profession. Jesus, but he became manager at a trampoline park.
So his resume is trampoline park manager, music producer, and
No. 2 week working at a skate park, like it's not even a skate park, because he did that for 6 years, and I had to deal with that.
His resume just says boing, boing, boing.
Yeah, basically that's all it is. You know what? He was going to welding school because I was forcing him into it. Never happened. He was actually about to apply and never did.
I know this girl in Chicago.
It's okay
though. She's going to welding school.
Yeah, I know. It's a work in progress, guys. Great guy. Not even. He's been a great
you found yourself a nice fixer-upper. Like you can flip this and like.
Oh yeah. That's been it for 5 years. 3 years have been. 3 years have been some bad things, you know. But you know, growing up now, he is great. He doesn't do all that silly stuff.
He's housebroken now. He's properly trained.
No, genuinely. Like, there's no balls or maybe me. Like, it's all cool.
Well, that's good.
Well, it's not like I have like a great Tinder of me on house arrest. So.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to think at this point.
No. We can hate him, but we can love his growth.
Yeah, women.
Guys, a good fixer-upper is like, it took some time.
Yeah, but then, like, are you fixing it to flip it or to, like...
No, it's going to be flipped. It's going to be flipped. Because if not, then I'm going to be on the other end of the spectrum.
Or is it like, this is, like, your opportunity to build up your reputation? Like, have you seen the boyfriends, like, I flipped into, like...
Guys, listen. If anybody else is on here, you never stay with it. But if you're 5 years deep, guess what? Be on the other end of the spectrum. Be him.
If you're 5 years deep, flip it and reverse it. Is your flipping left the same yet?
Genuinely.
And you better get at least an ROI of like 20%.
Yeah, genuinely. Yeah. I may be the breadwinner, which I would like. I do like that. But
because that allows you to wear the pants and make all the...
No, I can put him on this leash forever. The guys, listen. If he does it and you're 5 years deep, flip it, reverse it.
See, part of me is telling me that this mentality, this mindset, is coming from
No, it's a great one. It's a great one. That's exactly what you're saying. It's fantastic. It's smart. It does the job.
Schedule 1 has taught you, ladies, that you don't have to be the bottom lady. Yeah, like you can be the pimp.
I'm actually the pimp.
Maybe I should come to you and see if I can turn some tricks for which one of you two wants to be my pimp.
I'm a pimp named Slickback. Get away from me, right, bitch? Anyway, no. My advice is, fuck men. I mean, don't fuck men. Like, don't actually, but you know, like, fuck, no, go lesbian. Just be lesbians.
I tried. I can't.
What about bi? Can you go bi?
No, you're talking the our people, which the no people we have.
Nobody. If y'all is out there and y'all is like I want, but I fucking hate men, get you a trans woman. It's like the best of both worlds.
It's like conditioner and shampoo in a bottle in the same bottle.
Exactly. Get Mia.
Bro, okay. That's another thing I don't understand about men. How you got a 16-in-1 body wash? How the fuck does that work? You got a 43-in-1 body wash. How the fuck does that work, man?
No, guys. Listen, we're talking to the boy right now. Mia, start tapping too.
Is there really a sixth one?
Hear
Like
us.
hair conditioner, body wash, face wash. That's
People
4.
will be coming in because of the time. No, they won't.
Yeah, this is prime time.
Yeah, I'll do you something here too. Here you go.
You want me to do like what? I gotta do like a fucking like a demonic ritual or a rain dance or something to get the viewers in here. You want me to,
Brother, I'm seeing these roses, man. Shut up. I did it at first as well. Like, you're so annoying. In the best way.
like I liked you at first, now you're just a bitch.
No. I say annoying like in a nice way. When you're annoying, it's like I love you so much. I don't know. It's like white girl speak.
Right.
It's like when my black friends would call me like stupid. They'd be like, "You're just so stupid." I'm like, I've never been called that before.
No, fun fact. My black friends don't call me that whenever I'm stupid.
So, I mean, am I wrong when they told me like stupid means like good? Like it means like, and I'm like,
Depends on the context, Charlie. Like if they're like, man, that shit goes stupid hard. You know,
it's like that kid is so stupid.
Okay, so a good example of this is like the stand-up bit that I saw on TikTok earlier. It was like one of the hardest words in English to understand is the word shit, because shit can be good or bad. You know, like if you stealing shit, that's bad, but don't touch my shit. You know, you can go take his shit, but you've seen some shit. You know, like
Justin.
You cannot give a shit, but
I couldn't give a shit, but. You know, I'm gonna take a shit. I'm not gonna give a shit, but I'm gonna take one.
We have a viewer, Justin. What would you like us to talk about?
You know, you'd be like, you know, that's, you know, if something was bad, you'd be like, man, that was shit. If something was good, that was the shit. You know, like there's so many different ways, so many semantics.
It's almost like listening to Charlie Kirk being like, abortion is murder, and like we just murdered that bill, and it's like
murdered that bill.
No, I hate Charlie Kirk was. He was actually at my university recently. I hate him. People actually protested against it. We hated it so much.
Yeah.
And that's in the South. Like, we're South Carolina.
Oh, you know what?
Oh, Justin. No, does Justin here, though? Justin Washington want to give us a topic to talk about.
Justin, don't open up that box. Just I'm glad to have it.
It'd be a good conversation. Shoot. Let's interact with our one viewer. I can talk about Charlie. Not you, Charlie.
What? There's another.
No, the one.
Bizarro Chuck.
Bizarro. We got Chuck.
Yeah, Mr. Kirk. We'll call him that. Mr. Kirk came to my
Captain Kirk.
Yeah, no, I call him Charlie. Me and my friends all call him Charlie. It's funny.
Okay.
Because I don't know, like Charlie is such a good name whenever it comes to a good person, but whenever you're not a good person, you just kind of sound like a name in the book. Does that make sense?
Yeah. To me, it does.
Yeah, no, you're a good person.
Good Charlie's
so it's okay.
like Charlie Chaplin, and then they have bad Charlie's like Charlie Horse.
Yeah, when I like scroll through on TikTok and the first video that comes up on my algorithm is a Charlie Kirk video, and the thing is just like, I hate you, Charlie, and I'm just like, well, that's okay. Oh, it's Charlie Kirk. Thank goodness.
So I'm saying Charlie, not in your name. Okay.
No, you know what was so confusing? Okay, sorry for you, Megan. There's backstory. My dead name is Brandon because I was named after Brandon Lee. So when everybody was like, "Let's go, Brandon," dude, I was so confused. I was like, why are they cheering me on? What did I do? I didn't do
right?
shit. Little did I know they were saying "fuck Joe Biden." I'm like, oh.
Imagine being named Karen. Like
Dude,
nowadays.
listen, being here, I know a few trans people, and of course I'm not going to say their dead names. That's horrible, but one of them was one that should not be said because of their presidential election.
Oh God.
And I know that's between the three people here right now. And whenever they got voted, I remember I was working at Starbucks. No, I wasn't. Prior, he was in office. If I said it, he would turn it. Oh, she. No, he. It was actually a girl. Oh my god, no, that's horrible. No.
Wait, what are they transitioning to?
It was a man. It was a man.
Okay, a trans guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so if we say it was a trans,
Okay, Charlie. Let me break down the basis for you again. If we're saying a trans guy, that means we're transitioning to a guy. If we're trans woman,
so
like
there's nothing.
female transitioning into.
You're right. You're so right. And actually, we're like best friends. So like, I feel so bad.
Right.
Oh my god, I feel so bad. Okay, but we had people in Starbucks named Joe.
Mm-hmm.
And he would turn around in the craziest way and then snap back and look at me and say, Megan.
Like, really? It's like,
no. Did you hear that? And I was like, yeah, I heard that. And I said, do you want me to take a he said,
is this kind of like the Wetzel Pretzel guy?
No.
Like,
sorry, I had to think about it so I didn't get like too upset. Like I loved him. He was like such a great person. He was so sweet. He was so kind. He said, Megan, did you hear that? I said, yeah. I had to laugh again because I had to re-say it, but I said, do you want me to take it? He goes, no, let me go. And he sat there, and he always got affirmed, and then would turn around and sit there and do like little like like if you jumped in the air like YMCA, like he'd do the Y in the air. He'd be like yippee, and walk around again. I loved him so much. He was so like part of himself. It made me feel so great. It was really hard because sometimes whenever I was like really down, I'd be in the back of Starbucks and I'd be sitting there, I'd be upset. He'd walk up and he'd be like, Megan, are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. He goes, I know you're not. And I'd explain whatever I'm saying. And it'd be like some small, stupid problem.
so are you telling me like they still had like that female intuition in a sense to like sense like,
no, they're just like a real person, for real.
I mean, I feel like a man would be completely oblivious. It's like,
no, they're just a person. Like, I have a lot of friends that are even male that are still like that. It's just like an intuition as like a person. Sometimes I feel like your ego gets above, you know what I mean? But with him, he sat there and he looked at me and he was like, Megan.
There's a fucking train going on outside. I'm outside.
He was like, it cannot be as bad as coming out to your parents being trans. And I would just cackle. We just cackled together. I loved him so much. Because he made it like as like a joke. Because like they did accept him, you know what I mean? I know it wasn't like I know now it's a horrible thing. But being with him, it was just so great. And we just sit there.
like somebody who can put on any pair of shoes, right? No matter what issue you got, I got the shoes for it.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what it is. It's like, Megan, is it that bad? And I just sit there and laugh. I just, because like he had a hard, like his parents did like it, but it was still a hard time with everybody around him. And he got accepted at our job fully, and then as well, like we were like friends and stuff, so it was like even funnier because I had learned the backstory and everything of that. I don't think I should. Well, no, I will never say that. But
is this where you like tell us like
really
I would
nice
love
to be
to
like
have your
reinformed? Like it's like Jesus Christ, dude, I'm having some problems that are not even close to that. Dude, I can have some trauma, but that's like something that's like not there. You know what I mean?
And then this is where you get the abrasive like wee person who's like, you need to find God.
Yeah.
He's like, oh no, he didn't. No,
Dude,
he
he was
didn't
so
jump.
sweet. He was so nice. And in a way, he was so, like abrasive. I don't know how to explain it. I love them. And we had another person named Sear. Sear went from, female to male. And I never even knew that when I saw them. I thought they were non-binary when we were working. And, this is before I knew, like, kind of all this stuff. And, like, I never messed up, though, like how I do now. Now I'm not around people like that as much, and it really does bother me that sometimes I'm not even touch on that. I will in a second, but Sear was the best person ever. Whenever I was working, Sear was better than me at Starbucks. He was fantastic, and Starbucks is like everybody thinks is such an easy job, and people like complain about it. No, it's not. Like I have boots from. Like, I have straight up boots where, they're black at the bottoms. They turn clear because I went straight into the soles, basically. Or, like, right before the soles. And what is it called? Our turnover was 6 months. My manager was, at the time, a sociopath with a biblical major. He went into biblical studies. You know what's funny? That's not actually accepted in my college. So why are you working at Starbucks?
Yeah. I mean, to pay for tuition, right?
No, that's not a thing. And any college, I don't think that needs to pay for tuition.
So it's almost like the dancer who's just like, yeah, I'm paying my way through med school. It's like, really? The last one was going through law school.
Yeah, it's like that in a way, but it's more of the fact that it's not even law school. It's a fake degree.
Well, maybe like we all know, like our range. It's like George Costanza. It's like like I can play an architect. I always wanted to be a marine biologist.
Real? Okay.
Yeah.
Real.
Okay. Hey,
Real.
Make it till you make it is what my generation was told.
See, I never knew originally what that statement came from.
What? Fake it till you make it? Or
yeah, because like I thought it just applied to everything, like fake it till you make it. Little did I know the sexual innuendo behind it. Also, that flew over my head as a kid.
Oh, hold on. What is the sexual?
Yeah, please.
Oh, you don't know? Okay. No,
like I get it where it's like, I'm gonna think. Let me be if I'm wrong.
Okay.
Like you, as a woman or anything else,
yeah,
who was supposed to be quote unquote in the works. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You fake it for the other customer, right?
Yeah, it's like when the guy's like, "Oh, did you finish?" and be like, "Oh yeah, dude, finished great."
Oh, yeah, no, women do that all the time.
No, it's just like when a guy just isn't good enough to satisfy the other person, whether they be male or female, the other person has to just kind of fake it until they make it. Just like,
yeah, no, I'll even tell you that as a girl. Yeah.
There's that.
But I never say that. Like,
do you guys know what you're doing for today? Just like now, I'm questioning every.
Well, because it's like more in touch with everything. Yeah, like as women, I'll tell you this: as all women throughout history, that's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is something that like 75% of women do not make it like that. If you think you know what I'm talking about, that you know. 75% do not. 25% do. And if you think you're in the 25%, you're normally not. Normally it's through other things which we can think of, you know what I mean? Not in the upper body, lower body.
Extracurriculars? This is where
yes, that's what we call it.
My dining skills come into play.
Yes. And we eat, that's what we'll say. Eating does it. Or
where's the we here?
Washing the window. Washing the window, that's what we'll say. Washing the window or eating normally does it, besides, the other act of making a donut. Because I really don't want us to get banned. That does not work for women. Ever, really. There's
Making a
25%.
donut? Wait, hold on. Like like an O face?
We have
Like
to
what?
break this down.
Like a cream donut.
Now you've lost me.
Cream donut.
See, no, you didn't. You should have said like a Boston cream.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
an
like
eclair?
making a Boston cream. Think
Yeah,
about
like
it.
an eclair.
Yeah, eclair. That works
a filled
too.
donut.
But like, let's like get rid of the filling and just think about the action. Yeah. Okay.
What? I'm still kind of picturing like, what the heck are we talking about? Are we
Okay.
talking about
The in and out
at
action.
this point, or like some kind of
Okay.
crazy?
The in and out action of making a Boston donut and an eclair. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
What's
Boston
making
donut.
Shh. Don't think about it like that. Like think about the action. If I have
What was the verb? What was the verb to this Boston donut? Pumping?
No, just
like
thinking-
you're.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
making a
Pumping.
vanilla cream donut.
Yeah, no,
humping
the
the
movement
donut
before that, the movement before that does not do it for women. It's 75%. That does nothing. It's a 25%. And if you think you did for the 25%, you never really did.
From the female perspective, or is
Yes.
this like a
Yes. This is female perspective. The 25, actually fully, I'll tell you from the 75%, you know, because I'm one of them, unfortunately. Sad face for that. Like,
Oh,
it's still,
well, that explains why you're on Steam so much.
let's actually say this as well. It releases endorphins. It feels good. It's great. It's just like, doesn't give me like, great.
Yeah.
Like, I love it until it's not like how, Mia, how would I explain this?
It's like riding like a kiddie roller coaster at the point. It's just like, yeah, well, the first time, like, it was
No, it's not that. It's like greater. It's like, it's great. Like, I love it. The endorphins are going, but
Well, hold on.
I'm not reaching the end of the finish line. That's it.
Okay, so this is where, as a man, I'm just like, that's on you. You know, it's just like,
What
you
else
know
am
you
I
can get
supposed to
there. It's
do?
just you want to like prolong it.
No, there's no prolonging it. It's just not there.
Hold on. Okay, wait. So hold on. You also have to take into account that I'm a trans woman who's had the wrong equipment my whole life. So like I've only ever known one side of the coin. You know, like I'm not.
Okay, should I explain it? Okay. So it's like a race, right? On a horse.
Right.
You have all your adrenaline.
Wait, hold on.
Are we trying to be first here, or are we trying to be last?
Thank God we have only 2 people in here. It's like you're riding a horse, and it's so great. You have 100 meters,
Okay.
and the entire time you have the adrenaline, right? But you
Uh-huh.
never cross the finish line, even if you do. It's not like
So what happens when you're on the horse?
You
It just
enjoy
stops.
that you
It's like
cross
there's
it.
the finish line. It just gets there and it just stops, and you're just like,
No.
Giddy up,
It's
come
like,
on.
it's like
Come on.
I cross the finish line, right? And there's still nothing. I still enjoy it. I still love it. It's still like I had that great feeling.
Well, then
I
maybe
mean, it's
you're
not that I feel any
misguiding or
excitement. Does that make
misgauging where the
sense?
finish line was.
There-
Megan.
no, and that's why I said the finish line is where whenever we have people that
Okay,
eat.
hold on. Wait.
I mean, no. The finish line that I've come to like was like I was at a water park all of a sudden. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, no. You can have the water park.
No,
The
you
water
can't.
park starts
Like-
to begin with because we like you. You know, it's like the horse and us like you. It's like a slip and slide.
Oh yeah, that's what they try to tell you. Just
But
like,
it's just, no,
he's
it's like, okay, listen to this. Like I said, the statistic, 75% of women do never finish.
in the sense where
25 do.
they don't ever have an orgasm, right? Like
25 do.
okay, 20.
So
well,
what? Hold on.
In
So
how-
what are men doing wrong?
Okay, I will
why
tell
does that
you
have to be the
this.
men doing it wrong? Why can't it be?
No, it is.
Okay,
It
what
is.
do
No, that's the thing, though.
phallic members?
No,
of
I will
society-
actually tell you. Okay, guys. Okay, we're all thinking about it. Biologically, guys, we just go in and out, in and out. Yeah, no.
Okay.
You know,
I
whenever
I
you're-
understand that there's a lot. there's a lot more that goes into that. It's not just in and out, in and out. Is that what most guys are doing? They're just in and out, and they're like, oh yeah, that was great. Like,
Yeah.
Is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, because
And
from my
even if
perspective,
not,
that
even
is
if
like the
that,
last
it's
thing I
like
do.
it's like you dive into the pool. I have to watch the language. You know what I mean? And you
We have to talk
do a little
about
bit of like
we have to talk about we
you
have to talk about
like
bullet
the
penetration.
taco. Oh
Right.
Jesus, I have to shut
Right.
up.
Okay, so you're right. So me, what I hold on. I'm not gonna get banned.
Your
I'm not gonna
generation
get
is
banned. Just
terrible at this.
Hold on.
Guys,
You're talking
there's
about
people
video
in
games
here. There's
on
people
and
in
on.
here. There's
But
people
when
in
it comes
here.
to
I
like
can
these
explain
innuendos,
this.
it's just
I
like
do not
Boston
care.
cream pie.
Hold
I can
on, brother. Hold
explain
on. Settle down.
I can't explain this.
It just stick to like a
Let me
consistent metaphor if you guys can. Like, you know?
Let me speak. Okay. So
Gosh,
from
Mia,
my
Mia,
perspective,
if you really want to know, text me.
Can I just say what I was gonna say?
Yeah.
Okay, so I went the first 19,
There's
20
somebody
years of
in
my
here.
oh my god. I went the first 19, 20 years of my life as a guy, right? Just
Yeah.
like doing the whole guy experience, right? And I never at once thought that that's how you're supposed to do it, where you're just in and out done. Like, no. Like, my, I guess my, what's the word I'm trying to think of? The way that I approach that situation is more passionately, I guess you could say, more romantic. It's not just like in and out, done. All right, get over me. Like, no,
But even
like
that doesn't always work.
right. I mean, but I don't know. Wait. Even
I
though
was
I'm
going
even
to
saying that
describe,
after
but
the
it's fine.
transition, all of a sudden,
if I
like your
did everything in
playbook
my
changed.
power, if I did everything in my power down there and you're still not getting it, I'm like, okay, then that's a you fucking problem. Because like I'm not.
That's a you. That's a
I'm
you
getting my fucking
problem.
on the wheels, on the cards, but I'm not.
Maybe just me. Like girls do have an intuition. Like I actually was with a guy prior. Never could. You know why? Because I knew something was like a weird disconnect, and I just didn't feel like it was right with him. You know why? He was a little bit different.
What you mean?
Until
Like
he was
it hooks to the left different. Like
yes.
He was a little,
a lot.
Oh, he was.
I've had like gal pals tell me like it's like 90 degrees, Charles. I was like, shut up.
No,
like
he did the right things, but like I just couldn't connect because he was different. And you know what? I loved him for being that, but like for me,
different.
and I actually had like a little bit of an inkling. But you know, at the end of the day, I really did love him. I really did appreciate him, and at the end of the day, I really did like him. But once that was all over, I realized my love and everything else was different. Like, it wasn't like how I am with my man now.
Is it kind of like you got the baby batter out of the brain now? Like, you know, you sowed those
No,
oats.
it's more the fact that
a healthy relationship.
I loved him. You know what I mean? I loved him. I appreciated him. I loved everything he did for me. But he was just a little bit different. I realized, like, I hate to say I was his beard.
Well, okay, so
I didn't actually fully realize that until after the fact. But, like, you know, I loved him and I appreciated him. And afterwards, it all made sense. My love and my appreciation for him. And that's why, in another aspect, I could never do it because it was different.
What the heck are we talking about? You were his beard?
Yeah, no. Think about. He was a gay man in the closet, and then I was the one actually showing that he wasn't. Yeah.
Okay. So why can't you just say that, man?
Yeah, but no. It's like genuinely, I'm his beard. Think about it. You're hiding it.
Yeah, I guess.
That's
Okay,
what
so
a beard is.
I knew somebody who was in a situation like that where they were in a relationship with this guy for a long time, and then eventually he was like, "Yeah, no, I was only I was only dating you so people wouldn't call me gay, even though I secretly am gay. And I'm like, what was even the point? I don't know.
No,
But anyways,
exactly. What's the point? You were like a weird beard.
Right.
You're like a goatee, I guess.
But no, like, okay, so one of my other friends, like, she has like this experience with one of her exes where, like, whenever they did, for whatever reason, there's just something she didn't like about the guy, like, inherently, but everybody else was fine. And
I told you it's like a feeling,
like,
you know.
there is a feeling. Well, also that guy turned out to be a cheater, but this was before he started cheating, so I don't know. It's like she had a future.
It was not even that.
Like,
It's just
That's
like you
So
just
Raven
know.
moment.
Kind of the future.
But like, I don't know. What was I can't remember what I was gonna say, but like, going back to the whole like, the donut analogy, I guess. Like, I guess you said that, like, sometimes, you know, even going above and beyond just the fucking the in and out motions, you know, even that's not enough for some people. So it's like, is it just like, I don't know, is it a skill issue?
Motion in the ocean.
No.
concept, right?
It's not a
Like,
skill issue.
biology
It's just like how women are built.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Because-
never a skill issue for any man. It's just how women are built.
Okay, because
If you
one
think
thing
every girl that you've ever been with is that, no. It's a skill issue.
Now-
Maybe you got 25%, maybe you did not.
Okay. Now, let me give you some perspective from my side of the coin.
I
okay?
think maybe we should like FaceTime about this like a little bit after, or like text about it. I can give a lot more clarity instead of asking.
This is how it starts.
questions.
This is how that path starts.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was
Here.
basically saying.
I will text you. Okay, here. Give me a second. I will text you my number and we can talk, okay?
Okay.
I don't
Oh, you guys just
I'll be right back,
completely
okay?
cutting me out of this.
No,
yeah.
you're part of it too. You're part of it too until you weren't.
Yeah, right. Exactly. I've outdone my function now.
I'm making a conference call. It's fine.
That's the role of the matchmaker. Hey, I accept that. You know, the hitch. They call me the love doctor.
So, no, I wasn't gonna say anything that's not gonna be able to be on TikTok. What I was gonna say was, from my perspective, having, you know, trying
I love you to
to.
death, but I don't know if I want to hear it
Oh my
online.
God. You don't even know what I'm gonna say yet.
I'm scared.
Don't be scared, because I'm not gonna say anything gross. Like, chill, no. Well, all I'm gonna say is that, like, you know, I basically repressed my gender identity and sexuality for so long, trying to play into the role of like a stereotypical cis straight guy. So like I learned some things that kind of, when I was straight, if you will, whenever I transitioned, that kind of helped me. Like, I now know, you know, like, what it feels like to be a guy in that situation. So I know what doesn't feel good or what does feel good, or, you know, somebody sucks at doing this and somebody doesn't. Shit like that.
Yeah.
But I can't remember what I was gonna say. But you know, that those experiences kind of helped me relationship. I digress. I'm not gonna get too in depth.
I don't think we should.
Okay. But that's all I'm gonna say. No, after that, I was...
satire.
Well, this is where I was asking you, Mia, like, after your transition, did like your playbook like switch, or like you said, like you took that like that knowledge that you had from that perspective and was able to like apply it in this new identity in a more applicable, efficient.
the way specifically that it helped me is like, it didn't playing the role of a straight guy did not help me for women. It helped me for people who have male equipment, let's just say, right? Like, whether they're trans or not, okay? It helped me know what a guy likes and what not to do and what to do. So let's just say my first time, I knew what to do instantly because I had had it done to me several times, if that makes sense. What I'm really getting to at the core of this, what I was trying to get to was what's going to happen after I get bottom surgery, sex reassignment surgery. Is it going to be the same thing that you're talking about for biological women for me? Is it just going to be like...
No, actually, funny enough, I would do your own research, but from what I've researched,
It might ruin it for you, like, completely, like, Mia. Like,
yeah,
No, for me,
it can be. It
well,
can
first
be
of all,
that way.
if I'm paying Rolls Royce money for a Rolls Royce, it better say Rolls Royce on the fucking rims, like it
Yeah,
better
no, I get it.
it better work.
Genuinely,
fine, but when you get inside that
growing
Rolls
up,
Royce, like, is it like,
You feel like it's the
is
most
it actually
uncomfortable seat you've
something
ever
that
been.
you want? I'll say it like this. There's a chance I'll be there, but growing up, I had a lot of trans icons who did makeup. That's how I know how to do my makeup.
Mhm.
And they would do, I don't know how to say this in a way. They would, like, stretch out their downstairs, because you're going inside out.
Are you talking about tucking?
No.
Oh, okay.
Full-fledged
like the actual
surgery.
bottom surgery, right? Like, they showed it on
Yes.
South Park. Like, I was like,
Yes,
oh my
yes.
god.
You have to fully stretch everything out, and that's painful. And as well, you may not have the feeling there that you want, depending on what happens.
Or it will never
Well,
at least
okay,
be
so
like equal
The
to like
same.
what the sensation
Right. It's
would
not gonna
be
be a
for.
one-to-one
Because it
equivalent.
will never, okay, I'll say it like this. It will never be the same because, for example, no matter what a guy feels, you know what I mean? I feel almost 1,000 times more
Right, you have literally twice
in
as
my
many nerve
body.
endings as he does.
Yes.
Right, you're way more
But
sensitive.
if you're doing all of that and it's mostly skin at that point,
It's like taking like a Mercedes
you're
and saying
taking
like,
everything
can you
into
turn this
kind
into
of.
a Rolls Royce for me? Like, right? Would that?
You can take a Nissan and make it into a Rolls Royce, but will it ever drive the same?
I mean, it will drive like a Rolls Royce.
No, it won't. If you take a Nissan to a Rolls Royce, it may not. You can possibly do that, but you have to worry about that.
Well,
I do a lot more research behind it and actually see a lot more looking at surgeons and more people who actually are in this spectrum for that.
Well, I'm only getting the surgery for like aesthetic purposes because I want to be able to wear clothes that I want to wear without.
Aesthetic is not even close to your own life or biological need.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant by that. When I say that, I mean like I don't care if I don't feel anything down there. I'm doing it because like I don't want the thing that I have right now.
I totally get that. Like, I don't get that, but I understand how you're feeling.
But like
But is that really what you want to trade out for fully forever?
Yeah, because okay, well,
I mean, like that's your buddy, man. Like, it's our buddy. Like,
oh my god, I stopped talking for 2 seconds. Okay, what I was gonna say was that, in a sense, you don't know exactly how it feels like to be a guy necessarily. So I don't know if it's gonna feel the same just inside out, or if it's.
But it's not. It's mostly a skin thing.
Right. I mean, okay.
And the
So,
skin,
for example,
like doing skin like that, for example, people who do circumcision, they lose so much as a man.
Right.
That's thousands of nerve endings.
Right. So yeah, I did lose all those nerve endings.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not saying you didn't, right?
No,
but
I'm just.
As well, if we're moving and transplanting and cutting and doing everything else,
Right.
and then on top of that, it's extremely painful to go through to begin with.
Right.
With, like, actually doing the process to actually make it into something
right
biologically womanly like, I think genuinely, instead of asking me, because from what I've looked up, because I have to, and in my degree, and as well, I was very interested because a lot of the people who did makeup did, transition and do that. And I really do. I'm not saying I have a parasocial relationship with, but I care about them. I want to see what's happening, what's going on. I think that's something that you should do a lot more research for yourself before you jump on that as a woman. Like me. Because for me, I can never tell you how it's going to be like me, because it's not.
Right.
It's going to be very, very different and maybe never the same.
Right. I mean, I'm, dead set on my decision to get. Hold on, I'll be right back. My mom just got here with groceries. Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta go help her.
My mom's so, hold on, guys. Shh.
Oh, gosh.
No. What an interesting.
I just don't want to be like the word of the God for this. Because
Well, I mean, like Mia is, Mia's an adult, his.
Yeah, but like if I say something like that, it's not gonna be in comparison to me. Like I am biologically, genuinely a woman. I mean, I can do my male voice, but it's not actually really.
Forget the male voice.
There either.
You have your.
I have
your
Maddie and I have me, and like that's like a joke that we have because that's what I do to make people actually realize like I'm not fucking joking around, and I can't do that. I can't have this like little cute girl voice for it.
I think it was more when you threw in the statistic of the 75-25, like really, like
yeah,
just.
and like I don't realize like she didn't realize that the fact that I'm talking about biologically women. That's why I want.
I think she definitely knew that. It was just now that made her think
it diminishes so much because you're, for example, circumcision. You cut so much, already gets rid of it. If you're cutting all that much, that all could be gone.
Sorry. Hey, I'm back for a second. So what I was gonna mention was when I was first watching like I Am Jazz, she started taking puberty blockers at such a young age that she didn't go through male puberty, so they didn't have enough material to make a. I don't know if I can say this, but they.
Just we know what you're talking about.
The new version, right? Okay. Neo version, and so she basically had two options where they make it out of tissue from your butt, or you basically rub straight up like you rub like what is the word I'm trying to think of, concentrated testosterone on your giblets, so that way you eventually will have enough material. Those are like your two options. So with the cooking option, the pro is that it might feel better and it will be self-lubricating, I guess, if you will. So there's two different ways you could go about it.
I'll say it like this, right? Being like I've actually been into biomedical whenever I first started school. Technically, what they're trying to do is like what trans men tried to do. Does that make sense for her? Right? If you do it the other way around, it doesn't necessarily do the same things because you don't have the same glands. It is possible, depending on what you have. I don't know how
to be honest, before that South Park episode, I always thought it was like the donor, option where one person wants to get rid of it, and therefore once that happens, then a donor has, and then the other side gets
female to male, it's an implant. Or in testosterone. It could be testosterone at first, then implant. From male to female, it's cutting and then personally stretching.
Right. Adding like a rod,
stretching.
But you need like skin tissue, right? That's what Mia was saying. Like,
yeah, they basically
get testosterone to grow like more curtains, I guess.
Not like that. It's more the fact that you take your thing, right? Cut it in half, get rid of everything else inside, redo your urethra.
This is like my Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, and then you take your skin, cut open yourself, put it in, and then afterwards you have to start stretching for it.
It's like having a new piercing. You have to make sure the hole doesn't close.
Yes, exactly. No, genuinely.
That's dead ass.
That's right.
You have to dilate it and make sure it doesn't heal back.
Yeah, and that's extreme. It can be extremely painful, and you will not be able to fully actually excrete things of that sort because that
It takes like 2 years to heal fully. You know, like
and that
big
is gone.
commitment, right? To go through like that full transition. You know, like so. This is where I don't know. Like when I think of like when I hear like somebody say I'm a trans woman, the first procedure I would think that they would want to seek is the bottom surgery, right? Like that. So to me, I don't know. Like that.
It takes separation too, though.
Yeah, I mean, like today, like I see the process.
Well, not like that. You have to, for example, you have to take a lot of testosterone for a while, and like womanly glands, the one that actually pleasures women mostly, has to grow, and then they have to use that for the tip top of whatever they're building, because that's what it is for men. Because keep in mind, men, whenever they were in the womb, were women. You guys turned into men once your chromosomes changed. But once you're like that, as a whole, you could not secrete the same fluids as women do.
Oil, I guess.
Yes, we'll call it oil.
No, just fluids.
People say that they can, but it can't be as well from the skin being used and stuff of that sort, because it could be into overdrive, so it lubricates itself. It's like whenever you rub your arm enough for a very long time, it will
get ashy.
You just don't, like, as a whole, it's a whole different thing. You can like create. I don't want to make it even rude either, because it's just, I actually had to watch like whole documentaries and stuff on this in college for it, because I had to actually be in these type of situations. It may not be exactly what you hear from other people, because what they say may just be because they say it because they feel a certain way about who they are. A lot of times, lubricant is used for good reason. That's the best way I can put it. And I don't mean to be rude at all. Because I'm not biologically trying to be like, biologically push it on you.
All I know is from my
You could be
experience,
something
when I
completely
come across like a partner who is like ready, like with lubricant, I'm just like, okay, I'm dealing with like somebody who has been in a couple of Kentucky Derbies, if you know what I mean.
And shoot, at the end of the day, that's okay. If you're down for it, you're down for it. You know what I mean?
I mean, like Mia, like, just do you, like I'll support you in all that sense. But I'm just saying, like, like I acknowledged when we first talked, like I accept that as human beings, we all transition in a sense, right? Whether that be like in a sense from like gender identity, from like our sexual, like, like
orientation,
like other stuff, to just like how I identify as a chaplain before I was a comedian, like, so this is like my version of transitioning for my generation, where it wasn't surgery, but it took a lot of
work and growth and understanding
and courage, just to like I told you, Mia, like I was in my closet, just like, I'm gonna tell him I want to be a stand-up comic, and I like came out.
It's the exact same feeling that you went through whenever you came out to your parents as a comedian, when I came out to my parents as trans.
Right. I mean, but in a sense, your scenario is going to be a lot more. Like,
I mean, yeah, a lot more nuance and differences.
Exactly. So I think like that's what Megan here is also kind of.
And also as well, I really want you to talk to a doctor as well. Instead of asking somebody like me, because I can't tell you. I mean, I am biologically a woman, and from what I've heard, it is not a great outlook for the rest of it. Even with my own trans friends, funny enough, they went from female to male. I don't want you to take fully advice from me. My only advice I want you to take from me is just to ask, do some research, and don't look on TikTok. Actually, look on fully documented, well thing, like not well, but like what you would do to do an essay. You know what I mean? Not .com, .org. We want stuff like that. And if once you look at that and you make your decision fully, I'm fully behind you. I just want you to know exactly what you want, how you want it. Because me being a diabetic, or even a woman, like with birth control and stuff like that, I always had to do that. It is great to know exactly what I want, how I want it, and if I'm even ready for it, even being a diabetic. And that's exactly what I want for you.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand like the gravity of the procedure that I want to get, and I've done my own research in my free time and everything, and obviously it's not something that I'm gonna be able to achieve for a long time because it's an expensive procedure, and right now I don't have a dollar to my name, nor do I have insurance and all these things. But I'm not literally like asking you for professional medical advice.
Well, yeah, but you're asking me, and as a whole, I can't give you fully answers. I wish I could. All I can tell you is that it's, in a way, the same as circumcision, and that's not something
Mia,
I fully
can only explain this.
It's like getting
this is
circumcised
where, like, I
twice.
believe this is a diabetic side.
Exactly. Or maybe 3 times.
Right. Like, it's like about medical advice. I'm very serious about it.
It's like getting half of all the nerves cut off and then getting them halved again, and then halved again. Like, I get that. Like, it's not gonna be. It might not feel great, but at least I'll
you may
feel
just
great.
not have it as a whole, and that's the thing. I mean, as being a person, you want that. Like, I mean, even Charlie can also say, like, gosh, it's part of us. As a whole, it's not just being a person, but it's also, doing things that you like to do as a human, and that is not off of your autonomy. I'm not saying that you should fully get rid of it and change it or just keep it. I'm just saying as a whole, having your autonomy in that way and feeling good, it's a good thing. And once you get rid of that, that's something you'll forever. I'll say it like this: me being a diabetic, sometimes I can't feel my feet or hands. I can't grab. I can't move my fingers. I really want that back. Does that make
You
sense?
play more hours of scheduled one.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'd like to play my games, or even my hands swell. Like, it may never come back over time. It is because of how I chose to treat myself. I'm not saying you don't have to do it, or you do. I think you should talk to a surgeon that you think is really great, and then talk about it with them.
I mean, ultimately, for your generation, my advice is just like, look, the importance is finding who you are, your true self, okay? And then once you get that sense, like a good sense of that, then you can like use that as the foundation. But if the foundation is being built on like the exterior aesthetic portion, believing that, if you see it, then you can be it.
Not one thing,
that makes sense. Like
another.
That's an empty path in life in general. No matter what, like that route where it's just like, instead of searching within, you're gonna change like what you're without, in a sense, in a Confucius say type sense.
I think you found yourself. I really do. I really just want you to do more research. Not say you just did research. I think you need to really, really look.
I wouldn't say research like me. Just get some good quality time with yourself. Find some good people.
Well, I think she found herself. Like, I mean, she's already here. Like, her. It's great. I
Well,
like
Megan,
her, and she's
I've
even
known
comfortable
Mia
around
twice
us.
as long as you.
Well, from tonight, it's not even that. It's just she was able to have her own voice. She's able to even lower her voice. I think it's great.
Yeah, because Mia is my protege, like I told you. You're not my only. You think you're the only one playing games, Megan? No, I'm just kidding. But no, I mean like Mia, like as a human being, like you are, like I told you, you are an old soul. Like you are born, like you said, in the wrong generation. Now, like
I was an old lady in my past life.
yeah, I mean, we'll just use old generation. Let's not
I
use
was like
specific,
those
like,
cool old like the old hippie grandmas who went to Woodstock and Burning Man and shit.
right, like playing
I was like
playing bridge and stuff like that, right? I was shuffleboarding with my grandparents.
I was a
all the
silver
time.
fox.
Yeah, right. The silver fox, like right. So it's just like, hey, if that's who you think you are, then like, does it require? That's where like the fake it, like till you make it thing is like, like if you don't look like that on the outside, but that's who you are on the inside, then that's where I would apply. Like, then just fake like the outside is not the outside, and the outside is who you feel on the inside. Like that's the fake it till you make it. So when you look in the mirror, you wouldn't see that anymore. Like like it's almost like psychotic, like hypnosis in a sense, but it's a very fine line between using.
Well, what was I gonna say? Fuck. Oh, I was like, basically my stance on it. My, like fuck gender roles and gender norms and stereotypes. I'm just gonna be myself. I've had other trans women tell me that like I'm not trans enough because I don't act girly enough, or I don't talk girly enough, or whatever, or I don't do this and that. Bro, yeah, they have the same energy as those like mean girls in high school. Like, you can't sit with us, Becky. It's like, actually, Megan, I can't
Gosh,
sit anywhere because I have
no, I
hemorrhoids.
actually know people like that. Your voice isn't high enough. Your voice isn't high enough. And I sit there and be like, okay, your voice isn't low enough. Like to my friend Sear, who was like female to male, I would be like, female to, yeah, I'd be like, shut. I actually would stick up for him because he was severely autistic at times. Like he just had socially not everything else. Like I'm autistic, so that's how I kind of describe it. He could do everything else besides that, and I would even tell like people, they'd be like, "You're autistic. You're male. Your voice is low enough." I'd be like, "Screw you." You know what's funny? That is a guy. That's a dude. I'd even tell people like, "Yeah, funny enough, he has a dick." I don't know why you're telling me, because I know. I saw it. I'm just messing around. I'm messing around. I did say it though. I did at work, but continue.
Right. I can't remember what I was gonna say.
You're saying your voice isn't high enough.
Oh,
The
right,
mean
like
girls.
right. So there's those mean girls like, you can't sit with us because you're not popular enough, or you're not this enough, and there's a lot of I guess like almost like transphobic trans women who are out there tearing down other women, and it happens in every other space too. It happens with men and their toxic masculinity. It happens, there's toxic female masculinity, that's what I was about to say. Toxic femininity amongst other females. It happens in trans women communities, and it's really not like a gender thing. It's just a personal thing, that having that whole like power complex where like, you can't sit with us. I don't know where that comes from, but I think it's the most annoying shit.
It's the spirit. It's the spirit in their heart. If you're a cheater, like in sports, male or female, like it just switching to like another gender doesn't make you like a straight shooter anymore. You're still going to be a cheater at heart, like just like Bruce Jenner hitting that person in the car, and then all of a sudden I'm Caitlyn, and all of a sudden like we're just like, oh, okay, but Bruce like manslaughter that, like this is a weird thing. But again, Bruce Jenner is like a different case. But just
when I tried putting myself in Caitlyn Jenner's shoes, I tried like trying to imagine what it must have been like for Caitlyn to go from Bruce to Caitlyn, and then like kind of not necessarily like growing up, but like being around like supermodels all the time. Even I would be like, man, I want to look like a fucking supermodel, not like fucking, not like Jim.
The
You know,
only
like
thing
who
that
wants
like
to be
kind of
Jim?
strays me away from her is her bad actions, because there's more than one, like a lot
Right. I don't
more
fully
than
support
one.
her. Like, I can sympathize with the fact that she's trans and the
Exactly.
shared feelings that
I
trans women
always
can
did whenever it
experience.
came out, and I've never done this with anybody else. The one thing I do like kind of wary about, which I still do not support her, her being trans. It's just how everybody in the Kardashian family and Jenner family just rebranded. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
we've seen that, and I will never say that her being trans is that, but like that's always kind of just something that makes me wary.
I feel like it may be like a byproduct of being put into that environment. Like
That's
the
what I
Kardashian
wonder.
environment is
That's
such
kind
a
of where I
toxic,
think.
toxic family. Like that
That's
mother,
what I
I
think, or
swear.
if it's just a full-fledged rebrand from everything she did. I genuinely do not know, because out of every other trans person I've ever looked up to, like I said, I have a lot of like icons for that, or even role models for it. I mean, even growing up on Tumblr and everything else, I find them like they are my icons. They're people I take inspiration from, and I love their strength and everything they went through even earlier in the days, even if it was hidden or not. Like, that's just the one person I do feel very wary about at times.
I have a really hot take that I just thought of when it comes
Take
to,
it.
I think mostly trans women. I think this is kind of a hot take, but trans women, but some trans women be coming up with the most ridiculous names. I'm not like I don't want to be a dick, but some of them, like, okay, I had this friend who named themselves Athena. Like, it's a pretty name, but all I'm gonna think about is the Greek goddess now. Or like, my name is Chrysanthemum and I'm an Aquarius. I'm like, okay. Like, for me, it's just
Are they
I
like
think it's just
Kerbopolis fans?
of picking my name. I didn't pick my name. I let my mom pick my name. I was like, she did all the work pushing me out. She has the right to name me the second time, So I let her do it. But that's
So is
just
it
me.
Mia or is
I
it
don't.
Maya?
I'll still respect. Huh?
Is it Mia or Maya?
How dare you? How dare you? Do you see a Y
I feel
in
bad
between that
because
M and
I
that
just
A?
assumed it was Mia. Hey, look.
It's
Or is it
Mia.
MIA?
It's Mia.
Are
Like
you?
Mia Khalifa.
Okay, well, hey, there was a
Currently
Maya
missing in
too.
action. Yes.
Maya, Mia, MIA. Like,
No, I'm currently a prisoner of war. I am missing in action. They can't find me. I'm in a
it
camp in
plays on a
Cambodia.
bunch of different levels, right?
Right. I'm actually, in the opening to Rambo 2, I was actually one of those prisoners in Vietnam. Yeah, that was me. No,
Hey,
it's not
I always
Maya.
thought
It's
like
not. There's no
name for a
Y.
daughter would be Kia. That was the truth.
Well, okay, my
Oh,
mom was basically
Jesus,
like,
I think I missed out.
She was like, I was either gonna
No,
name
no,
you
no, no, wait,
Natalia.
I missed out. I'm sorry.
Oh,
No, genuinely, is it Mia or Maya? I couldn't hear.
no, it's Mia.
I have an ice machine.
It's all and none at the same time.
No, it's Mia.
It's Mia. I'm out of here.
No, okay.
It's Mia.
No, so I've been saying it right, of course, because I'm like that great. I'm joking.
You want to sleep? No. Anyways, what was I gonna say? But no, I just let her pick my name. I was like, it was her. I don't know. I just showed up. She did all the work, so I feel like my mom had the right to name me.
Would you be a little upset
Yeah,
if
no,
she
that's
went
very
with
sweet
Brenda
to me,
or
though.
something
I
like
did
that?
hear that. That was very sweet. I love that you give your mom some of the credit, since she's so kind towards it.
I mean, I kind of, I did some damage while I was, coming out, so I feel like it's only fair.
You never did damage.
No,
It's
no,
not
no. I
damage.
definitely did. She still blames me for her ripped bunghole. No, there's yeah, no.
Oh,
Yeah, no.
Jesus.
When I say there's damage, I mean there's physical damage, as in she had to get sutures, okay, for her bunghole. Because I ripped it with my fat ass head when I was being pushed out. No, that's not an exaggeration in any statement. She still blames me for that today.
Oh, well,
She's like, no, your
that's
big ass head.
different. Jesus. I was. God,
Yeah,
no.
no, she's like, yo, big ass head is the why I had to go get sutures in my booty hole.
You're funny. Dude, I thought it was something else. I thought you like headbutted her there. I was like, Jesus.
No. I was just being born. That was the crime committed.
Jesus, I was in an accident. Is that a crime committed for me?
I mean, shit.
A straight up accident. I'm so serious. No, you were fine though, dude.
Like, you were an
It was like,
accident. Like, no, she's never playing for you. You're an
and also
accident.
I
I mean, you're a
everybody,
happy
dude.
accident. You know.
I call everybody dude. At the end of the day, you just stop blaming yourself for something silly.
I think bro and dude are gender neutral. Like, as long as you're not like that dude over there or that guy.
No,
like,
for me, brother, dude, bro are gender neutral. So just like
yeah, that's just gender neutral.
Are you guys trying to trick me? Like that's like.
No, yeah,
you'll come to learn. I'm the most down to earth
females.
trans person. I
No,
never
I
get
call my
offended by
females
anything.
like straight up females. I'll be like, brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? Dude, do you really mean that? Yeah, no, like, yeah, I'm not tricking you. It was like people actually call each other that.
Women,
Yes.
like trans or like cis, like call
No,
each other
cis.
bro. Like, what's up, bro?
Straight cis.
It's not. What up, girl? What up, girl?
No.
Hey, girlfriend. Hey,
Do
girlfriend.
you know
like,
I
what's
talk
up,
to my
dude?
friends that way?
Hey, biatch.
No, I'll call girls like, oh girl, like whenever I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah.
If I'm uncomfortable with them, genuinely, I really call that, unless you would really see me as a super straight white girl, like Lululemon, skinny. Like, I'm not all that.
My best gal pal,
I don't have
her
rich
best gal
mamas
pal would call
and
each other like
daddies.
the worst names. Like, hey, slut. Hey.
No, I call them bitch.
I'm like, we're at the airport pickup like terminal. Can we
But I call
tone down
everybody
the
bitch
language?
too. Everything I say is universal.
Universal.
Really, I've called you girl, bitch, slut, brother, everything underneath the sun.
When have you called me all those things?
Whenever we're talking, I try to be more formal with you, though.
Maybe I'm selective.
Maybe it's in my head.
Selective hearing, senior moment, whatever. Ignorance is bliss for me at this point.
Hey, respect the elders.
No, I called you bitch one time, and you were like, "Are you calling me a bitch?" And I was like, "No."
Is this when I was
Shut
so
up,
on the
bitch.
fence about Schedule 1? Can we get past that? Yes, it was actually like
This
that.
is before Schedule 1.
Oh, okay. So I was okay. Well, then I don't feel too bad about that. You knew I was a biatch like coming into this. Why are you so shocked about me?
I called you all that before this. I did not call you all this in one night. Jesus, call me a sailor.
Yeah, I know this was like over a span of what, the 5 conversations that we've had, Megan?
Charles. Oh, sorry, Charlie. We've had like 12.
Okay, well, it touches me that you are actually keeping accurate count. So you passed my test of.
Yeah, and also over most of them were over 6 hours. Like tonight, 12. It was tonight.
This is where, like as a cis man, I feel like this is like my gender polarity is like the feminine side of me is like the one that's like always hesitant and like, like testing all the time. But then I get told by like my dates, like, who are you to be testing me? Like, I'm like, yeah, I'm me. I broke out a coupon on our first date. You freaked out. I'm not going to take you on a second date. Like, I'm sorry.
Women don't like that.
Well, I'm sorry. I don't like it when I get fooled and have to get like the real truth, like on the third
Women
date.
like some confident men that have a little bit.
What's more
like,
confident
their
than breaking
emotional
out a
side.
coupon on a first date?
You don't have to be fully confident. You just have to be confident in yourself. You just be there like how you are now.
Oh, I fake it till I make it.
And then without, half the questions.
Oh, I don't have any. I just wait for a reaction. I just wait for the candid camera style. And the way I've been treated, it's just it makes me cry sometimes. Just like,
Oh,
how come you can't think of it as me trying to save money so I can take you out on a second date? Like there's a part of me that wants to
just tell him
cry out
that.
like
That's
that.
the important part. Like, I'm so serious. If you tell him, I'm actually trying to save money to have you on a second date, I really like you, that is more personable and understanding and likable than never telling them that at all. They can't just understand it. They can't read your mind.
Right. It's better than just being, it's only fair, 50-50, it's being like,
Exactly.
I'm trying to budget here.
There's only some people here that like that. Like, if I saw that would literally, of course I'd pay that, and I'd walk away and never say anything, but I'm not calling you back. If you call me, I'm not talking to you.
I have definitely been on the other season of that. So
You realize you actually have to say, I would like to save up for a second date. If we can split this, I would prefer that with you.
no,
And
then it
not a lot of
backfires.
women are
It
like
blows
that.
up in
There
my
is
face.
a
It's like,
very larger
like,
percent that will appreciate that than you just saying, split 50-50, it's only fair.
I feel like if you invite someone on a date, then you have to pay for that date because it was your fucking idea. Like, I'm taking you on a date, so I'm paying for you to come on a date.
Clock it.
So
then you need to have like evidence, like I have text records of
No,
our
just more the
entire
fact that you just pay
conversation
for
that
it. You
says
don't say
you
anything.
initiated this date.
Right. It is,
No, you don't
it's
have
not a
to.
debate, At
You
that
just pay
point,
for
it's
it.
like if I ask somebody on a date, then I'm expecting myself to pay for it, But like if somebody if my friend asked me, I was like, hey, you want to go see the Minecraft movie? I'm like, yeah, sure. I expect them to pay for me because they didn't be like, oh, well, you have to pay for your own ticket. By the
And
way.
even funny
Like,
enough, me being a woman, like a straight up woman, I will ask somebody on a date if I do. You know what I say? I say, hey, I really want to go on a date with you. I'll pay for everything.
And then that's where I'm like, red flag, red flag.
No, it's not. It's because
I
I'm
would
a
just take it
woman
at face
that
value
has
and be like,
money
damn,
and
really?
I'm
Wow.
interested in you.
Yeah, I would take that as a sign to be like, okay.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Yeah.
I want to spend time with you. I like you.
Well, maybe
I'm
this is
only
the sign
saying
that
that
I'm
because
broken
I
inside.
asked you out. Charlie, you're forgetting that. Pretend like I saw you. Okay, hypothetical. I saw you. We had great conversation for a little bit, like at a coffee shop. I said, hey, would you like to meet again? If we wanna, can we go for coffee again? I'll pay for it. It's because I like you and I'm trying to push the second date so you will want to go out with me because I like you.
We're talking about the second date. I thought you were talking about
Or
like
even
the first
date.
date.
Like, no, first date.
You're
That
gonna
wasn't even first date.
initiate.
That wasn't even first date. That was first
Shows that they're taking
interaction.
initiative.
Yeah, that was first date. Like, not first date, but what I said would be first date. I just saw you at a coffee shop. We had a 15-minute conversation, maybe in the line. You know what I mean? There was a line outside the door. I say, Jesus, I really like talking to you. Can I see you again? I'll pay for it.
Oh, yeah, and then it's always followed by the, by the way, like my boyfriend's out of town, but like, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm
And I was just like,
sorry.
I see.
No, but nobody follows with that if they really do like it.
Really,
No girl who has a boyfriend is
Megan,
gonna take.
nobody. I will bring you character with. You guys have no idea, like what
My
I've been.
kindness is taken for
Arabic women paying.
my kindness is taken for another reason.
Yeah, but you're not a man. My kindness is looked at as like weakness or.
Why is man kindness different than woman
No,
kindness?
actually,
What?
even
Nice guys finish last, right? Like that's the saying,
no,
right?
it's not actually. And if you keep that ideal,
No.
women
I mean,
will like you.
Okay.
I will actually tell you that straight up. I
wait,
like
something
the
that's been
bigger
repeated
guys
to
that
me.
have weaknesses. It shows to me that they're not cocky and just want to fuck me.
Something that has been
You know what's
repeated to
funny?
me
The
throughout
women you're
my
dealing with, I
adolescence.
think they're a little bit too evil.
So some
Yeah,
things that
or
my
I'm too
mom has.
broken. I'm more broken than I think I am.
Probably.
My
I'm not even lie. If you think that way, that's not a good way to think, Charlie.
my mom has always told me, she hasn't told me that like nice guys finish last, but she's always told me that this isn't like a 100% like rule. Like, take this with a grain of salt, but she's told me that like women like assholes, women like guys who are fucking assholes, and she doesn't know why. And
She's a liar.
I was confused by this, and I feel like my entire life, my entire male life, as far as like dating goes, I feel like I've always been this hopeless romantic nice guy who's been like, I feel like I'm the ideal partner, whether I'm male or female. I feel like I'm very grounded and down to earth as far as what I can offer in a relationship. Yet I keep getting turned down for people who are assholes and keep hurting, these women's feelings. I was like, why didn't they just pick me and I would have treated them the right way? Instead, they go and run off with this guy who,
You
treats them
guys
like
want
shit.
answers to
And
that?
this is where it's all
No,
about
you
like
guys want to
the
know
animal
answers to it.
instinct,
Straight
like
up
the
answers.
primal
You guys
instinct.
want straight up answers. You guys
I
are
don't know if we do,
liking the
Megan.
girls.
I don't know if I can handle.
Yeah, you can. The girls that you guys are liking already, they feel bad on the inside. They don't like themselves. You guys are picking women.
No, this is how, like you
No.
said,
It's exactly.
women are
You're telling me
wired.
as a woman. You're telling me as a woman that's crazy.
No,
They
now
don't
it's
like
kind
it.
of changed. But
You
this
know
is
what?
where
I'm
like the
actually with an
concept of
asshole, and you
negging
know why
comes
I'm
into
with
play.
the asshole, and I actually whipped him into shape. Is because first of all, I felt
You
bad
women
for
have
him,
flipped
and
the
then he
script
became an
on the
asshole,
dating,
and
like
then
the
I thought
haters.
I could fix him, and at the same time, I felt bad on the inside. The women you guys are looking for are women who are broken.
I'm not looking for broken
No,
women.
not
I'm
even
looking
that,
for women who say yes.
they're the
You
easiest
can't just
ones out there.
advertise that.
I'm looking for
Looking
No,
for a
anyone.
broken woman
let's
who
think
has
about it like this. Who would be the easiest woman to meet?
It's not even like that.
No,
It's just,
genuinely, think about it. Who would be the easiest woman to meet in, please?
someone who liked me.
No. It'd be the woman that is very hurt on the inside. And if you're an asshole, right, she gets what she feels like she deserves.
Does it like feed off of like someone's insecurities, I guess?
Yes. If you're
Okay.
insecure on the inside and somebody else is treating you badly, you feel like you deserve that. And that is what you like. Even though you don't recognize it mentally, it feels right because you feel that bad. You guys need to actually meet a secure woman who likes herself. And she may even fully like herself. She should be secure with herself.
Right.
She should, like right now, with me, if I broke up with my boyfriend and I walked out, I could not sit there with a guy that said he wanted to have something. I would like a man that told me, I want to save up for our next date. To me, that sounds like security because I'm secure with myself.
Yeah, but you
feels
both are in your
nice.
20s.
That feels like, actually, I'm interested in you and you're interested in me. And if I have to have this means that there's a second and more. And I know I can pay and I like myself. I'm comfortable with myself. And he's honest. I like that. I am secure with myself right now. You guys are just messing with people who aren't. That's why you guys keep getting messed over. I can tell you from a woman's point of view, through and through, being the woman who actually liked the asshole up to the woman that likes the guy that's secure. I mean, I had to whip my boyfriend into fucking shape, and that's why I like him now. There was a whole year where I literally hated him. No, I'm gonna be so real. I hated him.
And so you whipped him into shape, right? Like,
No. I just hated him so much he realized what I wanted. He grew up and he sat there and realized I'm not gonna like him until he does something.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do some. I'll do the nasty with you or anything else like that. But I'm just using you for my own thing. I'm secure with myself, and I tell him over and over again, what you're doing is not actually secure. You keep talking about how you hate yourself. You keep talking about how you can't get a job. You keep talking about how you're not smart. What does that make me view you as?
Is your bitch?
Exactly. I even told him, like, I'm not cool with that. Stop, like, talking about it. Waited a year. Fixed it. He had to grow up a little bit, get in his own skin, realize, like, now he's 23. He's a year older than me. No, he's a year older than me. Okay.
Okay, but
He's
what
a
you
year
said,
older than me.
but what you said earlier made it sound like that, like we're
No,
deliberately.
it was bad. It was bad. It was bad.
I didn't
And
even finish what I was saying.
I should have stayed.
You didn't even let me finish what I was saying.
No, but I can already admit I should have stayed. But as a whole,
Yeah, it didn't even have to do with
nobody
that.
needs to follow my footsteps. My
That's not
footsteps
where I
are
was going with
bad.
that.
Nobody should follow mine. I can
I'm
just
not,
say
but that's not what I was gonna say.
what?
Was earlier when you were like, y'all just picking the wrong women. I was like, you make it sound like we're deliberately targeting
you're not.
these, but you're
I
like,
know
y'all are
you're
just
not.
choosing the wrong ones. But like, I'm not choosing. I'm just, I
No,
like
what
this
comes
person.
to you.
Honestly, I feel like I'm being targeted, if anything,
No,
by
listen.
like the
Oh my
wrong
gosh.
woman.
When I got my boyfriend, I felt that way, right? What came to me was how I felt. Get comfortable, get secure. You don't even have to like yourself. And I promise you, everything underneath the sun will come to you. Even if it's on dating apps or anything under. I'll tell you this right now. I got secure. It's not just that I'm hot. Gosh, I've walked around campus. I'm 40 pounds heavier than you guys see me. Well, 30. It's not like I'm fat. Like, I still look good, but like, I'm like thicker, all over. I distribute weight properly. You know what I mean? I got some nice legs, got some nice booty, got a skinny waist. You know what I mean? We got it all over. I'm not what everybody wants in my school, but I walk around and how I am gets people. They want a 120-pound girl. I'm 180. I don't care.
Sorry, the 280-pound girl. Sorry, what?
Yeah, I sound like it, but I ain't. Don't worry.
What if guys are starting to look at women as fixer
a
uppers?
squirrel waist in women's 6'6". I think I'm chilling. You know what I mean? Slim thick.
Okay. If can we have like a
No, but like genuinely, nobody would want me at my campus, but everybody does stop me because of how I act. It's not how I look.
You walk in the bitch like you own it,
Exactly, and you guys need and you know why? Because I like myself.
Right. You have the air of confidence. Right.
And it's not just era or aura, whatever you say. It's more the fact that I know I like myself.
Right.
Like, people even make fun of me in college. They even snicker, make jokes. I don't care. I turn around and I laugh at them. I said, "You're really, really fucking sad."
Yeah.
Like, as a whole, you have to be comfortable with yourself. That embarrasses people. That brings attractiveness. That brings everything else. If you guys cannot be that, then you're not going to get that.
You may have completely forget what I was going to say.
Good.
Good.
I finished what I had to say. And that's what you guys need to know. Because Jesus, if you keep sitting there like fucking Charlie saying, "Charlie, listen to me. You do not tell a girl, I need you to split 50-50, all this, all that. I have daddy issues." I don't think they will want to talk to you again.
Okay, don't like paint me as like the guy who
I'm not.
be
But
like
from what you
a
told me,
40-year-old
that's all I
virgin,
can.
like, I don't know what's going on with me. No, this is from my experience. I've had to create these tests to kind of filter through
If you have to
all
make
the
tests, then you're not actually there yet.
Megan, maybe you think you're there too quickly. So who knows?
No, I used to make tests too.
Neither
Don't
one of us
worry
are
about
married
it.
yet.
I
Neither
made
one
a
of us
lot of
pushed
tests,
process.
actually. That's the funniest thing. I don't think I'm there too quickly. I did for a long time. Because me and my Riley did break up for like a year and a half.
Megan, in the immortal words of Victor Drago, I will break you.
No, it's I must break you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm. Dang,
I laugh.
I just ruined my own like.
I laugh.
Charles, remember that. Learn from that.
At least I'm. Oh, never mind. Anyways,
I laugh.
I really can't remember what I was gonna say earlier. It left my brain so fast.
It's okay that it happens. Like, shoot, it happens to most people.
Sometimes I get
Overwhelmed and
really
flustered.
bad like imposter syndrome because I feel like I'm like how do I describe it? Like I feel sad inside because I'm never gonna fully be like 100% woman, you know, like down to like my brain. Like I'm not gonna have like the what am I trying to get at here? Like the not necessarily like the women's intuition, but like I'm not gonna have like the same. I don't know. Sometimes I don't feel like I don't think or act womanly enough, but then I go back to the fuck gender roles. I'll just be myself, but like I want to be perceived more womanly, if that makes sense.
And like I
By
said, your
whose
perception
standards,
is
though?
what you want to be.
By society standards or by the standard that you create for yourself? Like Megan's saying, like, look, yeah, it's confidence, you know, like if you
It's
walk
what
into
you want to be. Genuinely. And if for society standards, I hate to say, genuinely, this was a whole other thing, like Dylan Mulvaney doing a tampon commercial that made outrage within our like biological women. You know what I mean?
Bud Light. I mean, come on, that
No,
one
I
person
can I
alone.
can even laugh at that as well because like even I felt it. I was like, you know, she is a woman. It's a different type of woman. Does that make sense? She's still a woman in my eyes. I still love her. Like, gosh, I love her.
But no, it was the motivation, you know, like from what I
But
understood.
like, just because it's motivation doesn't mean that it supports me.
It reminds me of the Kanye quote when he's like, you know, I like Lady Gaga. I like her music. What the fuck does she know about Polaroid cameras?
Yeah, but like, she didn't know anything, and everybody can agree with that. Like, why did she do that? And also,
do what? She bought
we're
Kodak?
not quoting Kanye here. Kanye is a horrible quote.
No. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but still, like, nobody actually supported that besides fucking, like, I hate to say brainwashed people. Like, who the fuck would think Lady Gaga knew about Polaroid cameras?
What is that
That's what
even
I'm saying.
referring to? Did she buy Polaroid or?
Yeah, no, she was just in a Polaroid commercial.
Oh.
Right. And that was all.
That's what I'm saying. Like, to me, it's just like, I
What
love
does
Dylan
Jake from
Mulvaney.
State Farm know anything about home insurance?
No, like, I love Dylan
People get
Mulvaney.
outraged over the littlest things.
It's not even outrage. It's a bit different, and I can even say that, like, as a woman, it's a bit different. Like, I have met, well, not met, but I've seen many trans women online say that they get periods or things of that sort.
Like, no, you don't.
Exactly.
No, you don't.
And that's why that's when that started happening, and Dylan Mulvaney doing that afterwards made that very strange.
You see, there was this one time I was in VR chat and I was confronted by a very,
Before we like change the topic, do you get why that would make somebody like me like feel like I would never disrespect or even think that you're like not a woman or even Dylan Mulvaney, but I just don't think that was even a thing she should have done. Does that make sense? Maybe later in the years, maybe like 2 years later, you know what I mean? But what was happening now, like the Budweiser commercial, sure, or Bud Light, whatever, sure, do it. I love it. But like being on a tampon commercial for me after all that, and then on top of what's happening within society, was not like the best thing to do.
Right. Did it also give you a new light on the company? Like Tam, you know, like who is this company who is like?
Yeah, no, it kind of turned me away in a way because it's like I still think you are a woman, and all ways. Besides,
See that my motto when it comes to, I
you know what I
told
mean? I see
no
using a woman as all ways besides that.
I told Charlie this before when we were talking about the what's his face, I can't remember his name, he's a transphobe. He had this whole thing on like what is a woman, and he'd go up and ask trans people what is a woman.
Charlie Kirkland.
I'm yeah, and I'm probably one of the few trans people, because I've talked to other trans people about this, and I've disagreed with a lot of other trans women, where when I get asked that question, I don't say that trans women are women, because I say trans women are trans women. Like, there's a distinct difference between the life path of a woman and a trans woman, and I respect that, because I'm never gonna know certain biological different things from the
No,
life
I
path.
still think you guys are women, because
No, no, no.
a girl is
I'm
being a
not
female.
saying
That's
that.
how you say it.
Yeah, we're
You're
not.
societally a woman, but you're not
Right. I'm not.
biologically, and that's where it
That's
differs.
exactly what I'm saying by saying trans women are not women, trans women are trans women, but trans women should still be treated and respected as women in society, But
Yeah, it's the societal thing.
right, but
It's how you
the
identify
semantics of it
yourself versus what you are.
but I guess what I'm saying is when trans people go like on the news and say, "Oh, a trans woman is a woman," the semantics of that confuses like the right wing conservative people, and they're like, "Oh, you can't just change your biology." Da, da, da. But like that's not what we're saying. We're saying that
No, I
trans
know.
women should just be respected, just like we respect women.
Exactly. And I hate to say that. I hate to say that's a little bit worse, though. No, but I like I said, I see trans women as all facets of a woman.
Yeah.
But when I think of biologically a woman, like that's why I did not like it on that commercial, because that is a thing biologically women have. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then that just takes I do kind of agree with that argument, and it kind of takes away from us as well because of the right wing.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened whenever Black
That's
Lives
why I
Matter came
really
out.
wish
People
Dylan
were like,
Mulvaney kind of just did not do that. I feel like that was just a cash grab on her part. Same with Budweiser or Bud Light.
So when the whole like Black Lives Matter things came out, there was people who were like, "Oh no, all lives matter," and it was like, "No, that's subtracting from the original message of Black Lives Matter."
Exactly, I agree from that. I agree.
Yeah, it's the same thing with the tampon commercial. It's like you have, I get what you're saying, like you have no room to speak about uteruses, you don't have one, like I get that.
And it's not like I don't think of you differently at all. It's just more the fact that you're not bleeding every month.
Right,
When
like
you're going through the cramps or the actual
okay, so
PCOS or whatever like women have. Like I actually saw recently on TikTok that this trans woman said she had PCOS, and I was like, girl, you do not. The reason why you have facial hair is because you're
how can you have polycystic ovarian cancer if you don't have ovarians? Like ovaries. Yeah, no, I saw that too. I was like, that's ridiculous.
That's real.
No,
like there's a woman on here saying that.
I've seen that. There's a trans woman saying she has polycystic ovarian cancer or polycystic ovarian syndrome, but you don't have ovaries. And I was like, but no, fuck, you made me forget what I was gonna say in the first place.
Gosh, I'm so sorry. I walk around the block.
No, it's fine.
We're talking about Dylan Mulvaney, commercial, women. You were arguing with other people because they don't agree with you for how you think.
Trans women are not women; they're trans women.
Yes.
We're paying attention. We're
I don't remember
listening.
what I was gonna say. I literally started saying something, and then I guess my mic
You
didn't
said
pick up or something.
you were arguing with a lot of people because, like what you said.
I stopped that tangent for a second. I was gonna talk about how there was this transphobic lady who. Okay, I guess I can kind of lead it back in. There's this cis woman who came up to me in VR chat and was basically saying that that me as a trans woman don't have any right to speak on any womanly things because she doesn't see me as a woman, is what she was trying to say.
Oh, Jesus.
And shit like that. Like, I don't know. But no, I can't remember what the fuck I was getting to. What the point I was getting to.
You're saying that exactly. That's what you're saying. You said she said something unkind to you.
Bully. The Kaiso Valley girl bully mentality.
I can't remember what the fuck I was literally just saying, like, before that.
You were saying that you were on VR chat and
No, not that. After that, when I literally started saying something, and then
you were
I don't
saying
know if it was
that
because my mic
you
cut
talk
off,
to a
but
lot of women, like trans women, or the people in the trans community. You were saying that they don't agree with you for your ideals because
no.
that's what you said right after.
No,
Because I went on that one. I was
we
like,
covered that.
most trans women don't agree with me when I say trans women are trans women and trans women are not women. But because I feel like
Like
there's a
you're
big
going
difference.
into it though. Was there somebody in that facet that
Like the
you
correct
were?
semantics there is trans women are not females. They're
Yeah, that's basically we have to dumb it down for conservative people who don't understand like semantics and shit. When I say like when trans women say trans women are women, they're not literally saying trans women are biological women, but
Or
then
two
it
woke fucking
confuses.
liberals. I
but some
love
of
the
them
liberals. I'm a
maybe
liberal.
are saying that, right? Like maybe some of the libs are
Oh no
putting
no no no
themselves
no!
into
It's a
that
whole
they
end of
are.
the spectrum to it. Like I'm a liberal, but Jesus, the
But you're not a
very very
you're not a trans woman liberal here.
no, but very 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 left wing people will be like, yes.
So what would you consider Dylan Mulvaney? A conservative or more on the liberal progressive side doing this tampon commercial now?
She's
Assuming
on the liberal progressive side, and she's taking a cash grab, which puts her right back in the middle, or more on the right.
it's meant directly only for women or females, right? Females is the correct semantics here. So, Mia, you would probably side here as just like, yes, what is Dylan Mulvaney doing as a spokesman for tampons, right? Like,
And she did Bud Light
It's
right
it's the same
after.
thing where my
Bud
mom
Light is
literally told
completely
me.
different. That's beer, like.
Yeah,
But
but
I
who
can
drinks Bud Light?
understand like an
Let me
outrage.
know. Is all South states. Like, am I wrong?
Mostly
Budweiser,
rednecks.
Bud Light. Yeah, I live in it. Dude, here was outrage because of it. Dude, she went from very left leaning all the way to the right leaning. She's just doing cash grabs.
Yeah, and then you find the people who follow on that. I found a TikTok person who says we should ban Hershey. I was like, because of the pronoun? Like, I was like, what is going on? It's like Chick-fil-A all over again. It's like, can I just enjoy my sandwich without worrying about like who the owners donate their
Yeah, I
money
don't
to?
even know because they even close on Sundays here still. Sucks.
Hey, look, that's Chick-fil-A. Like, yeah, they're but it's just like
Your establishment, they should be open 24/7 besides their religious beliefs.
so. I guess that's
Like
kind
you
of
can
like the
make money,
same.
or like Hobby Lobby, it's the same.
But I guess that would explain like the same reciprocated energy that we witnessed with
Well,
Dylan
it's not even like
Mulvaney
that.
doing
Just
Bud
be
Light.
neutral if you want to actually have a good idea of yourself. Dylan Mulvaney has been jumping left to right to left to right.
Right, almost like a martyr, right? Like he is the
She.
yeah, she. Well, yeah, okay, sorry, I apologize.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, I mean, she is just writing this experience like in real time in front of the public eye, which is a brave thing to do, but ultimately it's a slippery slope that she's like walking up and just from age experience, like like I pray that Dylan doesn't end up like on the inside Hollywood like in 20 years from now and we find out like Dylan is completely like lost again type thing, like that's the worst tragedy I fear about what I'm going to see in the
From what
future
I
based
see,
on what I've seen in my present, from my heroes, like
from what I see, she's a TikToker though, and TikTokers come and like come up and come down.
right. This is a
They're
whole
not
new
that long lasting.
addiction.
I do wish that for her. I wish she has a lot of money and wealth and everything in her life. I would not wish that on
Even for
anybody
like
else, but I think
biological females who are on TikTok and all they're doing is just like again like just flaunting bodies and just like and I see just like the male audience and it just like disgusts me in a sense, so in a it's
can you give me my perspective whenever I see shit like that on my TikTok? Because I struggle pretty much on a daily basis. And I'm not sure if it's labeled as envy or jealousy, but whenever I see cis women on my TikTok feed who are, let's just say, naturally blessed, I feel a bit envious. Not in the sense that they're not deserving of the things that they have, but in the sense that, damn, I wish, you know, I wish I could look like that, or I wish I could, be so effortlessly feminine at first glance, and stuff like that. So it really makes me have a negative self-image on how I perceive myself, as far as appearances go. But personality-wise, I really value my personality, and I think I'm a very I'm a catch when it comes to my mind, but I'm unhappy with how I look all constantly.
It's not
So
even envy or jealousy. I would say it like this, and I hope you don't find it rude. It's in a way not selfishness, but people and this is a normal thing. We're all living a different life. Does that make sense? And we can only see it from our lens. You want something that somebody else has. And that is not all the time envy or jealousness. Like being jealous, it's in a way wanting, which is selfishness. I would really like this. I'm happy that this person wants this and they have it, or what they do have, I'm glad that they have it, but I want it too. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's like selfishness, and it's okay to be selfish. It's okay to feel that. Like, I really want you to know that it is okay. It happens to everybody. It happens to Charlie. It happens to me. Right. But whenever you realize that it's not either jealousy or envy, it's genuinely just wanting something, but realizing on the inside how much matters more, that's when that's the step. Like, you even saying that is the step to loving yourself more. Does that make sense? And loving how you look on the outside. For a very, very, very long time, like, I hate to say, I'm a girl with the small boobs. Like, I had really small boobs, I had I looked like a little boy growing up a lot of my life. Like, a lot of my life, until I gained this weight that I have now. I'm not fat, like I said. Like, I'm very curvy. I look good. That's the only time I actually got, some boobs.
Oh,
and even now it's not enough. I look at other girls and I'm like, Jesus, I really want that. I'm glad they have it though. But I also realize the cons of it, like, gosh, I could hurt my back or things of that sort. Right. I think about everything, and then I love myself because I think I'm pretty. I love my body. I love myself. You just work towards it.
That just made that thought that I was trying to find pop back into my head. Okay, so that reminded me, when you were talking about, specifically talking about period cramps and stuff like that, it reminded me of something where, basically, if I was presented the option to press a button and biologically change my sex from male to female, I would press it every single time in a heartbeat. And a lot of women that I've talked to don't understand that. They're like, no, you don't understand, like, how painful. I'm like, I know, but I know that I'm never gonna be able to experience what that feels like, but I don't care because I want it anyways. Like, I wish I could have period cramps and shit like that, because then at least I'd know that I'm in the right body, or I'm myself physically. But a lot of women be like, why would you want that? Like, why? Like, I don't think you understand the gravity of what you're saying. I'm like, I get that. Like, I get that, but, like, at the same time, I guess you don't understand how badly I want it. Like, that would be so gender affirming for me to have my first period. Like, you have no idea. Like, it doesn't sound like something you would want to happen, but for me, I would love for that to happen. That'd be so great. I never wanted to be a man. Oh. I just sprayed
Well,
orange juice.
careful what you wish for, Mia, because it just might.
Well, genuinely, I'll tell you this. The only reason why, as a female, it is so different is because I'm going to say this in the nicest way possible. Just because it's gender affirming to you doesn't mean they're right. You don't know all the hardships. Like growing up, I was groomed. I was sexualized. I remember
back up. My audio cut out. I didn't hear what you said for like the past 15 seconds. Sorry.
I'll say it like this, and I'm going to say it like not in a rude way. I'm glad it's gender affirming for you. But growing up as a female is whenever I explain to men who are very understanding, like even Charlie or all my guy friends who actually do respect me as a person, you kind of realize that is like it's not great. I grew up being sexualized, groomed, even R-worded, assaulted. No matter what, you are, in a way, in society's view, an object. No matter what you do. Even me now. Even though I'm extremely intelligent.
It's like the grass isn't always greener on the other side.
Exactly. Even though it's affirming, there is so much that comes with it. Just because, like, I remember the first time I got my first period, I was in middle school. I was in 6th grade. It really hurt. It hurt, like, right where you need to pee. And I remember, I never had that feeling before. It felt like it hurt. I remember doubling over. And I thought, oh, Jesus, maybe, funny enough, I was like, God, it's gas or something. Like, I was actually in 7th grade. I thought, everybody in my family, they got it in 9th grade. Older, like, we're all tall women. I shouldn't be getting it now. I was terrified. Because I was like, there's no way possible something like that would happen to me at that age. I should grow more, because once you have it, you don't really grow more, unless you're a very special case like me. I grew to 5'8". I was 5'5" at the time. Everybody else in my family is, like, the women are 5'10", 5'11". My brothers are 6 foot, 6'4", actually. My grandpa's 6'6". And then the other women are always 5'2", 5'4". I didn't want to be that. I want to be tall. I wanted to be like a model. I was pretty enough at that time to be that. And I remember standing up because it hurt so bad, and I looked down at my chair. It was just covered, and I was so embarrassed. And thank God I was wearing leggings that day, because if I wasn't, everybody would have seen. Like, I would have through my entire pants. And it wasn't like bright red, like how you think.
It was dark.
Yes, it's dark, nasty, old blood. And I remember walking into my nurse's office, sobbing, crying. And I was so scared to tell my mom. I put everything on. My pants were still nasty. I smelled like shit. Thank God I kept my legs together, because Jesus, it just would smell like old, nasty. It smelled worse than blood. Like, I'll even tell you that. And I even told my teacher to clean up my chair for me, and she said she would. So I didn't have to worry about that. And then when I went in the car, my mom looked at me and said, there's no way. There's no way. She said, you're lying.
What? In denial, though? Just like, Mom.
No, genuinely, and then I just started crying, and she said, really? And she asked me, what did you do? And I said, I did nothing.
Yeah, what do you mean, what did you do? Like, it's not.
I told you to bring me some new pants, Mom. Like, where are my new pants? Like,
yeah, exactly what you think. Because girls have, like, that little skin there until you don't. She asked me, what did I do? And then I started crying, and I was like, I just wanted to wait as long as you guys. Like, I'm not going to be this tall forever. I was so worried about everything underneath the sun until that. And then from that point on, I started becoming a woman. I had hips early. earlier than all my other friends, and I was always taller than them. I was catcalled by men. I was groomed. I was.
This is when the lines on that Rolls Royce really started coming, like,
Genuinely.
Now,
No, it's actual hell. You are always an object. And even when I even went to college, it is consistently always like that. Everybody thinks I'm stupid because I'm a dirty blonde. I'm not even a blonde. I started dyeing my hair because I just look better with that color.
so
I'm stupid. I'm dumb.
But then do you think, like I said, like the other members of your generation, Megan, who I say are on TikTok, flaunting that aspect of it, just like, yeah, you're right, I am an object. Like, yeah, I'll
because you make so much more money than what you
right.
do.
So now it's like they've
Yeah, you
I don't want to say
embrace it at
sold
that
out,
point.
but they've made a choice, right?
Yeah,
They're
you
gonna
made a
play
choice
this
to
game.
actually make the money over. Like, I hate to say it, if that's what you live through day to day, even I've thought about it. I'm gonna be honest. I actually have thought about it recently. I'm paying for a tuition in social work that makes nothing. And if everybody sees me the same way, what's the point of actually sitting there and being intelligent when in this society nobody will view me as it?
As a social worker?
I just wanna interject for a second. Kind of going back to the whole trade-off thing, but like,
That's what I'm trying
all
to
those.
say. It's a lot more to trade off. And I know you always want to be that, and I'm glad you do. Being a woman is great in many other aspects too. I wasn't able to tell you that.
Right. I mean, what I'm trying to say is like all the stuff that you were talking about has been sort of beaten over my head, my whole life, because my mom had grew up the same way. When she was 14, she had triple D's, and she was getting, she was literally having to defend herself from her own stepfathers from touching her and shit. So like I get the trade-offs, and I get the full gravity from
Well,
every
as long as you
angle of
do,
it. But
I don't mind that you want to click the button. If you understand it, do it every day of the week.
right, like I've taken everything into consideration.
Cook the bun? Is that what you just said?
No, click the button. He said, oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. She said, I didn't mean to say that. Gosh.
Hit the button. Hit the button.
I was just talking about so many men
I'd hit the
that was
button
my
every
fault.
single time of the day.
Yeah.
But like,
And as long
without
as she
hesitation,
understands,
without a thought.
Okay, but yes, without a thought. Like I, even knowing what I know how terrible men can be. I know how transphobic and exclusionary other women can be, and I know how terrible people in general
well, not
can
even
be.
that. If you just want
but
to
I'm,
reset it all and be a woman, I support you even in that thought, as long as you understand it. And you understand what I'm saying. It's not like you understand it fully, but you understand what I'm saying, and that's enough for me. I like being heard.
I get,
Not even that, I like being heard. I appreciate that.
you're not just being heard; you're being comprehended.
Yeah,
even
that's
a step
great.
further than just being heard.
I thought you said hurt. I was like, wait, what's going on?
Well, I'm not going to say I don't like that either, but
It's like there's a lot of weird foreplay.
Well, settle down.
Was I not allowed to make the joke there? Was that like about time?
This is my Asian hearing.
No, that was
My
fine.
L's and R's get confused, and R's.
No,
and
I even made the joke, Charlie.
Well, then why are you making me explain it? Making me look.
It's just funny to make you look stupid.
That's when people call me Chaz. Stop chazzing around. You ever been chazzed?
That's what my friend Jenny calls her period. She Chaz.
Okay, well, thank you for ruining that for me.
Now.
Now
That's what she named her period.
No, most
you're
people
welcome.
are funny like that. I am.
You mentioned it.
I may be serious, like more serious on it, but me being on birth control since like 6th, 7th grade, I'm funny. I love it. I just don't care. I'd be sitting around, I'd be cracking jokes.
Oh.
So take it as a compliment. Maybe
also,
maybe she's like me. She's like actually the comedian.
Also,
like you, Charlie.
Maybe. But,
yeah, everybody in this world.
Me and my friend Jenny have this.
Well, you're funny.
Yeah, no. Me and my friend Jenny have this. Oh my god. Me and my friend Jenny have this inside joke where I have my own trans girl period, but it's not like period. It's just whenever the extracurricular activity.
Estrogen.
The hormones.
No,
Hormones.
Yeah, the
not at
hormones
all.
start kicking in.
No, that's not what I was talking about at all.
Oh, sorry.
No, I'm talking
We
about
apologize.
whenever you I'm talking about whenever you do the hanky panky a little too much, and then no. Anyways, when you bleed from your butt, damn it! I'm talking about you're bleeding from your butt. Okay, how explicitly do I gotta
You
say
know
it?
what's funny
My
enough?
butthole is bleeding.
I got it from the. I got
It's
it.
almost like calling it a Boston cream pie. Like this is like the raspberry.
More like a cherry
The
pie.
raspberry donut.
God, I'm hungry right now.
Oh, yeah, it's a raspberry filled donut. Anyways, but no,
Don't worry,
that's my
thing I was telling you guys about. I know.
I mean, I joke with Jenny. I tell her, you know,
right there, Mia. You already have like the whole.
No,
You know,
I tell Jenny it's the exact same thing. You know, my tummy cramps and I bleed from my butt. You know, it's the same thing. No, we joke.
No, that's actually funny.
I know it's a lot worse. Yeah. No, she actually just got an IUD.
That's funny.
She actually just got an IUD put in, so
no.
she's in a lot of pain right now. Yeah, she's getting like the worst period
Easy
cramps
for
of her entire life for like 6 hours.
Dude,
Well, she wanted the Boston cream
you.
pie. Okay, I didn't. She wanted to be the Boston cream.
Listen,
so
I've had the Boston cream pie for a very long time. But you know what's funny? I just took my pill for about like 3 years on time. And guess what? I never had that problem. I can take it at from 11, 10, like when I would go to sleep, to 4 a.m. Never have a problem. As long as you take it consistently for a long time, the pill, you're fine.
Right. I guess you just won't do the
Jesus,
pill
that girl
anymore.
that girl got something shoved up her coochie. Hell no. And that shit can. Oh no. Tell her she has a more risk of pregnancy.
Yeah, she can't do nothing with that shit for 3 to 4 weeks.
And on top of that, you have more risk of pregnancies. People don't talk about that. You can move it. You can rip it out.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
For a man, is that like a proud moment?
Yeah, no,
like,
I'm talking about
I shifted her
specifically
IUD, man.
I'm talking about specifically men. If you're messing with someone with an IUD, you hit the back of them, move it. You're doing too much, rip it out. It's a thing because they have a little string on it.
So now I need to like have some liability for him, like created.
Yeah, no. The gynecologist does. Sue him.
I'm talking about as a one night stand, like.
Just pray.
I can do that.
You know,
That they're on your hands and knees
that
and pray,
reminded me.
Charlie.
That reminded me, going back to the whole first period conversation, there's not really a male equivalent for having like a first period or like anything like that. Like there's not like
birth control. Actually, can I interject really quick?
Yes.
Just to let you guys know, I want you guys to really let this set in. Not you guys, because you know, I'm guessing you're on hormones, right, or no?
Well, I was for like 2.5 years until I couldn't afford them anymore because I lost my job. So not at the moment anymore, but when I
You're
was.
very convincing as a whole. I thought you were a woman when you first came in, and your photo, hot.
Thank you.
You're
That's my face.
welcome. I know, it's hot. But moving forward, Jesus, I lost my train of thought. Oh, no. The first actual birth control was for men. But men went in such an outrage that it was put on women. And they had to sit there for, like, I think...
Well, I just mean, like...
Like 1 year? Like, it was a pill. The same way as, like, women have.
Oh, yeah.
Like, for how long birth control was, it was first originally given to men. Changed, not vasectomies, you know, whatever. No, it was a pill. And then now we're finally just coming right back to it. How does that make all of us feel? I feel like that should have been it to begin with, because the amount of suicides and how much you change your personality off of the pill in any type of birth control, whenever it does literally nothing to men, I kind of like, if I saw you, I would choke you.
Wait, what? Where did that come from?
Oh no, you're just like the closest man on this live right now.
The choke?
Yeah, no, I would
In a carroting way? Like,
no, I mean like choke you out fully. I'd be so mad.
Okay, well,
I have another hot take.
Like you pass
What if-
out.
just know my
What
safe
if in a-
word is bagel. What did I would choke you out, Charles. Like, what did I do? What did I do?
No. It makes me so mad. It makes me angry at men that I have had to take this, and now, not even now, in 2024 or 2023, they started beta testing the same birth control that should have gone to you guys to begin with. Not you guys, not you, Mia.
Hot take. I think like guys should as soon as they come out the womb, we should just like clamp their tubes, and then you should have to pass a test and a background check and like a psychological test to procreate.
I agree.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm not even gonna lie. I do.
Yeah. You should have to pass the
I'm more on the
test.
path of like sperm banking stuff, where we are just able to.
No, you know why? Because it takes 9 months for a woman to give birth. In those 9 months, a woman, I mean, not a woman, a man can hit every fucking woman in the globe and do the same thing over and over and over again by day.
Yeah. Oh.
Actually, maybe even 5 times a day.
There was this one great stand-up bit about pregnancy. I can't remember the exact wording, but he's like, people who say pregnancies or accidents are fucking liars. And so this one lady started. He's like, no, hold on, I'll handle this. When's the last time you've ever accidentally ordered a pizza? You didn't just open the door and be like, damn, how'd this pizza get here? That's crazy. Like, no. And I was like, well, yeah, you put it like that. It's pretty hard to accidentally order a pizza. That takes a...
But the thing that gets me is like, it's biological. Like, we're supposed to procreate, right? It's not even that. It's a biological need to do so, but it also feels good. And that's like what takes over. And then some people just have some really weird fetishes to do so and trap people. Like, you know, if a woman really wants a baby, lock her up. No, I'm so serious. She really wants a baby and like traps you, lock that bitch up ASAP.
Yeah.
But I need some proof.
Oh, by locked up, you were talking about like like.
Yeah, throw her in fucking jail. Because that's also rape. It's not consensual. You didn't agree with that. You didn't agree.
If they try to baby trap you, then yeah.
Exactly. At this point, I feel like all of us should just start making sex tapes. I'm so serious.
Careful what you wish for.
No, I'm so serious. For everybody at this point, it's illegal to share them. No porn, no nothing. You got 1,000 sex tapes, sure. Put them in court. And you know what? Somebody baby traps you. You're screwed. And on top of that, when men come out, give them vasectomies. They're reversible.
Yeah, my dad had one.
I think that would solve all the problems.
Yeah, I would sign up for that. Like I told you, totally, I would agree with that.
I think it would solve all the problems. No weird fetishes about like pregnant women. No, it'd fix it all. And if it made if it made it stronger, you know what's funny? Firing squad. So serious.
As like plan B, guys have plan A.
No, it's the same with pedophiles. You have some weird fetish, like pregnant women, firing squad. Pedophiles, pregnant women fetishes, firing squad.
Okay, hold on. On the topic of weird fetishes, can we have like a we listen and we don't judge moment? Can we not kink shame?
I hope so, because
ask Charlie.
No, this is nothing worthy of being firing squatted.
Ask Charlie, not me.
This is nothing worthy of being firing squatted, I don't think. But
ask Charlie, not me.
We listen and we don't judge. Okay,
Charlie, you hear that?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm trying not to judge.
Me personally, Me personally, I guess some people would probably classify me as a chubby chaser, if that makes sense.
Oh no, that's fine. My friend is. He likes tortas.
Right. Tortas?
Yeah, fat
Turtles?
Latino women.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just like
that acronym doesn't even work at all. That's not like BW.
Oh, yeah, no, they just call them tortas.
Yeah, that's a
I
very.
don't get it, and actually, I will clown you to the day you die.
Torta?
Okay.
If I say like I met a cute little torta.
Yeah, it's like tortilla.
No, a tortilla would
No, it's okay.
represent
It's
like
okay.
a smaller,
He
thinner,
will
like
actually get made fun of though.
Yeah, no, I'm usually pretty open about it, but I'm only open about it to people that I, trust.
No, I love you. I love you to death, and like I love that you love that. But like it's gonna be fun making fun of. Like it's not gonna be like, damn, you like fat bitches.
Yeah, I was
I
actually
do that
I was
shit.
expecting
Actually, that is kind of
something
funny.
much.
That is
Yeah,
kind of
the
funny.
fatter the better. What about it? No.
No, I'm gonna say you like a bounce to the ounce, don't you?
Hey, more pushing for the pushing.
Okay, hold on. Okay, on that note, like on the chubby chaser, like what's wrong with like somebody who finds pregnant women attractive, Megan? Like,
It's disgusting. Oh my god, they have a human inside them, and you want to fuck that? Dude, you hit their uterus, you're gonna feel it.
What if you hit the baby's head? Ew.
No, genuinely, you can. Don't feel shit. And there's not even another thing on top of the pee, like the bladder. So then there's and
I
squirting.
deserve a firing squad.
No,
Oh my
squirting
God.
is just pee. Squirting is just pee. Squirting is just pee. I'll say that 1,000 times over. I'm telling you right now, it's just pee. So basically, you like a pregnant woman that just pees on you.
Wait. Then why did they do a scientific test where the pH level was different when?
You know what's funny? That's a lie, and it's done by
They did a
men.
study.
It was done by men. It was done by men. It was done by men.
And again,
I'll
Megan, the
I'll
irony
clip
of what
that.
you're saying now.
You know what's funny? I did one time too. Guess what it was? Pee, brother.
Yeah.
It wasn't on. It wasn't on
I've
purpose.
never seen it in person, so for
It
me, it
wasn't
still
on
doesn't
purpose.
exist.
It happened one time.
Look,
And
I'm
guess
just
what?
saying.
It was
For me,
straight pee
I've
pee.
never seen it in person, so it doesn't exist. It's like a
It was
unicorn, okay?
straight
It's like a
pee-pee.
fairy tale. It doesn't exist because I've never seen it happen.
Yeah, no. Actually, we don't have another fucking hole.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't.
I don't know where
There's
else it
no
would come out of.
like where? Yeah, where else
Yeah,
would it come
no.
out
So
of?
we have like a little tiny urethra, and then
No, it
what
comes out your
you're
cervix,
in.
actually. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sprays right out your cervix. No.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry to ruin every
we all
man's
know
dreams.
where it comes
Yeah,
from.
we get it. Nobody knows how a woman comes besides a porn, and that's through a pee-pee.
No, nobody's figured it out.
Yeah, no, genuinely. It's okay.
I told you earlier that I did. Like, and then Megan was like, "Oh no, that's fine. That's not pee." Yeah, and then now she's like, "Oh yeah, it's pee.
Pee-pee is
It's a
pee-pee.
pee.
It's pee-pee. I'm telling you, so you didn't.
Okay, but going back to
Because
the whole
guess what? Nothing happened with me. It was just pee-pee.
No, this was not Megan. I'm telling you, this was like straight up like.
I love how Charlie's telling a woman what happened.
Yeah, because obviously you're too young to have experienced like.
Oh no,
what-
no! I'm not. Trust me, I've done a lot of things that most grown adults have not.
Yeah, you've peed on him. You're like an R. Kelly. You
No,
know, white
it wasn't
blonde.
even like that. It just like it wasn't even like that. It just happened.
Don't backtrack. You've already admitted it. Just own
No,
it.
it
Just
was
own it.
pee-pee though. I know it was like it
You're
just.
you're like the two girls in that one cup, only without like.
No. Okay, so the example is
Can I say
if
something?
you're tapping something right, and it's your bladder. Let's say you're a little bit curved or whatever. It like literally taps on your bladder over and over and over again, and it gets to a point where it's like, it's not like you gotta pee. Like you just pee.
Okay, Megan, I'm telling you. Okay, like I know.
And
like,
guess what? Mine was
I can't say
clear too.
anything.
You know why? You know why mine was clear? It's because I'm hydrated as fuck. I also was drinking.
Okay, well, all I'm saying is then
You
she
could've
must
just
have
been with
drank
a
like
girl,
a deep
like,
rock
you know, it didn't
5-gallon
even
bottle of
smell
water.
later.
Like,
Wow. And guess what? My toes weren't even curled. I did it. Toes weren't curled.
Guess what?
It was
Guess
decent.
what? I've
Toes
done
weren't
it too.
curled.
Yeah, I've been able to squirt too. Guys can do it too.
yeah, I mean,
In that toilet. As hell.
But
I'm telling you, it's pee. I'm telling you. You can believe the myths. You can believe it.
Hey, if
I'm just
God
going
didn't
back
want
to
You
what I
can
make
believe
Kelly
it.
Kelly
gay
If
love
love.
that,
to
if
each
that
other,
makes
then
you
what
feel
you
better,
Careful
I'm
fucking
on
what
your
you
side,
wish
guys.
for.
assholes. That's all I'm saying.
All I gotta tell you guys is, be a munch and do your little rub thing. And guess what? You'll do it every time.
A munch or a mensch?
A munch.
Okay,
Eat it
okay.
like it's mac and cheese.
You gotta eat it like groceries.
Exactly.
Look, I got my own technique, all right? I'm not going to give you these ancient...
I don't want to
My
hear
own
it.
fucking technique. I got my own
You
shit. I
gotta,
don't
you
need
gotta
your
eat
shit.
it. Get it ready. Do your thing. Rub. You got it. Downlock. And guess what?
Okay,
It's like an elevator
now,
button. It's like an elevator button. Find the button, guys. Everybody find the button.
okay, but let me. What if there's some secrets about guys that you don't know as far as anatomy?
Oh no, I know. Put one thumb up the ass. It's your G spot genuinely push down.
And it's those women that I fear. It's just like,
Actually,
oh no,
funny
you can't
enough,
do that.
I
You can't
can
do that.
lick the gooch, then actually push down again. There's another one. The top of it.
Okay,
You know what's funny? No, funny enough, what the top of your PP is the same thing as a woman. So yeah, make more attention to that. No, I do good. I know what I do.
No, okay.
Are you
no,
sure? Are
when
you sure
I
your
don't
men
mean
weren't
like
I mean,
secrets like
last
that.
time
I
I
mean
did
like,
it, somebody farted. So I mean, I think
God,
I'm doing pretty good. I think it was enough to make somebody fart. I think I'm chilling.
I think your metric of gauging how good you are is a little
No, I
off.
mean like
I'm
I
gonna
was
throw my
like,
phone through the window. Holy fuck!
I'm talking about
Holy
like 30
fuck.
seconds.
I'm
I
about
think
to
I'm
throw this
chilling.
shit.
I think I'm chilling.
Y'all about to make me Hulk out. I swear to God.
Like She-Hulk?
A lot of
She-Hulk it out?
dude, not a lot of spit, but like normal spit, decent pressure, up and down, maybe 2 hands if you want, mostly at the top, go down, up, down.
Okay, no.
Touch it in between. Touch it in between. Touch
everything.
it.
Not everybody likes everything done all at once. No.
Yeah, I know,
Some
but I
people
don't do it
like
all the
certain
time.
things.
I just gauge on how the guy moves. Whenever his feet, like once
You
his
just
telling
leg,
every
you,
single
Megan?
thing that's ever been.
no, like once his feet start going out, like his legs, I know what I'm doing.
That's what we just want you to think, Megan. This is
I
how
know,
we
I know, I give up.
No,
I quit.
God, no. I'm
I give
sorry.
up.
I don't think most men
Never
like
mind, I give up.
just
Yeah.
straight up just combust in like a minute,
It's just
even
not
after
so.
years.
It's not that simple.
excuse me?
Yeah.
I faked it many a times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like if it's in my mouth, it's like faking.
You'd be surprised. I'm quite the magician in the dark.
Not the dark.
Was that
Gosh,
me?
I
Or
know
was
those
that
tricks.
you?
Is that fucking ranch dressing? What the fuck was that?
No, I know those tricks too. Fuck no. And no man is putting some pee-pee in my mouth. Ugh. Apparently that's a trick too.
I give up trying. I give up trying to contribute to this conversation.
No. I know what I'm doing.
I'm trying to gain
Jesus.
control of this conversation.
No. Here, let's say it like
don't.
this. If you're with a woman, you see how she reacts. When I'm with a man, I know most of the tricks. I see how he reacts. I go through them, a slow cycle, got it done, cooling.
So
Okay,
if
but
it
see,
seems all
when
over
I-
my face,
before-
you're telling me like,
Holy
he's
dude,
disrespecting
every
me.
fucking time, every time,
Sorry.
literally every fucking time.
Him. This is like Royal Rumble. You gotta.
I mean, he's not wrong. Yeah, you talked to both of us, and you're expecting not to be interrupted.
Yeah, we're giving you your opportunity. Speak your truth.
I can't. I already lost the fucking thought.
Yeah.
I'll just stay silent.
Yeah, no, I got my shit down on lock. I'm chilling. 5 years down, done.
There's nothing
You
more
know, I had my
attractive
little
to a man than a quiet woman. You know that.
I did my little expeditions. My expeditions were fantastic. Didn't even go to stage 2 half the time. I think I'm chilling.
Stage 2? You
Yeah,
haven't
we
even
already know
broken like
stage 2
double
is.
digits yet? Megan.
We already know what stage 2 is. Can't even go there. It's fine.
You are a pro amongst amateurs.
No, genuinely, I kind of am. I mean, I'm dealing with fucking like college and 30-year-olds plus.
Yes.
We're 26 and up here.
I know. I feel like
I'm 24, actually. Thank you.
Well, not you. I'm talking about me.
I think meant.
I fuck with grown men.
Thanks, Megan. Now I see.
No, my personal record is 74. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah.
Did you get paid?
Hey?
No,
What?
no, I'm not
74.
really proud of it either. It wasn't
Did
that
you get
great.
paid?
No, well, I got free weed. Does that count?
Oh God, no.
Okay,
74
well,
what?
Jesus, you can just flirt with him and get free weed.
yeah, I did that first, and then it led to other things. Anyways.
Jesus.
I don't even know what this 72 represents. I don't think I want to know.
No. We already know what it means, Charlie.
Well, I'm not part of that proverbial weed.
If I'm talking about 26 plus, what do you think that means? We ain't talking about first base.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I'm caught up. Hey, is this number, man? Sweeter than the berry. Well, I don't know if that still plays, but
I mean, if he was hot, I guess I'd do it. If he had money and he was hot, actually.
if he had money.
Yeah, I'm not a gold digger or anything, but shit, I better be paid for it.
I'm a realistic
I know that thing's
girl.
wrinkly.
I'm not a gold digger, but I'm realistic. Come on.
Genuinely. Mia, you should have been paid. Shit, you should have told him 60, not even 60, like 200. Hands down.
Well, he bought
Cash.
me weed, so I was happy. He let me stay there.
We are not equal.
It's not like we're doing everything.
Like,
It's
what
just like
kind of,
one
like,
thing and nobody
guidance?
even fucking finished.
Man,
so,
I
like,
would, in college, if I knew you my freshman year, I would have given you half a pound for free.
Oh, damn. Thanks.
You gotta know your worth here, babe.
Thanks.
Here's what I'm like. I
It's not
was
that I
a
didn't know my
pharmacist
worth.
like
I was
that.
just.
I never got those offers.
It's not that I didn't know my worth. I was just taking advantage of him because he was a creep. So I was just getting free shit out of him. That was all. That's all it is.
Denial is a river in Egypt, and that's okay.
I can't
This is
believe
why
this.
I'm gonna mute my mic and retreat into my cave and never
No,
come
I
back.
love you. I love you. I love you. Don't leave.
No.
I'm still.
No, I love you. You just gotta realize that some things like that aren't worth it.
No, I didn't say it was.
Yeah, no.
That's not what I'm
That
saying.
wasn't taken advantage of. It may have been, a switcheroony right there.
Hey,
But it's okay.
it's
You're
a
hot,
negotiation.
and sexy, and you're fun. I guess it's just character development. That's what you can call it. Hey, I have a lot of character development.
I would agree with that.
Charlie knows about my character development.
The month that I have been absent from, like,
Okay, not that much. Okay, Jesus. Nothing like that has happened prior. Jesus, I became the woman I am today because of it. We love it. We love the character development, even though,
It's the mystery.
Yeah, no, those men deserve firing squads.
I currently
What kind of firing
hate my body
squad?
I currently hate my body right now because I hate the feeling of what testosterone feels like. It's like I can distinctly feel the difference between estrogen and testosterone, and I hate testosterone.
So then, do you get like an irky feeling when you see commercials about like low T, and it's just like, yo, guys, pump
I
yourself
ignore
up?
that shit because it doesn't fucking apply to me. No, I don't have low T. If anything, I have too much T. Because when I first started transitioning,
this is like what women feel on their periods, so you can just say it's like a long period. Women get
it's like a
flooded
19-year
with
long period.
testosterone.
Yeah.
Really? Because this is finally when I'm like, finally. I have no
I'd say
hormones, like,
right now, yeah.
driving me like a
No.
freaking.
What was I even saying?
I'm just trying to help. I'm sorry.
I don't even remember.
Because you're still a woman and you're still hot.
I'm just a woman full of testosterone and rage.
Yeah, so you're
fine.
on your period. Exactly that. That's what it is.
I remember what I was going to say now. When I first started transitioning, my very first blood test came back and my testosterone was in the 900s. And I don't have like a base of reference for how high that is, but until I took my grandpa, like he's old, like he probably doesn't have that high T anymore, but he was still like in the 600s. But I'm like, damn, like I basically have like like a grown man's fucking testosterone trapped inside of a trans woman's body, and I'm like, no wonder I have so much fucking anger issues and fucking all that,
Angst.
all the testosterone things. No, when I was a teenager, yeah, I was very, very angsty. I was very like, well, I
Hey,
wouldn't
I'm
say
not
like
gonna put
brooding,
things
but
you now.
I mean that was the
It's
time
not
when I
bad
was
angst
trying
though.
to lean
It's
more into the
actually well
masculine.
put angst. It's well put.
Yeah, but like that was when I was trying to put on this masculine mask, and just be not. I was trying to be aloof. That was the word I was thinking of. Just nonchalant, I guess.
Well, I would
But
say now you have it like well put, like it makes sense, and as well, like I can see where your frustration comes from. It's not the fact that I understand. I can only understand in one way, and it's my time of the month, and my testosterone literally spikes through the roof. I'm literally like a dude, and then actually as well, if it does make you feel better, I'm not saying it's happening now, but sooner or later, I'm gonna be have a hypothyroidism. So that means my entire endocrine system slows down, including estrogen. So a lot of things that we'll be producing is testosterone, and mostly that over everything else, and that will even be slowed down too.
So is this when Maddie appears, or is this going to be a new
Probably.
third side that I haven't even met yet?
It's incoming. And
Like a
guess what? I'll
split
probably
type
have like a little
situation?
beard. Charlie, do you love me with my little beard?
Oh yeah, the beard. So this is like a split. Like who's holding the light?
I don't know. I mean, it's gonna come at one point or another.
Can I talk to Kevin? Can I please talk to Kevin?
Shoot, it's like a DID, I guess.
Kevin Wendell-Crumb. Anyway.
But at one point, I'll have like my own little beard. I'm gonna look really, really cute. And guess what? I'm still gonna love myself. I'm gonna be like probably 100 pounds, and I'm gonna look like a fat little Megan with the beard.
Can you like go a little short there?
Who did you just laugh me up?
Yeah.
It's okay.
No, I was thinking of
No,
something
I've
said.
known it for years, so it's okay. You can laugh.
I was thinking of something I said to someone as like a jokey pickup line. I was like, "Hey, baby, what do you think about girls with mustaches?" Anyways, no.
Gosh, funny enough, that's gonna be me.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna steal that from you.
Yeah, you can steal it. But no, what I was gonna say was comparing what it feels like to be on 900 testosterone versus normal female estrogen levels is completely different. Like, God, I wish I could go back to fucking 0 testosterone and just fucking estrogen, because Jesus Christ. But like, no, the differences that I noticed was like, I kind of got like that like PMS crampiness, every once in a while, but not. It was more just like my hormone cycle, not necessarily like a period, if you will, but like.
Do you have like a near your bladder type of deal? Like, ow.
Well, for some reason, I don't know
you're
if
constipated?
it was. Yeah. It was like one of my either my testosterone blockers or my estrogen really gave me really bad stomach cramps and gave me the shits. And I was like, oh well, this is just my body trying to simulate period cramps, I guess.
Not really, but it's more of like it's just like you're changing, but like it's close to it. Yeah. I won't lie.
But I felt so much better about how I felt and looked, because like my face was so much softer, my skin was softer, my hair was my body hair was going back slower, and all this shit. And now I feel like I'm trapped in a fucking blob right now, where I'm just being pumped full of chemicals and testosterone. And it's just like, dude, I wanna get out of this fucking cocoon and let me be a goddamn butterfly already. It sucks.
I love how you say it. That's great.
I feel like a slimy fucking caterpillar right now. Like, I just want to be a monarch butterfly or some shit.
Hey, but if it makes you feel any better, like look at PCOS women or women with hypothyroidism.
Yeah.
And like genuinely, if you look at that, it's like you're still a woman. Yeah. Just a little bit manly. And guess what? It gets better. It always gets better. If you really take care of yourself, it gets better for them. Whenever you get your shit back, it'll be better for you. You know what I mean? And they have to take medication like that, and a lot of them can't even afford it either.
Yeah.
So just think about it like that. You're just another woman dealing with another struggle.
Yeah. And, they always say beauty is pain. I get that. But no, there's this one lady at the gas
And
station.
also, I would actually start waxing as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
if you start getting facial hair or anything, start waxing.
Yeah, no.
Rip out
Hopefully,
the hair follicle.
I'm literally gonna get everything laser removed from my upper lip down. Everything's getting lasered off, so it never grows back. But that's when I get the money for that.
I would start waxing. You know what I mean? Do it at home. Once you rip it out the follicle,
I don't have money to be waxing myself. All I have is a razor and tap water. I don't even have shaving cream. I'm using conditioner as shaving cream.
Do you need a cash app for like 40? You need $40 to go to CVS or TikTok shop.
Okay. Another thing, I live in the middle of the country where the nearest point of civilization is about 10 miles away, and I don't have a car. And country has that.
Shoot, when it comes down my coochie, if it comes down my coochie, I'd be walking.
You said I was shaving my coochie.
Walking where?
The CVS. Not that, I'd be waxing. I'd be walking.
I'm not going to CVS, nor am I walking somewhere just to go get shaving cream so I can shave my coochie, because I'm not shaving my coochie.
Not even that.
I always get razor bumps when I do that.
We need
so I'm never
the waxing. The waxing stuff is all at CVS. Shit, take the walk. Shoot, I'd be walking.
This is where you both have no idea the benefits of being lazy.
No, I know, Charlie. You're actually thriving. You just need to shave up like a man. You don't even have to shave.
Okay, we've unpacked that already.
Or trim. You can trim it.
I literally have to shave my face every single day. Because
I could probably go like literally 3 months and maybe grow like as much as like people I know that have like the 5 o'clock shadow. I'm just like, how is that happening?
I come from a lot of fat Irish people with big beards, so like I'm naturally just gonna be blessed with facial hair, but I don't want to be blessed with facial hair.
If you walk that 10 miles, that shit ain't gonna come back in 3 weeks.
Yeah, I'll take it from you.
God. First of all, First of all, it's not just like 3 miles. It's walk down a road called Death Road, where there's a curve called Death Curve, where people die so frequently that we call it Death Curve. I'm not walking on Death Curve just so I can go get some wax for my coochie. Okay?
Get some backpack.
No.
Get some
if I really
water.
want a smooth coochie, I will shave my coochie and then I'll do it right before I need to do anything with my coochie. That way, the razor bump won't be there, and by the time I'm done doing stuff, the razor bump will start growing, and I won't care. But guess what? After a certain point in my life, when I'm nice and happy and successful, I'll just go down to the store and get a wax whenever I feel like it.
You want a tip?
I'll go get laser.
You want a good tip? I know you want a tip, but you want a good tip?
No.
No, it's for shaving. It's good.
There's a service called Hers and Him.
No, not even that. Get yourself a nice man's razor. Get yourself a nice. I use Harry's.
Tried that.
Every woman's razor. Good. Get yourself some baby oil.
Because I have men's hair, so I'm gonna use
but hear me.
A 5-bladed men's razor for basically my whole body.
Listen, before you go, right? If it's too long, trim that shit. I don't care how you do it. I don't care if you have an old electric razor. Use that shit. Trim it. Put in the shower. You put baby oil all over. You go down to the left side, to the right side, up. There you go. No razor bumps. You start with down.
Look, Megan, everybody has a different grain. So
That doesn't work. That doesn't work, Megan. That doesn't work, Megan. You want to know why? Because I go down. Okay, you know what happened? It's still that.
No, you don't go. You don't go down, left, right, up. That's what everyone uses.
I gotta do the Konami code on my coochie? What the fuck? I gotta go up, down, left, right, start on my shit?
Just like listen my finishing move.
Yeah.
Up, down, left, right.
Then you go right, then you go up, then you go down, then you go left, right, up, right, down. Then you do like this. Stop on your right foot. Don't forget it. Double take 3 times.
No. Ain't nobody making fun of me because if you ain't nobody need to see me in the fucking shower. I be looking like I be hitting the most intricate mantis poses in there. Down, down my ass crack. I don't even grow hair like that down my ass crack. But guess what?
Yeah, well,
I'm going down my ass crack. And
shave
guess
my
what?
crack.
I'm going
I think I saw the
down,
person down here, man.
down. I turn around, my arms behind my back, going down.
I turn
You know what's
around.
funny? You know what's funny? I nicked my fucking booty hole. Next thing,
I nicked my nipple one time. Oh yeah, I nicked my nipple off.
Okay, well, same here.
Like an
It
inside
happens.
joke
I got
between
insecure
you?
about my peach fuzz, whatever.
Yeah, I get insecure about my nipple hairs growing
Yeah,
on
guess
my
what? My boyfriend does too. He be shaving that shit off. I be telling him, goddamn, chill with it.
Yeah, well, it's different when...
No, I get it. Use a woman's razor then. You're not getting it.
You told me to use a men's razor. You're not gonna use it.
No, use it. Not a woman's razor, like an eyebrow shaver for that, and then go over
I have
it.
those too. I have those too.
Guess what? When you get enough money and you walk all the way to CVS, I know you will.
You make it seem like it's just a short little walk to the CVS. The CVS is 25 miles away. The CVS is 25 miles.
You're talking to the girl that used to run just 26 miles. For
You're
one
talking to a
game.
fat bitch who don't eat. The only exercise I know is extra fries.
Guess what? The extra fries better be extra steps.
Well, guess what? We don't have to walk extra steps when I could just be like, hey, Mom, next time you go to Walmart, can you pick me this up? I'll pay you back.
No, just go with her
Boom.
then. Shit. Go with her then.
No,
Get the
because,
good shit.
the reason I don't go there is because she works in night shifts. She comes with the groceries at 7 in the morning. I'm not trying to be at fucking Walmart
Steal that shit.
in the morning.
Or start stealing.
The shit
I used to
gets
steal.
delivered.
You can
Why
ask
would I-
Charlie. You can ask Charlie. I had hella money.
I still.
Don't incriminate me.
Hold on, that's beside the point. That's beside the point.
She had
This
hella
is
money.
besides the point.
The
No
keyword.
more.
I do not have the
I
means
think in my
to
bank account I
transport
have like
myself to the
$100.
CVS, nor do I care or want to. It is not that urgent for me right now. I have other things
Girl,
that are
follow
way
me back.
more on
I'm
my
gonna
priority list.
send you a list. I'm gonna send you a list on how to shape your freaking coochie and your nipple hairs. And once you actually do it, I promise to God, without shaving cream, you're gonna thank me.
Butter.
No, literally, it's gonna be like butter on your skin.
No, I'm saying actual butter.
Yeah,
No,
I'll use that when I
baby
have.
oil. It's baby oil trimming in the method.
Butter.
Trust
will
me,
use your.
every woman
I will-
uses it, and I've even done it on my man. I did it on my man, and that's Japanese coarse ass hair. It ain't like Irish, it ain't curly and shit. That shit's worse.
Butter.
And trust me,
Your,
that was fine.
I will use your advice when I can acquire the materials and the time to do that.
Or
Okay?
Dollar General, that's where I go. Shoot,
Mia's got a big like bucket list. Like
I know that, but shoot, if you want to shave, shaving can
Who am I shaving for? Who am I shaving? Ain't nobody come over here looking at my goddamn ball ass coochie. Nobody.
Me.
Nobody. Ain't nobody come.
Hey, self-care is health-care, man. Sometimes, like...
No, like, why would I sit here and give myself a full Brazilian wax for
I love
nobody?
how
For myself?
Charlie heard me.
What the fuck? Yeah, I know, I heard you. I just paused. For a long time. Anyways, I
Hey,
think
shoot, you're my girl. Of course I want to hear about your shaving routine. Like, God, why would I care? I don't want to see it. I just want to hear about it. Welcome to girlhood.
She's great. She's doing fine. Yeah, the kids are fine. Yeah. Oh, how's the wife? Yeah, no, the wife, the kids are fine. How's Gucci? Yeah, Gucci's fine too. Bald, smooth.
Can I get the Gucci too?
Yeah, the Gucci. I mean, you kind of have to. If you're getting the Gucci, you might as well. I mean, why? That's like that's like popping the hood, but not going underneath the hood. It's just like
No, I need it all. I need to know it was all bald. Good bald.
Yeah, it has to be.
You youngins have no idea. Wait until you have to deal with hemorrhoids. Not that I've reached that.
Joke's on you. I already do, Charles.
Okay, well.
I don't have enough.
Beat me to the punch again.
I need
actually, Megan, I can't see anywhere because I have
hemorrhoids.
My father had the worst case of hemorrhoids where I was like, what is that? It looks like a bunch of grapes hanging from
You look at his fucking hemorrhoids?
You looked at
Asian culture is a very weird, open
No,
culture.
yeah, no. I had some
look at my hemorrhoid.
I
Like,
had
no.
Filipino friends, and they were like always naked around their parents. So, and they were naked around them. Like the mom would just walk around naked. So, I saw
Look, my
that.
mom
I
walks
was
around in a
scared.
fuzzy bathrobe, but at least she covers her fucking titties. God
No,
damn, I know
no,
she ain't got
no.
nothing underneath of it, but still, at least she got something
Since
over.
nobody else is on here, no lie, I used the bathroom the other day, right? And normally I'm like a machine with it. Like everybody knows me for it. Like my farts don't smell for good reason. I let it all out. I don't care. Not at public places, at home.
Just don't rip ass in the public stall.
Oh no. Fuck no.
Right.
And I don't toot in public places either. Like hell no. But when I'm home with my friends, oh yeah, ripping ass. I don't care.
Okay, now, what if a
And
guy told you?
I went to the bathroom the other day.
Okay, no, it's fine.
You know, it was an ordeal. Wiped, straight blood. I was terrified. I've never had that. I thought I had my period. I
Happened to
didn't
me as a
realize
kid,
I
and I was
just gave
terrified,
myself
too.
hemorrhoids. Charlie,
Yeah.
is that what happened when you have hemorrhoids?
I didn't have it. My father had it. I had a similar case
Why
where
does he sound so scared?
I did the wipe, and I was like, "What is that?" And then I realized it
You
was from
did
the
the
Doritos
wipe?
Locos Taco that I had for the first time. Like I was like,
You did the wipe?
"Yeah." I was like, "What is this?" Like I don't see anything, but then like I had to connect it to the Doritos Locos Taco. Like yeah, I was like, that was it, right? I even had to do a control experiment the next day where I was like, okay, Doritos Locos Tacos. It's a
This is why Charlie is my favorite. Charlie literally makes me cackle.
yeah. My truth ain't. People think
What
I'm
are you
joking.
talking
I'm just
about?
talking
I
about my
had to do a
life.
control experiment. Second wipe.
Yeah, this is me. I appreciate it.
No, I love it.
That sounds
We
like
need
that sounds
more.
like the title. Sounds
we
like the
need
title
more.
of a Human Centipede movie, like Human Centipede 3: The Last Wipe. Like second wipe.
That is one of those movies that like Two Girls in One Cup. Like I missed it, and now I'm never gonna be able to like.
I remember.
No, you didn't miss it.
Okay. I was gonna say, I was like, what if
Wait,
your
before
boyfriend just
you
like
go,
randomly
Mia,
came up to you and told you, oh my fucking.
I hate to tell you. No. I just need to say this. You didn't miss it. The moment you watch it is when you're a part of it.
What?
Look it up. Look at it. It's still online.
No, it's all the reactions. You gotta watch other people's reactions.
Nope. Go onto a porn website. Find it.
Megan, I've done some deep searches. I can't locate it anywhere. It's like
Two
that.
Girls, One Cup.
No, it was so.
I was thinking about.
No, I
dude, I don't.
That's on dark web now. I guarantee you. Just like.
No, I promise you it's not. Or no. Know what else you need to search up? Man in one jar. Man in
I've
one
already
jar.
seen. I've seen one man, one screwdriver. One man, one hammer. One man. I've literally seen one man, one every
Hold
fucking
on.
piece of tool you could find in a shed, destroying his own genitals.
No, but the jar
I've
is
seen it
the
all.
worst because it breaks in him. No, the jar it breaks
inside of
in
his.
him.
Yes. And then he,
His bumhole.
no. I've seen worse. I've seen ones where they put Christmas ornaments up their butt and then light firecrackers inside the ornaments. I've seen way worse.
You know what's
I can't
funny?
even
I
remember
did that
what I was gonna
one
say. That was
time.
the part that was frustrating me the most.
You know what's funny? I did that one time.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, how was it? Was it nice? Did it feel
You
good?
broke a jar inside of you? Oh my God.
I don't think you realize I'm joking, Charlie.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm really having a hard time like drawing the line.
The sarcasm, like if I say I did that one time, I never did that. But I did. Don't even worry, I did. I did that.
I'm just wondering
Actually,
what kind of
I was the
jar
one that
touched
caused
you.
9/11. TikTok strike incoming right now.
You know what? I am actually like I don't know. I think I'm like oblivious to them right now. I'm shocked I haven't got one. Like,
Yeah, no, I caused 9/11. I am.
You also caused me to forget what I was saying, and I'm never gonna get it back now.
I'm telling you, guys. I don't
It's
know
okay.
if we like.
Put your butt in a
Because you
jar
had to
and
talk about
find
two
out.
girls, one cup, and one man, one jar. The whole tangent, this whole side off tangent was because of one man, one jar, and all because of that, I forgot what I was saying, and it's never gonna come back
It's
now. You're never gonna
okay.
hear what I was ever gonna say.
It's
How would you like
okay.
to
It wasn't important.
dude?
It wasn't important anyway. No, one man, one jar was way more important. Yeah, we had to rehash the one man, one jar incident that everybody knows about. We had to rehash that 100 times. No, not what I was
I
gonna say. That
honestly
was
thought she
clearly
was
unique and
calling
has never
back
been
to the
spoken on the
pickle
internet
jar
before.
joke that you told
Charlie
me.
needed that.
Yeah, he needed to hear about one man, one jar. He needed to be educated on the history of what is internet culture. Okay, one man, one jar is an internet
No, also
station.
Charlie,
Okay,
let you know. Charlie, also just let you know, there's a jar with a My Little Pony glued at the bottom of it, filled with man juice.
Filled with baby batter, filled with that Boston cream, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm.
No, look it up. Look up My Little Pony.
I'm not
jar.
gonna look it up, man.
It starts
No, you
turning
said you
colors,
did some
dude.
internet.
It starts turning colors.
I
Why
will
they
put
would
that
just
right underneath. What is it?
Right.
You give me a
It's
lot
like the
of.
nastiest thing I've ever seen. Like I wouldn't. You couldn't pay me $1 billion
It's
to drink that.
9:30 here.
No.
Dude, you pay me
At
$1
what?
million?
It's
Or can you pace it out like in an hour or so, like the milk
Me are
gallon
on the
of
same
milk,
time zone. Where do you
gallon.
live, Mia?
I mean, come on,
I
this
live
is
in hell. I mean
$1
Florida.
Oh, dude, you're like 10 hours away. I'm in South Carolina. Actually, in Florida, I assaulted a manatee.
You assaulted a man?
A manatee.
How dare you? Our state's animal. How dare you?
Yeah, no, I was on like a yeah, funny story. I was like, I think I was like 12, 10. I think I was 10. I was younger than that. I went to Florida to go on like a cruise or whatever, and we were there the day before, so we went to go like swim with the manatees or whatever. And you know, me being the youngest, they let me in first. I saw that thing. I started riding it.
You're like the little kid who gets like a puppy and just like is hugging it to death.
Not even that, like I would sit on it. That's what I did to the manatee. And then
riding the sea cows.
And then the guy ripped me off. No, the guy ripped me off. And then he let my mom in. My mom started petting. And then I started
Blurred line
petting
here,
it.
right? This is satire. Like
we were. I can't stop laughing. We were literally assaulting it. Like my mom was petting it, and I was petting it. And they had to rip us off.
long story short, I'm no longer allowed in Florida.
No, genuinely, because you're not supposed to touch them. And then, you know, we're just chilling, and the manatee came back, and I got back on top of it.
See, this as a father, I would feel is like a yellow flag where it's like, I better keep an eye out on my daughter and keep her off the pole.
No, because I was a very calm kid. Like, I was good. Like, I was energetic, but I was able to take care of myself, and, like, I knew, like, right from wrong. But to me, it's like I was just bonding with the pet, like the animal.
That's your sense of right and wrong there, man.
No, I did, but, like, they told me not to touch it, but, like, I couldn't help it. It was so cute. It looked like a horse. Got right back on top of that thing. I was not allowed back in the water again. Everybody had to leave. I ruined it for everybody.
Yeah.
Is that not funny to you, Mia?
I was like, no, you did. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you kind of ruined it for me. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I did. Dude, they're all grown adults too, like waiting to go to Disneyland or whatever was down there, like Universal Studios, and it was just, I couldn't help but touch the manatee.
They're like, great, some dipshit 12-year-old had to touch the manatee, and now we can't.
I don't even think I was 12. I think I was like 10. Like, I was young. So it's like whenever you tell them to stop, they can't because they're so fascinated type of young. You're lucky.
I think I remember what I was going to say.
You're lucky I didn't. Oh, sorry. I said you guys are lucky that I didn't take my heel into it like a horse.
Yeah, you start kicking your spurs into the fucking manatee. Yeah.
Again, these are big flags as a father, where I'd be like, my daughter is gonna be up on a pole.
I was getting close. I was like starfishing it. I was like going back and forth, like not in like a bad weird way, but like
Not in a bad weird way. As just like, what would a bad weird way be?
I'm not gonna comment on like the way I'm riding a manatee, like you would ride a horse.
Right,
Yeah,
so
like
that right there isn't a bad weird way at all. It's in your warped
No,
self.
like yeah,
It's
it's
like
like
the
more
same way you
butt.
would ride a mechanical bull. You know?
No, it's butt action. Yeah, it's butt
Yeah,
action.
you watch grown women riding a mechanical bull, and you're just like, why? Why is she gonna try this? It's like the equivalent of a girl, just like, why is she doing that? Doesn't she know?
Nah, it's all butt action. Don't worry about it. The same way
It is all
the
butt action.
manatee.